Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1, Prologue. All for Sun. While everyone was focused on the new family and wondering what exactly Recovery Girl had meant by that, Izuku had gone back to a spot in the hallway. As he looked at his phone, he asked himself why he picked this number, given the previous conversation. However, it seemed like the only one that fit the situation. On the one hand, he knew he really shouldn't. He was going to be a hero, after all, and heroes didn't do things like this. Right. Then again, if he considered the Vestiges and the teachers a council of heroes voting on how to handle things, apparently they did, and this way let him act without being directly involved. And direct involvement would have been bad for everyone involved, not just him. On the other, is this really what he wanted the connection to be for? He felt a mental nudge, a bit like a hand affectionately grasping his shoulder, a commiseration. Perhaps this was the right approach, then. The number rang for a moment before. If this isn't to tell me the winning lotto numbers, I'm hanging up. Dad! The tone quickly changed. Izuku! I didn't expect to hear from you so soon, but I'm overjoyed. The delight in Hisosh's voice was notable. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Izuku sighed. Well. Is this my father is a villain awkwardness, my father is my nemesis awkwardness, or my father is practically a stranger awkwardness? He asked with a bemused chuckle. 'Cause I'm afraid I only know how to deal with the first two. Ichi knew more about socializing normally than I did, and he spent most of his life in a vault for reasons of his health. His tone barely hid a combination of concern and frustration over how that turned out. I'm not sure how to raise this subject awkwardness. Izuku explained, feeling more than a little amused that he, apparently, had more genuine social experience of the pair of them. Maybe start with how it was raised to you. There was a sound on the other end of the line of shifting in furniture, as though getting comfortable for a long talk. Izuku made a mental note to look into that, given said other end of the call was supposed to be in a cell in Tartarus, later. Did Mom ever mention who she took to senior prom? There was silence for a time. Izuku had plainly caught the man off guard. Well, that's not quite where I thought this conversation was going. He replied in bemusement. But, yes, she did. We got to talking about past relationships because our early romance hit a serious awkward phase, and your 2-century demon lord old man had to admit to being maidenless. Hisoshi made an effort to ignore Yoichi's audible laughter. And after hearing about that woman from Inko, I didn't know which of them I should be more jealous of. Did you ever look for her? I did, despite your mom asking me not to. I wanted to make sure she didn't get caught in any of my schemes. He let out a sigh that conveyed defeat. Never found her, though. All I was able to find was that she had a brief fling with pro-hero Vlad King. The sound of a shrug that seemed to convey a "what can you do?" message came over the speaker. What brought this on? Izuku decided he was done beating around the bush. Turns out she's Himiko's mom. Dead silence echoed for a few moments. Seriously? His voice held undertones of suppressed disbelief. That's a new one for me. I mean, part of why Himiko caught my interest when she joined Tenko's league was her resemblance based on what I learned. But she doesn't look like either of the togas. He awkwardly cleared his throat. Izuku could tell he was trying to find a way to say I find that hard to believe, without implying he didn't believe him. That's just it, Dad, she's not a toga. Vlad King's her father. The line was dead silent for a moment. When he returned, Izuku could tell Hisoshi was trying to keep the curious glee out of his voice. Izuku, are you contacting your demon lord father to ask for discreet vengeful villainy? 'Cause I'd be absolutely overjoyed if that was the case, but it doesn't sound like you. Izuku couldn't help but roll his eyes. Despite being the bogeyman of the underworld, he was still being a dad. I'm a hero, Dad. I wouldn't ask for that. So, you're not trying to arrange a plausibly deniable assassination to protect girlfriend number 3. He sounded legitimately puzzled. That's actually surprising. Assassination means letting them die. But I'm a hero. Izuku's voice turned a BL chilling cold. And as a hero, I won't allow them to die. On the one hand, Izuku, this is the first time I've seen something in you that I can point to without hesitation and say you got that from me, and I am so proud I could just burst. He sounded almost choked up, as though he were on the verge of prideful tears. Seriously, just hearing and feeling the way you said that gave me chills. He let out an exaggerated shudder before turning mildly serious. On the other hand, you're trying to be a hero, and I can tell you from experience just how slippery this slope is that you're on the precipice of, and you need to be careful. Izuku frowned. Is this the part where you tell me how you never meant to fall down it? Deep down, he felt he already knew the answer. Or hell no, son. I yeet my butt down it like a morality slip and slide. His voice had zero shame, practically crowing proudly over his actions. But you're trying to be better than that. Izuku let out a frustrated sigh. Dad. Hisoshi was silent for a few moments. Thank you, Izuku, he finally said, sounding quite choked up. F for what? Izuku asked worriedly, wondering what he was getting into this time. For calling me dad. Silence hung between them. Just. Thank you. Izuku couldn't stop himself from smiling. Sure, this was still all for one. The villain from Kamino, the absolute monster that plagued Quirk society from the days of the glowing baby. But it was also Hisoshi Midoriya, the man who gave him his first notebook and taught him how to write so they could take notes on quirks together. And, despite what he'd long thought, the man who would never have abandoned them by choice. Part of him said he shouldn't welcome that sort of bond. But Himiko was proof to him that love spat in the face of logic and tap danced on its gentlest for fun. But thinking of Himiko, this was all for one, the living repository of every last bit of quirk knowledge the world possessed. Say, should there be any concerns about the offspring of quirked animals? Like, lifespans, instincts, and so on. Izuku, for the love of all that is holy, please tell me Nezu isn't breeding. Izuku couldn't stop the laugh that bubbled up from inside. No, this is about Himiko. Really? But why would Hisoshi's voice cut off in a gasp of shock? No. A loud facepalm was heard. That's why I couldn't find anything on her origins. Yeah. Himiko's mom was a cat with a human quirk. Any health issues we should be concerned about there? Hisoshi's chuckle was a combination of amused and indulgent. Izuku, quirks are bullshit. With how long they've been around, those sorts of things take care of themselves unless someone who thinks they know better but doesn't sticks their nose in. Now that she's got people who love her taking care of her, she'll be just fine. That's good to know. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got new avenues of research to explore and undying torments to arrange. Love you, son. Love you too, Dad. He was sure the man let out a gleeful squee before he hung up. Cinema, right. Sekijiro said, after Shouter and Toshinori explained the situation. You sure having my class join in these viewings is a good idea? Relax, Khan Nemurai assured him. Monona is the only one they can't stand. Actually, I was thinking about if we'll all fit on here. He said, holding onto a lightly dozing Himiko, the emotional moment having worn her out. Nah, it'll be okay. I can enlarge the screen if need be. Cinema replied. Besides, some of your class will be playing a bigger role in some of the other worlds we'll be seeing next. And if we got both classes here, your boss can file it under some kind of cross-class training so there's no compulsion to squeeze it into the weekend. Well, that kinda makes it. Sekijiro looked down when he felt tugging on his arm. Right. He asked, seeing the little girl. That's my to you, mister. She said sternly, hands on her hips. And if you want to be any kind of papa to my baby, kitty, you better put your good foot first. Understand? That's best foot forward, Toshinori explained. That too. Sekijiro glanced over at Shouter and the others, the question evident in his face, is she serious? The swift nods and looks of amusement and cute overload confirmed it. Right. It's a little more complicated than that. He started. No, it's not. She crossed her arms. It's very simple. Either being Himiko's papa is your priority, or you aren't being a good papa. Either you be a good papa, or you don't get to be papa. Toshi. I'm having a very hard time finding a flaw in her argument. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said as the two watched the debate. That's more than a little disturbing. Come on, she's old enough to be your big sister. Vlad tried. Elephant, she retorted. I think you mean irrelevant, Aizawa corrected her. Yes, that. Shouter, why are you helping her? Because I took full adult responsibility for her. I promised him a child care budget. Nezu grinned at the annoyed glare he received. Vlad just stared at the man for a moment. I find the idea of you as a father equal parts hilarious and horrifying. You know that, right? You should see Midoriya as a father if that's what you think. Cinema chimed in. You mean our student, right? Oh, right, yeah, a fuss was made about who his father was. Yeah, I mean Greenie. Vlad mulled over it for a second. You know, he strikes me as an upstanding young man. Sure, let's see what he's like as a father. What do you think he's gonna show us next? Kirishima asked as they all got back into their relaxed state. Hell and Grizuku had already headed back to look into the backgrounds of their own Himikos. Wouldn't mind seeing more of that lantern one, myself, long as the next me ain't a dumbass. Katsuki muttered. Denki laughed weakly. I hate to be that guy, Bakugo, but the odds dash I know, okay? I know. Doesn't change what I wanna see, though. I wanna see more of that Jedi one. Dark Shadow said. Fumi, think we'd be Grey Jedi. Just. Please don't let me be a horse's posterior again. Ida prayed. One can hope. Aizawa said as he came back over. For now, everyone make some room. We have a few more coming in to watch. Before anyone could ask, the door was abruptly kicked in. Yo! Where the party at dash? Setsuna yelled as she sauntered in, stopping in her tracks when she saw Izuku buried under most of his female classmates. No way! Her grin widened. Cuddle pile. Ninda dash. Izuku got out before he was hit by a flying marshmallow. Hey! Gyro balked, reaching to pull her off. The hell makes you think L? She was interrupted by Izuku, who at first skin contact, had gone into a non-mumble storm. They still couldn't quite keep up, but Momo managed to make a small mental list in regards to what he was saying about Setsuna, one her higher than normal body temperature, rising that so that the separate parts of herself can function normally while separated, since the smaller pieces would have a harder time maintaining a normal functional temperature on their own too, asking what methods she's used to take care of the discomfort running at a higher temperature in a world built for those. Running cooler causes her 3, suggesting inlaying her costume with non-fabric materials that are good temperature conductors so as to help maintain temperature 4, and finally suggesting talking to Power Loader and Midnight about alternative uniform materials and configurations to take into account her temperature comfort levels. Did you get all that? Himiko whispered to Okiko. She shook her head. Even when he's not mumbling, he goes way over my head talking quirks. Setsuna, however, stared at him in awe. Be my big brain cuddle buddy. Izuku blinked. You asked how I handled staying comfy. Up till now, lots of physical contact to leech body warmth. It's the whole reason I even went through a garu phase before UA so people wouldn't comment on it. But I've already got so many ideas just from those suggestions. His eyes widened. Do you want to talk quirk sometime? Do I? Setsuna squealed. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find someone who even cares about the science behind them, let alone understands them? Momo let out her own squee hearing that. I tell YA at SCKS being number 2 academically in class when I need to be uncomfortably close to people just to not have my brain slow down from the cold. Mood kindred, Kiro. Himiko let out a curious Naya. Did we just get another girlfriend? Hey now dash. Gyro called out. I'm not one for labels, but I'm totally down to bounce the bed with any and all of you. She gave them all bedroom eyes. Getting the room hot and sweaty like that is one of the only times I can be fully comfortable in ambient heat. Izuku stammered, looking like a deer in headlights. Whoa, too forward. Setsuna looked a little concerned. I mean, you're the big name of class, and with that quirk figured you were used to dash late bloomer from a real beach of a quirk's school, diagnosed off the defunct Tobone test. Rumi cut in. His quirk manifested during the entrance practical. Okiko added. Setsuna went wide-eyed. Holy as-if, how are you still sane, Greenie? She promptly buried his face in her cleavage. Okay, taking time on getting to bouncing, but you are getting all the cuddles and skinship I can give. YA got me. I can make a mean bubble bath and scrub with my quirk if you're up to letting me wash YA. Why your quirk? Oh, is that your K&K? She purred. We're gonna get along just fine. Why am I not surprised? Vlad sighed, holding the bridge of his nose. Tokaj, let him breathe. Jirota sighed as he looked at the door. My apologies for my classmates. Abrupt entrance. He gave a brief knock. Frankly, I was half expecting to have to put a leash on Setsuna to keep the peace. He quickly stopped his glasses from falling off. Now I'm rather curious as to how she managed. Well, this. He gestured to the pile. Okiko and Zu beat her to it, big guy. Denki answered. It's the Rizuku factor. Jirota looked around. Still, things seem far more peaceful than I thought. Izuku put together how her quirk's adaptations makes her need additional warmth, mostly in the form of body heat, to function comfortably from a single touch. Momo explained. They now seem equally eager to discuss the science behind quirks. Oh, that is why she was always so clingy. He scratched his chin in thought. She never said. Shoto spoke up. If I understood correctly, she never said anything because it's only when she has enough heat like this that her brain's able to function efficiently enough to vocalize it. Otherwise, it prioritizes retaining information over disseminating it. Jirota blinked. We are all going to have our understandings of our quirks and the world at large turned upside down, aren't we? Welcome to the madness of 1A, Aizawa mumbled. Sung to the tune of Welcome to the Gospel of Dismay, Jirota sighed after Shoji explained some of what they'd seen so far. Monoma is going to be unbearable. He groaned. A somewhat embarrassed squeak had him and a majority of 1A glance over at the source, spying a heavily blushing Kinoko already in the corner, peeking through her fingers at the cuddle pile. DMN, Midoriya. Tsuburaba gave him a thumbs up. Living the dream, dude. The dream. Izuku looked a tad lost. All those girls on you like that dash. It's an emotional support cuddle community, Tsuburaba. Setsuna gave him a look. Not a HM. Well, duh. He rolled his eyes. Which dream did you think I was talking about? Must. Resist. Dirty comment. Mineta groaned. With a smirk, he went and sat with him, Denki, and Zero. So, what we miss so far? Bondo came in next, only to freeze up at the sheer size of the group, and the fact Rumi was there as well, and make what looked like nervous hand gestures. Koda nodded in understanding and stood up to wave him over while holding up his bunny, Yuichan. The nervous 1B student quickly went over to join him, the two starting signing to each other too rapidly to anyone nearby to follow. Pony wasn't far behind. The moment she saw the pile, her face brightened up in excitement. Can Pony ride? Heaphaker. Izuku sputtered. Want ride Pony instead. I'm down, Kiro. Himiko tilted her head. Pony rides. Where? Tiezu. Okiko squeaked, blushing harder than Kinoko. Setsuna patted her shoulder. She's asking to join the cuddle pile, and if Izuku wants to be big or little spoon. That's a very odd way of asking, Kiro. Blame Monoma. She huffed in annoyance. He's the one teaching her conversational Japanese. He's also the effer who keeps getting her to cuss us out. Katsuki growled. Little BSDD's lucky red knocks him out before we can get a hold of him. Why you can scoot behind me? Izuku offered in English, earning a happy giggle and bounce from Pony before she squeezed into position, the offer for a ride still on the table. She whispered in English, making him turn red and Rumi grin wickedly. Manga made a beeline to Eri as soon as he saw her, sitting down and throwing a couple of goofy sound effects. Awase paused as soon as he saw the pile. Bo chica bo wow? He asked, grinning in amusement. DMN, green, where this riz come from? And can I have some? It's a mix of whoopee factor, hero charisma, and failure to learn how to be anything but sincere, Ojiro replied, not missing a beat. Yeah, definitely don't want to go through that. He winced, giving Izuku a brief sympathetic look. Hey, guys. Hiryu said, looking over at their kitchen. Hang on, where'd you get a waffle iron? He turned to Khan. Sensei, how come we don't have a waffle iron? Oh, I brought that in for Soto. Momo replied. That's why. Khan pointed. Manly angry. Kirishima, Tetsu, and Kamakiri yelled as soon as they saw each other, followed by the loud thud of the three of them slamming together with their quirks active. Oi! Kamakiri, no foot blades unless you want to repair their carpet by hand. Khan warned him. Shahai, however, leveled an icy glare at Izuku as soon as he entered. Fell warlock. Already your wicked taint ensnares the innocent Dishtokomi rounded on him angrily, feathers rustling. I know not the darkness you speak of, as the only darkness within Midoriya is that which the world forced into him with its treatment of him, darkness he has since forged into a weapon to be wielded only against those who would bring harm to others for their own benefit. Yeah, Midori's got enough BS to deal with. Dark Shadow snapped. Shahai blinked in surprise. After a few minutes of looking for a spot, he found himself sighting by Tokoyami. Izuku was honestly confused. What was that about? Shahai blame you for Kinoko not noticing he crush her. Pony said. Oh. Okay. Leiko barely made 5 steps in before she stopped and looked around. Without a word, she took out a spirit pendulum that aggressively pointed right at Izuku. Your spirit. It is weighted heavily upon by pressure beyond this plane. Wow, you can sense that? Banjo asked. Who speaks? She jerked back in shock. Name's Banjo. I'm one of the 7 haunting Izuku's quirk. She stared, jaw hanging slightly. Then started to squirm a little. I beseech thee. Possess me. Himiko looked between her and Izuku. Was that to Aizu or Banjo? Eagerly would I submit to either possession by a spirit, or being the possession of one with the strength to bear so much of the spirit realm upon his soul. She let out a befuddled Naya. Mineta. I need a translation. Is she asking to be Izuku's girlfriend, pet, or sextoy? Wait, why is she asking you? Tsuburaba asked him. Mineta exhaled. She spent the past decade in a mental fugue caused by those who should have been taking care of her, but instead denied her a quirk-related nutritional need to try and make her normal. Somehow, I'm the one she asks to explain cultural norms and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, and this somehow led to me going from class pariah to respectable pervert. He shook his head helplessly. I still have no idea how that happened. Leiko's cheeks pinked. Gladly will I accept whatever role the spirit bearer demands of me. In answer to your question, Himiko, apparently yes. Himiko giggled. I love math. Especially this seki kind. Tsuburaba blinked. Dude, what is your life? I don't think no anymore dashe. Manga scolded. Don't cuss in front of the kid dash. She was raised by Yakuza before we got here, comic book. Katsuki cut him off. She thing knows the words. F yeah. Eri cried, pumping a fist. Bakugo, please stop encouraging her. Aizawa muttered. Sen walked in, took one look at what was going on, and promptly sat by Shoto, grabbing the offered bag of popcorn. It grows on you. Shoto said. The popcorn or the chaos? Yes. Yui entered, and made a beeline to the pile. As soon as she reached them, she held out a raised, clenched fist with the back of her hand towards Izuku. HM. Oh, I speak that. Rumi sat up. She wants to fight against you to see who should be on top. By on top. Yui's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh dear. His face reddened a little. Dude, what is your life? Tsuburaba asked. Decadence and depravity is what it is. Ibara barked, her vines twitching angrily as she came storming in straight at Izuku. This vile scene will not dash. Calm down, Shiozaki. Shoda said, hurrying to stop her. Pretty sure you're blowing this out of proportion out of proportion. With such licentious and debaucherous antics of so many females centered around one young man Shoda pointed. Take a look. There are 5 teachers in the room, not counting Principal Nezu himself. And a lady who I'm pretty sure, judging from appearance, is Midoriya's own mother. Not only do I doubt they're getting up to anything indecent, I'm pretty sure you owe her an apology for throwing those kind of accusations around about her son. Eyes wide, Ibara stammered in embarrassment before squeaking out a hasty I'm sorry. Her head stayed down as she swiftly went to sit off to the side. Shoda sighed. Sorry about that. Inko waved it off. It's quite all right. I admit I wouldn't be against what she was accusing them of if my son were up to it, so it's more her tone that was a problem. A startled squawk was heard from Ibara. He also didn't mention I was here. Rumi noted. Setsuna snorted. That would count against his respectability argument. Yeah. Ibara blanched in horror. Why does such a child use such vulgar language? Little lamb, why have you wandered so far from God's grace? If God loves me, why did he leave me with Overhaul? She stared at her with dead eyes. Aizawa sighed. And that's why I'm agnostic. Juzo looked like he was wishing he was old enough to drink. Guys, Minoma's being more Minoma than usual. Just a heads up. You kidding? Awase muttered. He was beaching the whole way here. Please tell me Kendo's sticking close. Sen spoke up. As if you 1A cretins aren't fat-headed enough. Minoma sneered, marching into the room like it was his. Now we have to watch your golden boy, even more of an inflated ego Setsuna. What are you and Pony doing? Get away from that dash. He froze dead as a sudden chill filled the room. I'm sorry, I must have misheard. Inko said, the cheery tone making everyone's BLD run cold. What did you just call my son? Damn it, Minoma. Kendo growled, only to stop as well as she tried to crag the back of his collar. Easy, Mamadoriya. Cinema spoke. It's okay, I got this. What are you? Minoma started to say. Listen, Beach. Cinema made a zip-it motion. Gonna stop you right there, copycat. Now, I get it, your quirk relies on other people, so you probably weren't treated very well before you got to UA-cause people. Didn't think you could stand on your own. Then again, with what I've seen of various timelines, that's a generous interpretation for why you're such a competitive but with a compulsion to put your rivals down to make yourself feel better. In some timelines you're just an unapologetic CNT, and I haven't seen enough of this you to know which is which. Now, normally I'd start us off with snippets just to settle everyone in. But to shut you up, I'm going to start with a timeline to show you bluntly just how wrong you are. Both about Midoriya and about yourself. And until this timeline is done, I expect you to stick by the rule of if you can't say something nice, shut the hell up. Zero will enforce that if you can't behave yourself. What? Minoma stammered in shock, taken aback before his prior disdain tried to reassert itself. Who? How dared you look? It was either me giving that speech, or letting Mamadoriya demonstrate how many body parts, internal and otherwise, qualify as small objects in terms of her quirk using you as a visual aid, starting with teeth and nails and hopefully stopping before heart. Inko smiled. And if I don't want to leave evidence, I can start with cerebral BLD vessel. Minoma started gaping like a fish. Kei-kan-sensei, how can you allow this? He pointed at Himiko. And when they consort with oh, I see you haven't been properly introduced. Khan interrupted before picking her up in his arms. This is Himiko, my daughter, who up until recently was in a 10-year-long mental fugue as a result of the people who never should have been responsible for her denying her the BLD. Her quirk makes her need to survive in some crazed attempt at pushing a skewed idea of so-called normality on her. His tone tuned icy, and as such is neither legally nor morally responsible for anything she may have done during that time. If any of my students deliberately try to make her feel upset or guilty for anything from that time period, they will be expelled immediately. Is that understood, ladies? Gentlemen. His glare intensified. Monoma. All of 1B nodded with loud yes sir. S and Monoma could only stand and nod in shock. Eri nodded smugly. That's a good papa, she said quietly. And speaking of getting calumet, Cinema said. Inko, I should let you know something about this next world. Reaction. Pray. Cinema looked like he wasn't sure what to say, or how to say it. Listen, this next world. It'll show Blondie there's something he needs to see, but you and your Izuku glanced at him. Before this whole thing, you were showing us worlds where I had a different parenting situations after that phone call. Monoma looked like he'd found some juicy rumors. Oh. And zip it. Inko and Toshinori snapped, both sending him death glares. Meep. He yelped, diving behind Kendo. Izuku's mouth went dry. Is this one of those? Yeah. Cinema fiddled with the screen in his hands. And, well, how do I put this? Do I go quietly? Inko asked. Cinema looked up, and an audible blinking sound came from his helmet. Oh, definitely not. Good. She smiled in satisfaction. Whoever steps up, they do a good job. By their standards, certainly. He replied. Though there are more than a few cultural differences to take into account. But Izuku still grows up well-adjusted. And happy. Cinema did a sort of shrug-nod combo. On the first, more or less. On the second, well, we'll just have to see, won't we? Is this gonna be bad? Mina asked worriedly. Let's just say you, in particular, will either love or hate it. But definitely love once we get past the start. He reached for the play button, but paused. Just in case, you may want a box or two of tissues. After a few boxes, courtesy of Momo, were passed around, Cinema exhaled. Okay, here we go. He pressed play. They were gone. Both of them. It had only been a few minutes, but the whole thing felt like it had taken forever, and all he could do was stare. Himiko immediately pulled Izuku into a tight hug, while Aizawa pulled Eri against his chest to hide her face. But I wanna see. She protested, squirming slightly. Being a parent, Eri. He replied. His parents had decided today was too nice to spend inside. Are they all here? Furious smiley looks like it. Bestiaris paid for it, too. He should run. Should be gagging from the smell hitting his nose from the burning, the red and green fluid scattered about the grass and rocks. Not the sort of resilience a K-kid should have to show. Rio said, his voice faint and shaky. They'd agreed the park would be the place to go. It was quiet that time of day. Most of the people there had been around the pond, so they took a stroll down one of the trails, taking them to one of the heavier wooded areas. Setsuna shivered. Used to love those paths. What a fight. I'm honestly impressed. Furious Smiley, you can gawk after we check everything, now move. Furious Smiley, well, one thing's for certain, they made a bad choice of target. Male and female. Married, too. Wait. Target. Mina crawled closer to the screen. What is? He'd been having fun, checking out the trees and rocks. He'd even spotted a couple of squirrels before they took off. Before a thing darted out at him from the bushes, a heavy cable the only thing that kept it from him. What followed was a whirlwind of screams, roars, and his dad yelling for him and mom to get away. Both Izuku and Inko attempt to give each other the comforting hug at the same time, succeeding after a couple of attempts. He didn't know what had scared him more, the thing, acting like a snarling dog, swinging its tail around and snapping wildly, or the monsters that were holding onto the cable. 9 of them appeared from nowhere, wearing metal masks and armor. Mina tensed up. No, that's impossible. They don't. No. All of them stood nearly as high as All Might, but they didn't look anywhere near as friendly. I am here. Toshinori whispered, holding both Midoriyas tightly. Inko, get Izuku and run. These things don't look interested in money. The stuff they were holding told him his dad was right. Ibara whispered a quiet prayer as she crossed herself. Heh, their pet and its handler went first, it seems. There was a brief cracking sound. Fire! Hot enough to melt the metal of his helmet to his skull and apparently boiled the Xeno in its own carapace. Guess they decided to try and send it after the mother and child. And paid for it. Shoto slowly looked at his left hand. The shrieks and bellows the monsters let out when Dad used his quirk still echoed in his head. They lasted until the two of them fell down, and he turned to another monster that was lunging at him. Not him in that timeline. But Yoichi shivered. He torched another when she tried to jump him. Heh, Screenthea too. Furious Smiley, didn't she have a habit of eating whatever she hunted, regardless if it was sentient or not? Furious Smiley, yeah. Fitting fate for a psycho like her. Banjo was utterly silent. Third one managed to get him though. Arm blade straight through the chest. But he had enough fight to torch him, point blank too. Until another two came from behind. Izuku went numb, barely hearing his mom scream when they stepped away from his dad. The front of his shirt was already turning red before he fell to the ground. Himiko started to shudder. Seeing her, Khan quickly triggered his support gear, using his quirk to send her some of his BLD, which she immediately began suckling on and relaxing. Took 3 to bring him down, and he still took 1 with him. That I can definitely respect. So, the ones talking are good ones. But Mina seemed to be racking her mind for something. The female lost it after seeing him die, it seems. Take a look at their chests. They would pay. Inko said darkly. His mom's clothes were covered in the monster's already drying BLD. Hishashi! She screamed, whether from sadness or anger he didn't know. You. BSTRDS. He'd learned then that the stuff inside you counted as small items. She pulled out green glowing things from 2 of them, throwing them aside as soon as she caught them. By the elders. Hearts pulled out of the 2 of them, right through the ribcages. She wasn't gentle, that's for sure. Another got his lower jaw pulled off. Monoma looked at Inko and hid again with a scared whimper. And this is one reason why this place is off limits now. Mina quickly perked up hearing that. Oh. Bad BLDS. Didn't know that was canon. Horn buddy? Kirishima asked, honestly confused at her reaction. Mina smirked. You'll see. There was a harsh sigh. She decimated the rest. At least, until Rasp. Plasmacaster, point blank. Caught her right in the midsection. Heh, nothing less would have taken Midoriya down. Rumi said, grinning over at her. Then, Izuku tensed up when they all looked at him. They looked just like the monsters that had killed his parents, but they didn't act like them. They'd seemed glad the others were gone. The one that had killed Mom was the last one. Then it started towards him. He hadn't even had his quirk test yet, but he knew it was insane. It was slow on purpose, it wanted him to run. Mina shuddered. Sick Biesta must have been thrilled their cub was still there. He loved going after the young ones. The screams, the one talking snarled and stomped on the head of the last one as hard as it could. Momo looked ill. This is going to be more brutal than the timelines we're used to, isn't it? Probably. Mina managed to get out. He knew he should have probably ran. He wanted to. But he knew, somehow, that's what it wanted. He wouldn't have stood a chance anyway, and he didn't want to give the monster that. So he stared back. With every bit of defiance and hate he could muster, he stood there, and he stared back. Could I have? Monoma mumbled, not noticing he could be heard. That seemed to make it angry, because he pulled out a big metal circle. Right before a spear came through it from behind. Have to give their cub credit. Rasp wanted to have some sport. He considered young ones easy hunts, the DMN coward. But he stood there and glared back. Mina nodded. That's the sort of thing they'd respect. You know who they are? Gyro asked. Didn't want to crow about it earlier with the scene, but it's my two favorite sci-fi franchises. Kirishima's jaw dropped. No way. Yeah, his poor ego must have taken it as an insult, because he looked cessed before the commander skewered him. Nice shot with the combi-staff, Chief. You got him dead center. Furious smiley, I aimed too good. The one that pulled the spear out said. BSTRD didn't deserve this cleaner death. Mina whistled. DMN. They must have really hated this rasp fellow. That's not the sort of thing they normally go for. Izuku squinted slightly. It looked like a 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded. I believe we've just found who steps up. Really? I know the franchise too, Mina, and the official material never distinguishes gender. If this is drawing attention. But he wasn't sure. His whole body tensed when they looked his way. What do we do about their cub? Seems cruel to just leave him here on his own. Squinting eyes face yeah. He looks to be only a few stellar cycles old. The one with the spear slowly knelt down until she was almost eye level with him, and pressed a few buttons on the thing on her arm. The clicks and hisses started shifting when she did. I think you're right, Mamadoriya. Mina squeed. She's working her translator. 𝐶𝐬𝐴, Eret, 𝐶𝐭, understand. Izuku looked at her in surprise, then glanced at the machine. Weiss, he replied, somewhat hesitantly. You speak Japanese. She pointed at the machine. Later. Then she gestured to herself, making a few adjustments to the device. That should work better. I am Adjudicator Sen, and this is my team. Adjudi. He remembered hearing that word on a show his parents were watching with Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru one time, like police. In a way. She replied. We are tasked with hunting down bad BLDS, criminals of our race. Ooh. Mina's excitement grew. She's definitely a badass even for them if she's got that job. She gave the body she'd skewered a look that even Izuku could tell was one of disgust. Through her helmet. This one was Rasp, a bad BLD wanted for numerous crimes. He and his gang were here on Earth for an illegal hunt, their method breaking several of our laws. Tokoyami frowned. It appears my knowledge of this franchise was incomplete. Mina scooted over to him. I can totally share what you don't know. Well, assuming I can find the playlists. Which franchise is this? Izuku asked. The Alien and Predator franchises. She replied. Why? Mom. Didn't Dad's storage locker have an acid-proof box labeled in case they're real with DVDs inside? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded. He did. I got them converted to the more modern data format. She chuckled. Paid off the house letting the one doing so make a copy for themselves. Still have the originals, too. She blinked. Did you want to gift them? Well, if she loves the franchises that much --midorg, take this any way you want. She threw herself into his lap. But I'm yours. Gyro shook her head. Should have seen this coming. Ojiro stared. Talk about mood whiplash. We'd tracked them here, but didn't stop them in time. Apologizing isn't quite in our race's nature, but there's no honor in what they did. Whoa! Mina nearly fell off his lap. That's as close to apologizing as they get. He shook his head. It's not your fault. He looked at the ones his parents had killed. At least they won't be able to hurt anyone else. Monoma glanced from screen Midoriya to Izuku. Izuku glanced back at him. So? He awkwardly cleared his throat. How accurate --? I've yet to see anything from this Izuku that seems at all out of character for my baby. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 responded. Izuku blushed, but didn't object. Monoma went quiet. Senmei looked at him. Only a fool wouldn't see that the child was doing all he could to put on a calm front. Even though he was visibly on the edge of breaking down, he was mustering all his will to try and hold the pain back for now. Mina nodded. Yep, she's keeping you. Child, Izuku, and my name's Izuku. She'd given her name, only seemed right he gave his. Izuku, do you have any other family? We can take you to them before disposing of Rasp and his gang. Katsuki looked up. Hopefully. He shook his head. He looked down with a sigh. No. My grandparents died a few months after I was born. He was shaking by then, though the feel of a hand on his shoulder stopped him. How would you like to come with us, then? At the very least this will honor what your parents have done. Yeah. That sort of thing is DMN important to them. Mina said. This surprised him more than a little. Come with you. Wait, what do you mean honor what my mom and dad did? What your parents did is no easy feat, kid. Another had gotten their translator going. They faced off, and vanquished, a full team of bad BLDS. That's something very few humans can attest to. Much less ones as disturbed as this lot was. Even then, they had to use coward's tactics to stop just the two of them. And you stared down Rasp, their leader, himself. Their entire culture is built on personal honor, personal combat prowess, and the hunt. Bad BLDS violate all of that. And taking down a squad of them would be something they'd respect your folks for 4 centuries. Definitely gonna look after you to honor them. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 chuckled. Well, I've heard of worse reasons to adopt. And staring the leader down yourself like that. They're gonna have high hopes for you. Izuku weighed his options. Even if the Bagukos wanted him, Katsuki's head jerked back up. Despite Kaken's slowly growing ego from the praise at getting his quirk, great. Another but me. He'd still be put in foster care at first. And who knew how long that would last? Rumi glowered at the thought. TSH, yeah. That 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲. Senene, on the other hand, didn't seem to care one way or another about that. He looked up at him, hoping he was making eye contact. Do I call you Mom? A few scattered chuckles and squeals were heard. No, that's my name. Eri protested, earning more laughter and squeeze. This made a few members of the team chuckle. Never expected you to be the motherly type, Chief. Furious 𝐒𝐿𝐲, put a loincloth in it. She replied, grateful her helmet was hiding her smile. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked. I like her already. Death in the Park police are still looking into the double homicide of Hisoshi and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 Midoriya at the Hoth Recreational Park yesterday afternoon. Park employees located the bodies in the late afternoon when a visitor with a sense enhancement quirk complained of smelling BLD and burnt flesh coming from the northwest woods walking path. It took that much to find. Nezu narrowed his eyes. The local heroes and police aren't doing their jobs, then. Police refuse to give details, but say the scene was gruesome. They aren't supposed to give details. Chiyo facepalmed. At that point, it'd be an ongoing investigation. All I'll say is they put up a fight. Detective Tsukochi said to reporters, surprised he said that much. Toshinori said. Their 4-year-old son, Izuku Midoriya, was not at the scene, and is presumed a possible kidnapping victim. Police are unsure as to what purpose. Is it still kidnapping if the purpose is adoption? Himiko asked. Yes-Ryo started. No. Aizawa cut him off. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shrugged. Maybe. Further inquiry revealed that police and paramedics on scene are baffled as to, if this was murder, why were the bodies placed respectfully beside each other? Or why a pristine, antique musket, dated to the early 1600s, was found placed between them. Holy 𝐻T, a weapon that old would have been one of the adjudicator's personal hunt trophies. Mina squeaked. And with Earth now being off limits for hunts, an irreplaceable one at that. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 unconsciously straightened herself. Question from a law newbie. Denki spoke up. Why did they? It's their ultimate sign of respect, usually only reserved for when a hunter, one of their own, is bested by their prey. Discussion, maybe. Any questions? I do. Setsuna called out, her hand shooting into the air despite her arms remaining around Izuku. Where they'd been since she'd taken up residence in his lap upon entering the room. What's with the shirts? Not that I'm complaining. She briefly leaned back to get a better look at Izuku's communal boyfriend shirt, her tongue popping out of her mouth to playfully like her lips. But I'm surprised at the theming. Don't you think you're going a little overboard there? Kendo asked, a hint of disapproval in her tone as she watched how Izuku reacted to Setsuna's antics. His K&K is quirks, Setsuna responded with a shrug. The more I can incorporate my quirk into acting Seki with him, the more his fascination with quirks will override his social anxiety over it, and the healthier overall he'll be in terms of interacting with the opposite secretary. Even so, there must be a line between what is for his own good and what is excessively acting the trollop. Shiozaki spoke up disapprovingly. That line is when either Izuku or Mamadoriya tells me to stop, Setsuna explained easily, popping her shoulders off her arms to shrug them. Coincidentally letting her uniform shirt briefly slip down a bit in front. I draw the line at exposing yourself when A is in the room, Inko interrupted firmly. Right you are, Setsuna agreed, her shoulders slipping back into her shirt to put it back where it belonged. And speaking of clothing, my question. Izuku's closet makes them. Okiko replied. Still working out how? What? Rumi snickered. Yeah, apparently shirts like this just appear in Izuku's closet when someone goes looking for them. She stretched some, making hers tighten slightly. Or in my case, the closet actively ejects them with the intention of them reaching certain people. Ryo smoothed out his. Leiko perked up, looking at him eagerly. Your wardrobe is possessed by a mischievous spirit that produces thematic attire. Izuku just shrugged. Honestly, that makes a lot more sense than thinking my closet somehow has a t-shirt making quirk and a weird sense of humor. Sweet. Setsuna sat up. I want to see what shirts it makes for us. At the very least that means she will be giving him space. Shibara started, glaring in disapproval. Will you chill, quiet girl? Gyro muttered. He's seen most of us naked anyway. She snickered at the shocked squawk. Gonna want more details later, Jax, but who says I gotta go anywhere to do that, Shio? She popped an eye and hand off. I can multitask. More so when I've got a big brain cuddle buddy to keep my brain warm. She nuzzled into Izuku under his chin while her hand and eye flew off to find Izuku's room. Wow, that's a lot of all might. Izuku turned several shades of red. Not judging. She snuggled closer. My room's chock full of dinosaur and Kaiju merch to the point I literally need my quirk to get in and out without tripping over anything. Kendo sighed. She's not exaggerating. Nearly broke a toe thanks to that Lego T-Rex. So like what you like. If he's that big an inspiration for you, then go nuts. The hand and I soon floated back in with a pile of shirts. Sweet. Now let's see what your closet's got for us. She held up each one, looking more than a little amused before tossing them to the other girls, keeping one for herself. Leiko's cheeks pinked a little before she went to another room to change. When she returned, hers was just long enough to reach her upper thigh and read "Possess Me." Either way. You are wearing something under that, right? Okiko asked warily. I shall only reveal that answer if the spirit MSTR commands me to. She replied, making her way to the pile, ignoring Ibara's objection. Kinoko looked at hers, and blushed brightly before she ducked into a side room. After a moment, she came back in with just the shirt, which read "Dance in My Fairy Ring" with a downward pointing arrow. Without a word, and hiding her face, she walked over to the cuddle pile. She's been crushing on you since Shiyu in the entrance exam. Setsuna explained, smirking at the embarrassed squeak. Suna, she whined, rounding on the other girl, only to desperately clutch at the bottom of her shirt when it started to flare from her movement, now blushing even brighter. Should probably let her sit and join us before she embarrasses herself into fainting on top of you. Kyuko whispered to Izuku, her own cheeks quite bright. Izuku, too stunned to stop his heroic, proactive instincts, caught Kinoko by her hands and pulled her down into his lap. Only for both to turn even brighter shades of red and try to simultaneously hide their faces against each other when they realized he pulled her down spread-eagled and facing him. Go green. A waist cheered. Kendo stared in shock at her shirt. Seriously, Setsuna. Come on, Prez. Put it on. She sighed in resignation. If only because that's the exact opposite of the cheer you normally shout in this situation. She pulled it on, blushing brightly as she did. The revealed text read, "I'm not the class mom," with one word above the middle of her waist. Yet. Pony looked at her shirt for some time, tilting her head back and forth. Until Momo leaned in to whisper an English translation in her ear, at which point she burst into laughter before pulling the shirt on, revealing the text, "This pony is half American, half Soviet." The way she flaunted it pointedly at Izuku set him to blushing brightly as he remembered what she'd whispered to him on joining the cuddle pile. Yui caught hers. And promptly used her quirk to make it knee-length, slipping it on before enlarging the rest of her clothes so she could slip out of them, then re-shrinking the shirt so it was just past her hips, giving Izuku a brief view of the pink cotton panties she had on, and making it skin-tight. The shirt was decorated with a splash image of Ultraman with "size matters" written above the picture, and "I can fix that" below. "Absolutely not," Ibara yelled, pointing at her. "Not only are you tormenting him," Izuku asked. "Tormenting who? You are flouting his mother's edict." Inko stopped her. "I'll allow it." At no point was she exposed. Besides, turns out melons and violence is therapeutic for him. Denki added. She asked, her eyes gleaming with interest and excitement as Ibara stared with a hanging jaw. "Kodai." Khan sighed in resignation. "Whatever you're thinking, make it a written proposal first, and it has to be signed off by Mrs. Midoriya, Hound Dog, Izuku, Aizawa, Recovery Girl, the principal, All Might, and myself before going through with it." A hastily written paper was quickly handed to Inko. Her eyes went wide as she read it. "Approved." She signed. "F it, approved." Aizawa muttered. Chio hemmed as she read. "Don't see a health concern, and it's something that'll let them stretch without injury. Approved." Approved with the addendum that anyone actively dating young Midoriya and has gotten parental approval may also participate, though the bouts remain one-on-one. Toshinori stated as he signed. Yui nodded. Approved." Nezu cried between mad cackling. Ryo shrugged. "Like Denki said, it's therapeutic for him." "Approved." "Really, Mom?" Izuku asked, his entire face red. "Yep." Inko chirped, a classic SHT-eating grin on her face. Izuku gave her a look. "Not gonna argue." "Approved." Khan finally got the proposal, now signed by everyone he'd named but him. "Goddamn-it, Yui." He groaned, but signed the proposal to engage in quirk-based mud wrestling while wearing water-based painted-on sports uniforms. "What exactly is your life, Midoriya?" Yui agreed excitedly. Reaction, pray PT2. "Okay, I think now we can continue." Cinema said. "We good." Various sounds of assent were made. "Right, movie sign." "Senene, you've returned." The head elder spoke up, watching her drive the head of the bad BLD onto the spike in the middle of the council chamber. Kendo looked a little green. "Well, that's one way to report a successful mission." "The best way." Kamakiri laughed. "And I see you've dealt with Rasp." "Understatement." Inko said. He gave her a curious look. "Where are the others?" "Last we heard, he'd brought a small team under his banner." Furious smiley dead. "Though, not by my or my team's hands, elders." She replied. "Explain." He leaned forward some. "Ooh, their reactions are gonna be fun." Mina's eyes sparked in anticipation. "Once we placed the bodies of Izuku's parents together, we disposed of the bad BLDS and returned to the ship." She finished, recollecting the event. "Thank you for not making us relive it." Izuku sighed. By the time she was done, the council was expressing a variety of reactions. "Ahihi." Mina rubbed her hands together eagerly. "You mean to say 2 humans bested his entire team, and their xenomorph, with their bare hands?" One of the newer council members looked legitimately surprised. "Understandable. In the past, that's the sort of thing that takes a squad like the Adjudicators, or a full military team of humans. And this is reason number one why Earth was declared off-limits." Another responded. Wonder how we as a class would fare against a force like that." One of the bad BLDS would try to attack Eri. Shoto held up a finger. The entire squad would be multicolored smears before she finished blinking in surprise. He held up a second finger. Accurate. Himiko hissed. No one hurts my mama. And no one hurts my baby kitty. Eri petted Himiko's head. Awase stared. That is adorably wholesome. And yet so strange. I'm more impressed that the two accomplished this feat by themselves. One of the battle-scarred members added. They were civilian non-combatants from what you said, and still killed 8 mentally unstable bad BLDS. They were parents protecting their child. Aizawa stated. I am not surprised. Even he stepped carefully in that sort of situation. Yoichi said. Toshinori looked over, a frown on his face. How so? He means he went after the parents and parental figures first, and only then went after the kids. Banjo answered. Meanwhile, the elders simply sat there, mandibles twitching in amusement. So, in regards to their cub, you plan to take this Izuku in as your own. Oh, don't lie. You find him adorable too. Mina pointed. She nodded. Yes. His parents. It's the least I'm capable of to honor their actions. Furious Smiley, where is he now? Furious Smiley still in a stasis pod. Felt it best to come and inform you first. Why a stasis pod? Setsuna asked. The 𝐒𝐻𝐽 have a very different preferred environment in terms of gravity, atmospheric composition, and air pressure compared to humans. Mina explained. They'll probably have to do some gene splicing for him to function normally. She let out a startled gasp. We get Predator Izuku. Awesome. Awase snorted. Seems like he's a predator already. He jerked a thumb to the crowd of girls around him. Nah, that's all their antics. Mineta replied. In that case, he's the prey. Heeb. Are you planning to train him as another adjudicator? One of the others asked. Oh. Midori'd be so badass if she did. Mina squeed. Senene shook her head. Haven't decided. For now though, he needs DNA augmentation so his body can tolerate the conditions here and in our ships. Called it. Shoto nodded. Fascinating. Your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Spock? Sen asked with a slight smirk. Shoto blinked. But. My name is Shoto. I see. Wait, have you checked to be sure that any of the augments you have planned won't react negatively with his quirk, as the humans call these abilities? The scarred one asked. He had no longing to see the cub suffer because of an overlooked detail. Chio sat back. Good of them to think about that. However, Senene shook her head. We did a medical scan on him during the trip. Izuku didn't show any traces in his biology of having one. His fully baseline. That. Minoma looked surprised. What? But -1, alternate universe. Gyro said. 2. Izuku was misdiagnosed as quirkless due to his doctor using the Tobone test. Okiko added. He's actually a late bloomer. But he obliterated the 0-pointer during the practical. Minoma I was gobsmacked. How late could his quirk have come in to accomplish that? Izuku looked at him. That was the first time I used my quirk. Before that, I wasn't strong enough to use the power, and trying might have blown my limbs off. Spent 10 months before UA training to reach the threshold. The blonde stared with his jaw hanging. Wow, he finally shut the hell up. Katsuki snickered. No quirk. Well, that's new. The elder mused. Setsuna leaned into Izuku. Still think you'd have made an awesome hero even without a quirk, with just this big brain of yours. She tapped his head with a floating finger. Don't forget to exercise it just because your quirk needs to flex the muscles. Izuku looked at Senene in confusion. August. Augmentation. She clarified, kneeling so they were as face-to-face as possible. Just imagining trying to explain this to a 4-year-old. Let alone a heavily traumatized 4-year-old. Chio rubbed a temple. You've noticed that my races, the Yajuta, homeworld, varies a fair bit from Earth. If has been in the stasis tank the whole time. When's he had the chance to notice that? Kinoko asked. Okiko scratched her head. Here. Did they let him out? Maybe he can see it from inside the tank, 𝐭. As such, to let you live here safely, your genetic makeup will have our DNA added to it. An excited gasp was heard from Pony. Like 𝐒𝐿. Kinda, yeah. Cinema said, then muttered, wonder if that one will sync up enough for me to show it. Yee. She squealed, combined with happy excited bouncing. And humans are DMN adaptable, too. 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺's brother, 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺, joined in, rifling through medical equipment. So this'll be beneficial and fascinating. Yuichi hummed. I'm normally really leery of mad scientists. But this one's giving me animated Jumba vibes. Second said. I think is cool. Do you always have to play the mad scientist? It's my best feature. I think I knew a scientist like him once. A thoughtful look crossed Nezu's face. Oh. Aizawa asked, slightly warily. Indeed. I believe he's actually still around somewhere. Chiyo raised an eye. That's surprising. Given what you've talked about other scientists you used to know. Oh, those definitely met with an unpleasantness. By contrast, the one like this one. He met with a pleasantness. He smiled. I believe he works on Island now. 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺 shook her head, noticing Izuku was trying not to laugh at the exchange. Anyway, that brings up another detail. The augmenting will cause some altering, as in you gaining a few of our physical traits. She set a hand on his shoulder. The question is, how much of a change would you be comfortable with? Mina frowned. That's a tough call, actually. I doubt it. Izuku replied. With how varied quirks are and their effects on appearance and biology. Long as the base genetic and reproductive code is still human, what's the difference? Here. Hadn't thought about it that way. Izuku looked at them both. 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺 was watching him patiently, and 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺 was mumbling about what it's gonna be like being an uncle. Inko grinned. He's going to be fun, isn't he? Despite their really intimidating appearances, they were both wanting to be sure he was comfortable with all this. That's a good mama and uncle. Eri declared in approval, amid coos in response to her cuteness. He couldn't help laughing a little. Well, whatever doesn't make you jump, Mom. It's a bit fast, but he's adjusting. Rio said as the girls cooed. Helps knowing he's cared for. 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺 tilted her head in mild surprise before chuckling herself. Challenge accepted. And now I'm nervous. Mina poked him. Their entire culture is based in going out and hunting dangerous monsters, and you dared her to make your appearance one that makes her jump. She laughed. You should be. I got the sedative ready. 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺 said gleefully, holding up a syringe. Banjo cackled. I'm suddenly picturing him tripping, accidentally injecting himself, declaring it the good as in, and then staggering over to get another dose, in a clean injector, for Izuku, with 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺 just rolling her eyes in response. Nezu joined in the laughter. All right, kiddo. This first augment'll take a couple of days to set in, so I'll be putting you under until it sets. 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺 said, making sure Izuku was propped up securely in the chair. This is the good stuff, too. Poked myself once and woke up that night with my face in the chair. Banjo made an odd sound. Daffik. Nana busted out in laughter. Guess you called it. Oh okay. Izuku took a deep breath. He'd gotten shots before, so he braced himself for the needle. Now, when you wake up, you're going to feel a little funny. Not quite funny. More like waking up and wondering why you suddenly taste fish. Aizawa grimaced. Had a few nights like that. Toshinori looked a little ill too. Nights like that is why I won't touch alcohol. 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺. 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺 chided her brother. He doesn't need to be hearing those tales yet. Besides, that was your own fault. There's a fun family. Setsuna laughed. 𝐶𝐻𝐼𝐺 made a noise that sounded suspiciously like a raspberry before turning back to Izuku. Ready. 𝐂𝐿𝐺 can blow a raspberry. Mina stammered. But the mandibles. The jaw shape. The lips. Kirishima stopped her. They've got their translators on, remember? Probably made their equivalent of the sound and it mixed with the translator playing a raspberry sound as a translation. DMN, that's some effective translators. He nodded, and winced slightly as the needle was inserted into his arm. He barely saw it being pushed before consciousness went on vacation. Wow, out already. Carvin lightly shook him to double-check, and Izuku simply snored. The girls in the cuddle pile began cooing over adorable Babizuku, while Inko cursed forgetting the photo album. Let's get to work then. Senene began plugging various devices into the chair. The sooner we get this first augment, the sooner he can get accustomed to this place. Mina started bouncing. Oh, wonder what sort of adventures Izuku's gonna have growing up Yorcha. Well, hopefully we'll see that. Cinema said. Eventually. You're kidding. Gyro pouted. Reaction, Pray PT3 Cinema gave the screen a light twist. Well, annoying news and okay news. Annoying, we aren't gonna get to see his time growing up just yet. No fair. Mina pouted, along with groans and other protests. It's the frequency this world is transmitting on. He replied. Can't help it. The okay news, though. You'll get to see him in action shortly. A loud laugh ripped through the air, grabbing the attention of the group. Aizawa facepalmed. Damn it, MIC Hisashi Yamada, better known as the voice hero present MIC, couldn't wipe the smile off his face as he stared out at the mob of kids waiting to test their mettle in the practical half of the entrance test. Setsuna blinked. Whoa, that's a jump dash, Mina squealed. No way. We get to see Predator Midori go ham at the entrance exam. Woot. Like the rest of his fellow hero teachers, he was eager to see how they performed. Remember, once these doors open you all have just 10 minutes to get as high a score as you can. As he listened to the eager buzz that rose up, Hisashi looked around at who held promise. One looked to a relative of Ingenium, judging by the resemblance. Ida looked ready to cry in relief. Thank goodness, a timeline where I'm not being in but at this part. He tried not to laugh as a girl with an obvious frog quirk used her tongue to smack a boy who'd apparently tried to cop a feel on the pink-skinned gal beside her. He what? Setsuna turned to glare at Mineta. Mina patted her shoulder. Leave him be. It's not this him, and he's gotten better. Actually did a pretty good job teaching Himiko how to be civilized without making her change, Kiro. Wait, what? Her head spun around. I thought he was the class pervert. I still am. But I saw objectively worse versions of myself and decided to climb back up the slippery slope. Mineta replied. Helps knowing I was still here in the first place because Sensei believed I had potential. Wow. Kendo mumbled. And I thought Vlad Sensei was a softie. I heard that. Aizawa muttered. And I deny everything. However, it was the one several seemed to give a clear berth to that had him a tad unnerved. Seriously, MIC. That's exactly how people reacted to me during the practical. He didn't know why, but there was something about this one that yelled dangerous. And a fake city full of adolescents told to wreck SHT doesn't. Chio waved her cane. Standing at over 2 meters, the applicant was barefoot save for wraps around his ankles and the arch. Aside from that, his only item of actual clothing was a pair of baggy and tattered breaths with suspicious red marks on them. His shirtless torso showed a muscular, albeit athletic frame that was covered in scars on the front and back. The scars didn't seem to dissuade some of the girls, if some of the looks he was getting were any indication. Mina took a deep breath. It's not just me who suddenly wants to know what those scars taste like, right? Izuku let out a startled squawk. Kinokuma but nope. Setsuna grinned. Kiro. Gladly would I worship the spirit MSTR if he so desired it. Izuku's scars are really yummy. Head spin towards Himiko. What? Mina's eyes bugged. What? Hobo-sensei told us to explore our sexuality in private, so we did last night. His scars taste really good. Kiro. Tsuyu's tongue hung out then slowly turned to look at Shouter. Eraserhead. Explain. Himiko wound up giving herself 𝐒𝐻𝐻 by watching an alternate version of herself and Izuku have 𝐸 while Mineta and Midnight offered constructive commentary. He replied, I said that because Himiko asked about FNDLNG and decided to see how it felt by putting Midoriya's hand on her melons and squeezing. Vlad stared. Aizawa, what is your life? You think I know? Along his collarbone, spine and the sides of his abdominals, he had dark brownish-gray markings, almost resembling reptile spots. Oh! Setsuna Lee Ki. Both shoulders had high-tech-looking pauldrons on, along with armor covering both arms, and a bizarre gauntlet or bracer on both of his forearms. Support gear apparently, along with a utility belt of some kind. His face, though, was concealed by a skull-like helmet. Intimidating, Kero. And hot. His hair was a peculiar mix of a shaggy green mop and dreadlocks that ran down to his mid-back. Not a bad look for him. Okiko blushed. The dreads all had 2 or 3 metal bands decorating them. So, apparently, all in all the girls still find this version of Izuku scrumptious despite his non-human traits. Nemurai grinned. Good to know. Are you ready? Senene's voice came in through the comm system as she watched her son of 10 solar cycles prepare himself for what would be a personal milestone in his life. Oh, looks like I gave special permission for her to watch. Nezu smiled. But why would you do that? Inko asked. Most likely for the challenge of trying to access their communication system. Aizawa exhaled. That fits you. Since he was a native and was there not to hunt, but to fulfill a dream he'd been after since before joining the 𝐻𝐻𝐽, the elders had given them permission to go. Senene went along mostly so he wouldn't be fully alone on this, and to cheer him on. Ah, that's so sweet. Mina cooed. As I think I'll be. Izuku said, adjusting his helmet, thanking the fact that one of the augmentations had been to modify his vocal cords, allowing him to speak both languages. Very useful, Kero. He was well aware she was within viewing range, most likely cloaked to keep from being spotted. It seems you've gotten the attention of quite a few of the young females attending. Senene didn't even bother hiding the amusement in her tone. Inko had warm smile on her face. Grandbabies, she proclaimed, making Kinoko let out an unintelligible squeak. Izuku sighed. Mother, I don't even know any of them. Furious smiley yet. Furious smiley, can we stick to the matter at hand? He asked, trying to ignore the glances he was getting from the one called Okiko. Was it normal for human females to bite their lower lips? With a whine of embarrassment, Okiko hid her face in Izuku's chest. Hey! I was here first. Setsuna protested. Pulling back, she revealed her shirt red, can't stop falling apart in love, surprisingly wholesome. Sen commented, Shoto nodding in agreement. He reminded himself that he still owed her an apology for scaring her when he realized he'd forgotten to turn his cloak off. Aizawa stifled a laugh. That is somehow a very Midoriya thing to do. Perhaps, but the proctor seems to be starting the next part of this test. She replied. The doors opening. Izuku quickly looked up. Sure enough, the massive entry was slowly opening. He made a note to do it afterwards and let out a loud roar to psych himself up before charging in as soon as he could get through. Mina jumped. Whoa! Now that's a hunting cry. Setsuna's face rapidly pinked. Any chance you could roar like that, Izuku? Maybe. He thought for a bit. I'll try later. Thank you. Gyro said, relieved. Needless to say, everyone in hearing range had either jumped in fright, or was considerably unnerved by the bestial sound. Or turned on by it, Kero. Roar like tiger. Hunting time. Pomi asked. Setsuna smirked at her. Would that make you the prey? Pony huffed. This prey bite back. The hell was that? I think I just SHT myself. I somehow doubt whoever that was passed the test. Nezu shook his head. Right. Present MIC cleared his throat, forcing his composure back into place. Well, what are you lot waiting for? Someone to say go. Get in there. Well, that one certainly seems ready to go. Midnight commented, watching at the first student in charge straight at the first bot he saw, drawing a small stick out from behind him. 𝐻𝐸. Nope. She corrected herself when it rapidly expanded into a spear that he plunged straight into the bot's head. He followed up with a pair of small gun folding out from the pauldrons and blasting another that was approaching. Mina erupted into muffled excited squeeing. And a thumbs up Ciro's way, along with a relieved sigh from Gyro. 𝐒𝐿mentos looked through some papers. Are we sure that equipment is even allowed? Seems a tad deadly. He pulled out a few sheet. Guess it is. Besides, deadly is a measure of the person wielding it, not the gear itself. Aizawa added. Yeah, his adopted mother signed all the needed forms. 𝐺𝐻𝐿oda slid a stack over to him. I'm not the only one who wants to read that stack for tech details, right? Nope. The rest of the staff hollered. Vlad snorted. Doesn't anyone else think he's relying a little too much on gear? He asked as the boy hurled a disc that seemed to home in one that had blindsided another student. Why hasn't he used his quirk yet? Why am I the one asking that? That's a MIC question. The reason all his gear was permitted. Nezu replied. Every piece was cleared in advance because our young friend down there is genetically quirkless. Nezu shook his head. Again with specifying technicalities. Setsuna looked his way. Oh. The last one Mina got this excited about was medically quirkless. Gyro replied. Oh, yeah, that's a big concern with meds. If you don't have quirk factor, the contraindicators go nuts. So what was that one? Mina melted the tape. Oh, that one Midori was half signed dash you're shitting me. Setsuna shrieked, staring in disbelief. Decibels. Gyro winced, holding her ears. SHT, sorry. But really, he was half cyan. Any idea which universe variant? Which bloodline? Heh, that much is still around. Yoichi asked. Rumi's ears waved in thought. Between the build and the green hair, we concluded dash holy he was Broly. Setsuna nearly floated her head off. Did he go berserker super? Yoichi exhaled. Nothing he encountered required it, thank God. Setsuna gulped. Yeah, true. Forgot that level of power can actually fracture the fabric of reality with the clashes. He might have fallen into the classroom if that happened while you were watching. The F. Cinema did a double take. Though how come you're the one answering questions, Jax? Gyro blushed. Touch fluffy tail. Toru chanted with an evil giggle. My fluffy tail. She froze. Seriously, what the F? Why do I keep saying that? Oh, so Cyangzuzu's hot button was someone messing with my 𝐾𝐽. Setsuna waggled her eyebrows. A. Gyro went tomato red while the others descended into teasing laughter. Are you sure? All Might asked, looking curiously at the papers. But these markings. Toshinoti sighed. I imagine that me is concerned about involvement of. He gave an awkward glance around. The Kamino villain. Monoma looked over at him with a curious frown. The result of gene therapy, I understand. The principal replied, looking exceptionally smug. Therapy? Aizawa asked. Is that some British cuisine? Ryo rounded on him with glare and growl, hackles rising. Aizawa raised a hand. Easy, Ryo. Just a joke on how most versions of me we've seen have acted. I know better. Ryo huffed, but slowly settled back down. His adopted mother is from a region with a rather intense climate. It's rather inhospitable to those not native, so he was treated to allow him to tolerate the conditions. One way to put it. Mina said. Are you sure it's okay for you to be talking to me while I'm taking the entrance exam? Izuku asked through his comlink as he decapitated a one-point robot with his shuriken. As invigorating as it was, the combat was a little disappointing. The robots did nothing but charge at him. No taking cover, no tactics. Yeah, can see why that'd be disappointing to someone trained by the Yachtja. Mina noted. Wonder what sort of creatures that you has hunted. Mental note, set up brainstorm session with 𝐺𝐻𝐿oda sometime. 𝐻𝐸 said. It's not like I'm helping you get points, just offering color commentary while making sure you don't accidentally kill anyone. Yokoyami nodded. A valid concern. Mother, I'm not that dangerous. He protested, blowing away another one-pointer. Yeah. Calling bullshit on that. Izuku deadpanned. Says the youngest full-belted hunter in our history. Senani didn't even try hiding the smirk in her voice. Mina choked on a breath. Holy Izzy, now that's impressive. Izuku was grateful his mask hid the blush. It's not that big of a deal. Furious smiley only because you were born with this society's taboos about mating and don't know how to handle girls being forward with offers. Wait, what? Furious smiley C. You just got distracted and nearly took that kid's head off. Furious smiley no, he retted. I knew those balls were detachable. Holy SHT, that me nearly died. Mineta paled. And I got the bot that was about to blindside him from cover. Aizawa frowned. Would that have counted for him as rescue points, or against him for endangering a fellow examinee? No. 𝐻𝐸 shook his head. I could tell from the stance he knew exactly what he was doing. Rescue points. His mother hummed. I dunno. From what I've seen of his behavior, a lot of the females here would likely have thanked you for striking a little lower. That's a bit much. Nemurai said in disapproval. Sure, they might not have wanted to see him in class after that behavior, but they wouldn't want him dead. I wouldn't do that. I'm not here on a hunt. That too. Mina added. Meanwhile, the boy in question stood there, shaking with half a still smoldering ball on his head, eyes bugged, and jaw hanging. Oh no. He whimpered, tugging at his breathes a little. This is embarrassing. Chin up, other me. Mineta said consolingly. Plus ultra. He looked over at 𝐻𝐸. Is that gonna count against me? Cinema chuckled. Well, looks like you're in for a treat, 1B. What do you mean? Khan asked. See for yourself. Leiko let out a shaky exhale. She smiled. It seems my soul is the first to shine for us this day. She'd managed to distract a bot with a trash can long enough to hit its off SWCH. 𝐻𝐸 almost facepalmed. That was both amusing and embarrassing to watch when it happened. The bot chased the can like a cat chasing string. Okay, that's 20 or so. I hope I'm getting enough. Cheeks pinking, Leiko refused to meet anyone's eyes. Dark shadow moved over to her. So is dropping the spiritual speech something you only do when alone, or is it a comfort thing? It is only in times of great stress that I allow such unseemliness to occur. She replied. Cool. He chirped. You definitely seem fun. If Green's ever busy, wanna hang with us? It would be intriguing to explore the psyche of a bound soul such as you. However, Izuku looked over. D&D Dark Shadow squeed. D&D. A wide grin formed on Setsuna's face. D&D, did I hear D&D? 𝐻𝐸's ears perked up. Tokoyami grinned. Verily. Anyone else? Izuku asked. All hands except for Momo, Minoma, and Katsuki went up. Momo looked puzzled. What's D&D Dungeons and Dragons? Kendo said, only to see more confusion from her. TTRPG. She perked up at that. Oh. Yes, I would adore participating in such an activity. She clapped her hands while bouncing excitedly. So, why did she not know what D&D was? Setsuna asked. Somewhat distracted by the bouncing. She's the Yorozu heiress. Shoto answered her. Like me, she's had something of a sheltered upbringing. Though for different reasons. Momo blushed a little after her excitement. Apologies for not knowing. Still, such intellectually STMLTNG gameplay. While I've never been able to engage in a game before, I have most definitely enjoyed finding ways to balance the system to allow for quirks in addition to the existing magic and class system. Setsuna paused. Wait, Momo Yorozu. Number 1 academic in our entire year. Yes. She answered hesitantly. Get in here, BBCB number 2. She grinned as a hand shot out and grabbed Momo, yanking the other girl into the cuddle pile. Practically on top of her and Izuku. Despite turning bright red and squeaking in surprise, Momo glomped onto the both of them. Mineta rubbed his chin. So, does that second B still stand for brains in her case? With her, it's pulling double D duty. Setsuna said, glancing shamelessly at her chest. Momo's blush brightened. She looked around to see if it was safe enough to come out into the open. She started to head down the street when a sudden feeling of not being alone hit her. Wait. Setsuna turned to 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿. That's not just a Chiyuni act, Ray. While I admit to emphasizing that aspect, I am properly trained as both spirit guide and Miko. She replied calmly. It fueled my longing to be a hero to both realms. Awesome. She yelled. That really is amazing, Yona-Izuku started to say. You need not be so formal. She looked at him with something akin to reverence. Or just the horny. The spirit MSTR may address me by my given name. Or servant, SLV, pet, or if it is to your preference. PFGNRKSQ. Dark Shadow whined. Oh great, his summoning again. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿 tilted her head. Again. Tokoyami sighed. When overwhelmed by more female attention and encouragement than he can handle, Midoriya has slipped into what we can only conclude to be speaking in tongues. Not long after previous such events, we have had alternate variants of Midoriya that we've been watching arrive if they have such abilities to perceive being watched from beyond the veil. Sen looked at Shoto. Translation. If we're watching a Midoriya with medium awareness or paired with someone who has it, they're likely to show up if Izuku makes those noises. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿's eyes brightened. The spirit MSTR is also a summoner. Command me and I obey, my dreadlord. Tsuburaba leaned over. You sure you should offer that, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿? While it doesn't seem in character for him. What if he asked you to STRP and present yourself? He flinched from Itsuka and Zu's combined glares. Just a thought. He yelped. Just a thought. Then gladly, humbly, and eagerly would I thus prepare myself as a vessel to receive any of my dreadlord's desires. She said, giving Izuku classic bedroom eyes while subtly biting her lower lip. Izuku's expression melted into a blank stare and open mouth. Not again. Ryo howled as he clutched his ears. Hello? She asked, looking around uneasily. There wasn't a soul in sight, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was looking at her. To be fair, I can't blame anyone for looking, Ray. Mina winked. You're hot. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿's blush deepened. Dost thou truly think so? While you don't have the markings of so-called classical beauty, there is an ethereal elegance and grace to your body and movements that's next to impossible to look away from, an almost spiritual beauty like a manifest kami. Izuku said, unaware he wasn't mumbling. She quickly hid her now red face. She barely reached the intersection when a loud mechanical rumble made her freeze. Down the other street, a small group of 1- and 3-point bots were turning to face her, charging towards her the moment they saw. Nezu frowned. Is that a bit much? Should we program the bots to not gang up in groups of that size on individual examinees for the entrance exam? Toshinori hemmed. Depends on their quirks. Bakugo, for example, could have easily handled such a group during the entrance exam. As could Izuku if he had mastery of his quirk. Tenya could certainly have handled them as well. So determine each examinee's threat level based on their quirk, mastery level, and combat skills and program the robots with different behavioral patterns based on the detected threat level. Aizawa stared at him. Did you just turn the entrance exam into D&D? Nezu's eyes gleamed, an excited grin forming. Absolute veto against any and all semblance of false hydras. Khan said quickly. Agreed. He shuddered visibly. Too many. She started to turn to run when a bizarre noise sounded, followed by the head of a one-pointer exploding. What? Khan scratched his head. Maybe these weren't actually after her. The robots all seemed to quickly shift their attention from her as something descended into their midst. A second one-pointer's chest was blasted open, followed by a 3-points head falling away as if it was sliced off. One by one they fell, some having parts inexplicably blowing up, cut off. A couple fell as something seemed to pierce through their heads. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 just stared. In barely 30 seconds, over a half-dozen bots lay in pieces. Mina whistled. DMN, Midori. You kick butt. What oh? That's the cloaking tech, isn't it? As the carnage ended, she gulped at what she saw. Slowly emerging from the bots was something. It was barely more than a distorted figure, but she could see it had a humanoid form. No way. She whispered. I heard the rumors, but... Rumors? 𝐒𝐻𝐿 asked. Hands shaking, she quickly took out her scene's pendulums and held them out. I mean no harm, spirit. Several snickers were heard from one Nayakiro. Tsuyu said, getting more laughter. Setsuna frowned slightly. Joke I'm not getting. Okiko giggled. A previous Izuku we watched managed to convince that Timeline's Denki and Tenya that the testing site was haunted. That Timeline's Nezu denounced the idea, claiming that the graves had been properly transported prior to construction. Phut. What quirk did he have, that Timeline? He was a 2-foot-tall catboy girls were constantly trying to kidnap and snuggle. He was also apparently indestructible, and got the same insane strength ours has. Katsuki answered. You telling me he was the YEET hero, Catapult? Momo chuckled. We used that joke name. Yo, sensei, we gotta do more joint class exercises. Setsuna cackled. These guys are a riot. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 looked disappointed. So, does that mean spirits do not infest the testing sites? Nezu said nothing, whistling innocently. She glanced at her pendulums to see if they picked up anything. My name is 𝐒𝐿𝐽 Yanagi. I only wish to talk to you. Ah. Are you bound to this place? Is that how you normally approach when you find spirits? Izuku asked, notebook out. Indeed. It is why when I felt the weight on yours, I drew my pendulums forth. She looked at the distortion. I did not expect the weight to be so great as to depress the spiritual fabric enough to resemble a gravity well. The figure stopped when it was finally out of the bodies. It was still for a moment before the head seemed to tilt slightly, like it was curious. Yeah, that me probably would have been. If it pleases you, reveal yourself to me, and speak the desires that hold you to this plane. And not correcting her because. Nemirai asked with a pointed look. 𝐻𝐽 don't really have a concept of spiritualism, as far as I know. Mina replied. Don't think the idea of anything lingering after death beyond how you're remembered has occurred to them. So, failure to translate. Essentially. The figure made a motion, and 𝐒𝐿𝐽's jaw slackened when it showed itself. She'd always hoped to see a genuine ghost in her life. A masked one was fine as well. She just wasn't ready for a shirtless, buff, and hot one. Mina purred. That he is dash only to see the screen freeze. I'm afraid I need to pause it here real quick. Cinema gulped. Forgot this happened. Weird. Well, can't really go any further unless two things happen first. He breathed slightly. First one. 𝐒𝐿𝐽. Okay, how do I even ask this? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 tilted her head in thought. I found myself believing this Midoriya was that sort of spirit. With those sorts of desires anchoring him. And moved to act accordingly. Yup. And, unfortunately, if we go much further dash he gestured randomly, trying to find the right term. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 shook her head. It does not bother me if I am seen for myself, even before all here. Mineta blinked. Wait, really? Setsuna rolled her eyes. It surprises you that one of the two of us who never wear bras is shameless. Momo looked. Wait, you don't. We know that Okiko apparently doesn't need one because her quirk somehow acts to prevent her back strain dash. Wait, really? Okiko blushed. That was so awkward to learn. But you too as well. How do you work without the support? Quirk practice. Momo tilted her head. I beg your pardon. Izuku snapped his fingers. Oh. Since you can detach and float any part of your body, you can control whether any weight strains you even while it is attached, assuming you even feel that, and can probably control their movement directly. And 𝐒𝐿𝐼's telekinesis probably functions like a hand BR for her. He, BBCB #1 for YA. Setsuna grinned. Verily, my dread lord. Right. Cinema looked slightly relieved. That's dealt with. Apparently. However, Eri looked at Aizawa. Gimme scarf, papa. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. He clutched his chest and fell over, the scarf flying into Ei's hands. Thank you. She quickly bond-fled herself with it. Baby kitty, tell mama when she can look again. Yes, mama. Himiko chirped. Cinema sat, staring somewhat blankly behind his helmet. Well, that was easy, he commented, pushing a red button with illegible white text for some reason. She blushed heavily. I see. I've never done it before, but... Her breath came out hot as she began pulling her shirt off. I'll offer my body if it will free you. She let out a soft gasp as her BRSTS felt the cool air. Mineta quickly raised a hand. Permission to ogle. I belong to my dread MSTR now. He turned to Izuku with a slightly unsure look. Izuku blinked in surprise. Does his gaze on that make you uncomfortable? My comfort is secondary to your desires and pleasures, my dread emissary, she replied. My longing is that your service unto me is comfortable and pleasurable. He said, his tone suddenly firm. That you not be used in ways that bring you undue distress. If I inquire as to your opinion or feelings on a matter, then assume their consideration to be important to my desires. Speak. So long as you claim me as yours, I care not who bears witness. She burrowed against him, blushing hotly. He blinked in shock. Granted, I guess. DMN, that was hot. Itsuka, Setsuna, and Pony squeaked in unison. Yuich. I'm not even wearing panties right now and need new ones, Kiro. Izuku, Okako, and Kinoko went red. Zoo. Mineta held his head in his hands. How is it I now have permission to ogle but feel guilty for considering it? I F it. Tsuburaba gave up. Senator passed the popcorn. Okay. The figure spoke, pulling the mask off to reveal green eyes and a dusting of freckles. I'm used to this kind of stuff back home. Wait, what? Mina yelped. I take it that's not something covered in the source material. Kirishima asked, pointing unsurely at Yinko shook her head. It is not. But I didn't expect human girls to get like that too. Setsuna patted his shoulder. Nah, you just got lucky like that. Not all Earth girls are easy. Yoichi laughed. I understood that reference. Oh. You're not a spirit. He shook his head. No, I'm as alive as you are. Mina scratched her chin. Guess spirit translated directly even if the rest didn't. Either that or I'm finally listening in Japanese. Oh. She quickly covered herself, trying, and failing, to ignore what she felt under her palms. Wait. Rei, was that from the cold, or? Setsuna waggled her eyebrows. I decline to answer unless my dread lord commands it of me. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 replied primly. A wicked grin formed. That's kinda an answer on its own, you realize. Though you aren't a spirit. She gave him a slightly appraising look, I would not be adverse. Ha! And that's even more of one. A willingness to engage thusly in public with one so desirable does not necessarily imply a separate longing for public display, Setsuna. In BBCB-1's case, point. We're still in an exam. Nemurai looked incredulously at Izuku. That's your counterpoint. To be fair, they are, he shrugged. And the entire reason that me is even allowed on Earth is to pursue my dream to become a hero, after all. Point made. She admitted. Oh, yes. She turned and headed down the other street to find more bots. Rei. That you didn't fix her shirt before running off. That could imply that she is shaken by her experience and did not think of it. And the chill. Setsuna pressed. When used on myself in the manner my dreadlord suggested earlier for why I go without upper binding, my quirk enables me to retain a great deal of heat. Oh, does it now? She grinned. Kinda wanna experiment with that now. Care to take notes on it, Izuku? She froze at the intense glower she got from Tsuyu. Are you seriously trying to stuck our boyfriend with quirk experiments? She gulped, worried she'd gone too far. Without us, Kiro. Phew. She fell back in relief, had me worried there for a sec, Zu. Izuku just shook his head. Earth girls are odd. Understatement. The other male students yelled. He didn't remind her about fixing her shirt, Midnight pointed out flatly, her tone slightly acidic over what she saw as ungentlemanly, possibly perverse, conduct. That seems odd. Tsuburaba gave the woman a look. Just because it's my brand doesn't mean I encourage it towards others. She responded. In his defense. Nezu chimed in. His adopted culture doesn't have a NDTY taboo. Setsuna perked. Re-ally now. That me, not this me. Nezu smirked. I have, however, instructed Aizawa to schedule as many aquatic lessons in the near future as possible. Can we join those, sensei? She looked at Khan with her best puppy eyes. Well. Himiko mewed eagerly. Oh, that'd be so much fun. Approved. He gave an instant thumbs up. Itsuka let out a heavy sigh. Hoo boy. Does it now? She asked, her disposition doing a full 180. Just before a rolled-up newspaper bapped her on the head. Bad midnight, no corny. Eri pointed randomly, getting snickers that turned into more laughter. Down girl, no corny. Aizawa muttered. Hiryu stared. Oh god, now I see the resemblance. Oh, I think you can look again, mama. Thank you. Eri pulled the scar off and handled it back to Aizawa. You really should work on getting over that hang-up, dear. Senene chided him. Agreed. It's not a hang-up, mother. He protested, hurling a shuriken at a nearby two-pointer. Oh. Then what is it, exactly? Furious smiley. I doubt they'd appreciate mating in the middle of a test. I would see no problem with it. Nezu said cheerfully. Would you really want a hero potential who prioritizes getting laid over doing their best? Aizawa glared slightly. If they're able to score high enough in the test to get in despite taking time to score, then that's potential that should be nurtured. Nemurai looked irked. Oi! How am I not even involved in this talk? There's far more than that, Izuku, and you're aware they were cut off by a panicked yell. Of all times for it to wear off. Monoma complained, running as fast as he could from the pair of two-point bots hot on his heels. Monoma glared at Cinema. Is the point of this part to humiliate me? If your humiliation was the goal, I'd just let you talk for a while. He shot back. Less effort that way. He'd been doing fine, having copied the quirks from that pink girl and the short kid. Wait. You copied mine. Mina rounded on him. Mineta did the same. And mine. When? Monoma shook his head. I didn't get either of yours, actually. Probably got them in this timeline when I stopped that Mineta from copying a feel, Kero. Mina stopped. Oh, that makes sense. But, in his excitement, he had forgotten about his time limit. Don't you two tin cans have anything better to do? No, they do not. Nezu laughed. His answer came in two explosions, the now headless bots coming to a skidding halt. Ah! He looked around to see who blasted them. Thanks. You know. Izuku decloaked in front of him. Mina chuckled. Now that's a shocker. Yeek. Monoma let out a very non-masculine shriek, falling back on his butt. Kirishima frowned. Not manly. Tsuyu shrugged. Still a reasonable reaction, Kero. You startle easily. He offered the boy a hand up. Monoma was silent. Well, not all of us can turn invisible at will. Monoma retorted, though he still took the hand. However, the moment he touched it, he noticed something strange, the familiar tingle of his quirk reacting to someone else's. Wasn't there? Wait. You can tell if someone has a quirk just by touching them. Izuku asked. Yes. Why the heck haven't you lent that skill to pediatricians for kids whose quirks are still coming in? He broke into a slight rant. With just a touch you could know what quirk they're going to have, what type, anything they need to do to prepare for it, if it's going to be late. I tried. I can't copy a quirk that hasn't awakened yet. Izuku paused. Oh. Sorry about going off like that. Just. Right. Your misdiagnosis. Both boys looked away from each other. Support gear. I came prepared. Izuku nodded to his plasmacasters. Didn't you? Several blank stares came from the students, and an awkward hand raise from AMR. Nezu nodded. We should probably make more of an effort to let people applying to take the hero practical exam that they can request the use of support equipment and bring it in. To be fair, good quality support equipment is rather expensive prior to obtaining a hero license. Momo replied. We should set up a support equipment scholarship program of some sort for incoming examinees. Toshinori nodded slightly. Yeah. My quirk is copy. I can copy the quirks of others. For a time. Presumably that would require some sort of contact with their DNA to copy the quirk. Izuku began taking notes. Does it have to be skin to skin? What about hair or BLD, do those work? Does it have to be live cells, or can you also copy from preserved cells like properly treated hair follicles? Is the time limit a fixed amount of time, or does it vary? Does copying the same quirk frequently alter your ability to use or retain the copy? Monoma stared at him in stunned amazement. How? How are you not at the top of the analysis industry? Because Aldera didn't see the point in helping the quirkless brat be anything but the waste of space, they called me, and it wasn't until after cinema started showing us things I even knew that was a job option. I don't suppose anyone has a quirk I can copy that will let me throw myself back in time to give my past self the beating I so richly deserve. Nezu cackled. I'll let you know if it is found. And we hadn't even gotten to the part one thought would turn you around. Cinema mused. Here. He blinked with the armored boy drew a serrated short sword and handed it to him. Then you should carry a weapon for when you don't have someone available. Monoma quietly stood up, copying Tetsu's quirk as he passed by, then activated it before proceeding to slam his head repeatedly into the nearest wall. Stupid thump, stupid thump, stupid. Kirishima looked concerned. Won't that? Nah, it's cool. Tetsu waved it off. Turns out I can control how thick the metal gets, and if it's thin enough I can experience pain without risking injury. He smiled. That's what he's doing now. Manly. He replied. I'll be coming back for that after the test. Don't dishner it. I want him. Inko giggled. Oh, and I thought I was more your type, Aizawa-san. Aizawa stared at her with an utterly betrayed and flabbergasted look. EHHH. Nemurai fell to the floor laughing. Yes. Setsuna gestured. Mom brought him espresso muffins she baked. He took one whiff and proposed, then freaked out over doing so. She told him having a relationship with one of my teachers would be inappropriate, but to feel free to try again after I graduated. Zuzu, your mom is awesome. Katsuki snorted DMN straight. Boo WXAA. Present MIC quickly went back to regular volume when Aizawa erased his quirk. Mina pointed. So, is that the main reason you have to attend staff meetings, sensei? He was still non-responsive due to Inko's jibe. Nezu snickered. Pretty much. Ai poked him. Mamadoria, I think you broke my papa. When was the last time an examinee demonstrated during the practical that they could be logical? The scruffy hero asked, looking around, while hiding a smirk under his scarf. So that's where he hides them, Kiro. Monoma looked at the blade in his hand. As long as he could remember, he'd been teased about being useless without someone to copy. He looked away. Because of that he was determined to prove just how good his quirk was. Only to meet someone who had less than he did. His quirk didn't copy a thing, meaning the other boy was quirkless. Yet he was able to take out the robots without one, just by refusing to accept limits and preparing for anything. Technically, anyone who could justify why they should be allowed to bring support gear into the practical could have done similar, regardless of their quirk status. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 stated. Monoma just stared. Something clicked in Momona, something he couldn't explain, but he quickly embraced. Holding it up, he made a silent vow on the blade, a vow to be as great as the masked warrior, and worthy of the trust he'd been given. Itsuka breathed. Wow. That's oddly appealing. Manly. Kirishima and Tetsu screamed. Heh, now that Monoma would have been fun to have in class. Setsuna chuckled. Not that I'm complaining, since I do like the outlook, and I will try to incorporate the philosophy somewhat. But with the way that Ms. holding the sword. Monoma buried his face in his hands. My hero name is Phantom Thief, not Night King. Yuichi squawked in surprise. Holy SHT, that survived. One hand, I'm relived. She said. On the other. Furious smiley, something wrong, Izuku? Senene asked, watching him remove the head from another 3-point robot. Just. Where's the challenge? He hurled a shuriken at another advancing bot almost half-heartedly. Almost feel guilty. Yeah. This definitely isn't geared to alien hunter warrior skill level. Mina admitted. Just remember, this is see how well your fellow students handle their abilities. She replied, before adding. And no, robot heads don't count as trophies. If there's that little challenge to it, would he want the trophies from it? Kirishima asked. Think they gotta be from live targets to count. She replied. Rats. Furious smiley, no, none of those either unless you count me. And despite what the staff says, I think I'm more of a mouse. A somewhat high-pitched voice came through on the communicator. And I managed. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 crowed. I wonder how I pulled it off. Who was Izuku looked around. What? Did you think I'd give your mother permission to communicate with you during the test as long as it was only to observe and spectate and not find a way to join in? That me really shouldn't be surprised. Izuku said. I'm impressed, Senene observed thoughtfully. Accessed our communication tech, our channel, and learned our language. Your talents don't appear to be exaggerated, Mr. Principal. Mina raised a hand slightly. Okay. Completely hypothetical and terrifying thought, but how would the 𝐒𝐿 rate you as prey? 𝐒𝐻𝐿 started cackling manically. Oh, one day I hope to find out. Oh, you flatter me. The now identified principal cooed happily. However, it strikes me as somewhat curious that your son is so disappointed. Admittedly, we tailor this exam to test the average quirked human examinee. But is it really so little challenge? Furious smiley, honestly, it's been more confusing than challenging so far, Izuku allowed as he took a pot shot at another bot that was about to blindside a horned girl. Oh. You help me too. Pony bounced. High five. Sure. He high-fived her, getting a shout of F yeah in English and a double thumbs up in response despite still being invisible. Unless the point was to test me on human interaction. If it had been, I would have failed. Setsuna nudged him. So would Endeavor. She jumped when Shoto fell over laughing. Certainly an idea, as you'll need a refresher course. The principal declared happily. We all probably do, some more than others. Monoma muttered. But in the meantime, let's see what I can do about that challenge. Shall I be afraid, very afraid? Toshinori gulped. Senene and Izuku were both silent for a time. However, when a distant rumbling could be heard, they both vocalized the same thought. I like him. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said nothing, but preened happily in silence. 35. 37. Yes. That's gotta be enough to pass. Kinoko cheered after tallying up the last couple of robots she managed to deal with. Oh. Focus on me now. She asked, looking up at the screen. Still got a little time left, should get back to the woe. She yelped when the ground suddenly started to shake and rumble. A loud explosion from behind had her turn in time to see a massive robot emerging from the street, less than a block away. Yikes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 yelped. I wasn't that close when it showed up. Oh, shit. She gulped. The 0-pointer was looking straight at her. She quickly went back to hiding her face in Izuku's chest. Sorry. She laughed weakly. I'll just get out of your way. Nezu smirked. Oddly enough, the robots, including the 0-pointer, are programmed to let examinees run for it if they say something like that, as long as they are polite about it. Okay. And what if someone takes advantage of that to attack a robot letting them go? Katsuki asked. Then every robot in the testing ground activates their non-lethal eliminate on-site protocols in regard to that examinee. Aizawa let out a shudder. Toshinori looked amused at the man's state. Oh, you're back with us. He slowly looked at 𝐿𝐴. Please never do that again. 𝐿𝐴 giggled evilly. She turned and started making a dash for it. However, the robot's move to climb out caused the nearby buildings to start collapsing, sending chunks of rubble crashing to the ground. And one was coming down on her. Nezu sighed. We really need to implement better safety precautions in the exam to avoid injuries. We could hire 𝐂𝐲 to soften the ground to let examinees sink into it if rubble's about to crush them. Khan motioned to said student. 𝐂𝐲 blinked. Wait, what? An excellent thought. Mr. Honinuki, are you interested in a teaching position once you graduate? Nezu asked. Okay, totally didn't expect this. But sure. He chuckled weakly. Fairy ring, quick. She cried, her quirk making a ring of large toadstools grow up around her, catching the slab of brick and steel just in time. Wow, you already had a super move before you were even in UA. That's amazing. Izuku already had Black Whip writing since his hands were full. Thanks. Kinoko blushed. However, she found a downside to this idea. When the mushrooms stopped it from flattening her, the sheer weight caused them to bow in and force her into a near-lying position. Not really enough room to dance in, though Setsuna gave her a teasing smirk. Suna. She squeaked, face bright red and ears steaming, and now the robot couldn't see her either as it began walking her way. Definitely need to upgrade and expand the 0-pointner's sensors. Nexu was quickly making notes on his phone. Maybe have it programmed to take input from the more advanced ones only in terms of examinees in danger, so it doesn't up the threat level too much. Ryo suggested. An intriguing possibility. He nodded. Fear ran through her. If she tried to remove enough shrooms to get out, she ran the risk of the rubble finishing the job. If she stayed, the robot looked like it was gonna step right on her. She couldn't even grow more since her fairy ring had consumed all the local nutrients to grow so quick and strong. Have to say, I'm impressed with that quick tactical assessment, even if it didn't leave you with options. Aizawa said in approval. Somebody. She screamed, hoping any of the others could hear. Somebody. Help. The ground shook violently as the robot finally was above ground, almost reaching her in a couple of steps. Suddenly there was sound of something being fired, a loud impact, then a long silence. Followed by loud creaking and a horrendous crash that shook the area even worse than the bot's footsteps. Kinoko peeked out through the spaces between the shrooms, trying to see what happened. Izuku happened. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 smirked. Hang on. She looked around, confused, until something hoisted the rubble up off her. There you go. Her eyes widened. Between the skull mask, scary-looking equipment, and just how freaking big her rescuer was, Kinoko could just think one thing. They didn't mention staff would be in the test area. Not again. Izuku facepalmed while his classmates chuckled. Setsuna tilted her head. Another running joke. Momo managed to stop her giggles. It isn't the first time one of the alternate Midoriyas was mistaken for a staff member. The Saiyang one we mentioned was by Recovery Girl after his holoband broke saving 𝐒𝐭𝐴 perked up. And the big Izuku got mistaken for staff so much he became staff. Really? How big? Big enough he was surprised at the novelty of not needing to duck to enter 1A's classroom. Vlad answered. Holy SHT, she squawked. That's challenge big. 𝐒𝐿 started to open his mouth, only to blush brightly, close it, and bury his face. Oh. She leaned against him. Did BBCB number 1 have some naughty quirk ideas to handle the challenge? He nodded, silently blushing. Go on, say. Setsuna urged playfully. I won't judge. Well. I was wondering just how segmented you could make individual pieces of your body while still having them work in concert, and if that meant you could separate part of you to get the equivalent of expanding it while retaining shape. Setsuna cackled. So if I could use my quirk to make my naughty bits function on 𝐻𝐻𝐼 logic. We'll have to experiment with that at some point. I haven't seen any 𝐻𝐻𝐼 and even I know where this is going. Eri blurted. HRK. Setsuna sputtered, torn between embarrassed and laughing, while everyone else was a mix of stunned shock and laughter from the declaration. Eri preened a bit. That was a good alternate use of that line, right Mineta? Mineta's expression was torn between laughing and having a heart attack, so he settled for offering a thumbs up. Cinema coughed loudly. Moving on. You still in one piece? He asked, helping her up. Setsuna began opening her mouth. BAP. No more horny. Eri scolded, giving her a firm tap with the horny bat. Setsuna stared at her with a completely croggled expression while Itsuka fell over howling. Oh, why sir? She squeaked, standing at attention. This isn't gonna count against my score, is it? He shook his head. No clue, I'm not a judge. His gaze had her look back to where the bot was. Now prone and with a smoking hole where its faces. Bot went down pretty easy, anyway. Kinoko blinked. Wait. You're taking the test too? Yeah. Re-hee-hee-lee. She looked him up and down, biting her lip. Whoa. Where you been hiding that side of you, Kinoko? Setsuna asked, a mix of impressed and aroused. Kinoko just hid her face. I imagine that level of confidence is a result of it being just the two of them combined with the flood of adrenaline from the experience that just happened. Momo guessed, getting a nod from Kinoko. You know. While there isn't mushroom in here, it's only fair a fair maiden properly thank a warrior that saves her. And you did pull my shitake out of the fire here. She reached to pull down the zipper of her jumpsuit. Setsuna wolf whistled. Oh, so that's how you dance in that fairy ring. Kinoko could only make inarticulate embarrassed noises by now. If there's anything can you bake? The whole room went utterly silent, everyone staring at the screen in shocked confusion. Heeb. Well, that came out of left field. Toshinori noted. Kinoko paused. These are some amazing shrooms you grew, and they look like they could be quite tasty to boot. He checked out one that looked nice and crunchy. Would love a good shroom cake. Nearly everyone was still staring. Until Ai started humming the Mario theme. Oh god, she's right. Yoichi whispered. Okay. She stared as a pair of blades extended from his right bracer that he used to cut a couple down to let her out. Setsuna inhaled. Yeah, that's awkward you know, I've been told I have some pretty nice cake. Phut. Well, you're not wrong. Suna. Kiniko whined, blushing she bent over with her back to him, doing a quick twerk in the process. What do you think? Damn girl. Did not think you had that in you. Izuku swallowed dryly. Kinoko looked at him, blinking. Did you like seeing me do that? He nodded after more swallowing. So, that mean his and butt and quirk man? Awase asked. I can confirm that no particular body part excites Izuku more than any other in that regard, Kero, Zu pointed out smugly. Melons, butt, legs, face. He likes them all. Zu. Izuku whined in embarrassment, though not quite at the level he had been previously. It's working. Ryo whispered in disbelief. I'll let you know after I taste it, he replied, hoisting the two shrooms onto his shoulder. Phut. The unintended innuendo. Nemurai doubled over. Mina quickly joined her. I know, right? Hope you can make it spicy. Setsuna had joined them on the floor, her arms still hugging Izuku. He failed to notice the coloring of her cheeks. Mineta sat up. Which pair? Gyro huffed. Damn it, Mineta. She gave him an annoyed look. Can't even bring myself to throw a pillow for that one. Learning. He crowed, throwing his arms up in victory. Awase golf clapped with an amused smirk. Is he okay? Midnight asked, looking a little concerned as they watched the screen. Yeah, I can see why that me reacted like that. Unfamiliar vocabulary. Nezu explained. He's grown up with a different language, so his mental map is different now. The innuendo didn't translate. That is somehow an incredibly amusing explanation, and I'm not sure why. Mineta scratched his head. Ōheizawa gulped, seeing the look forming on his co-worker's face. She's found a project. Aizawa sighed. Thank God it's not one of my students this year. His voice trailed off. Nemirai smirked and gave Mineta a proud nod, making him blush and rub the back of his head from the praise. Oh smash me. Snark Toshinori sputtered. So, out of curiosity, how would Miss Komori had to have spoken to get her point across? She asked. Nezu didn't miss a beat. Grabbing his belt and asking, may I? Mina spittock despite not drinking. What? What? Tsuburaba chuckled. That's what she said. Mineta groaned. Dude. That fruit was hanging so low it was bouncing. No NDTY taboo, barely any SXL taboos, and a very strong warrior culture built around proving oneself and self-determination. Manly. Kirishima declared proudly. And rather assertive females. Tetsu blinked. Manly. Kirishima gestured at Izuku's cuddle pile. Manly. He nodded in agreement. Manly. Angry. Kamakiri growled under his breath from badly hidden envy. Shroom. Kinoki squeaked, hiding her face. Himiko snuggled against Izuku. Naya. Kiro. Tsuyu did the same. Gotta catch 'em all. Yoichi sang. Cinema sorted through screens. I swear I've got a timeline like that around here somewhere. Ryo felt he was going to regret asking. So, it's completely normal for women in their culture to go up to men and basically ask wanna F. Oh ho! Nemirai moved closer. Forward. Except for gender specifics in that statement, it's entirely accurate. Rainbow Yorcha. Mina asked, eyes widening before she let out a high-pitched squeal of joy. Not a fucking gain. Ryo howled, clutching his ears. Vlad-sensei. Minoma looked over at him. You think maybe I should add a sword to my costume? Like he said, I might not be around someone I can copy. I'd say a claymore. But you ain't got the muscle to swing one. Kamakiri said. Point. Also, oh. What about a cutlass? Sen suggested. Kinda fits when the whole military royalty thing you got. Well, I'm not really going for royalty. Although that me might. It was more for the whole gentleman thief image. So, someone who is mannerly, genteel, and urbane. Right up to the point they F you up. Mina asked. Not in so many words. But yes dash oh. Yoichi snapped his fingers. Like a Kingsman. You know that movie? Minoma asked in surprise. Honestly, I'm just impressed it's still around. He sighed in disappointment. So much from the pre-quirk era didn't survive. So that's the inspiration for your hero costume. He scratched the back of his neck. Indeed. While I couldn't ever get it exact, and, I admit, I let my own issues get in the way, a phrase from it stuck with me from the moment I first saw it. He stood up, walked the iconic strut to the door as though to lock it. Manners. Maketh. The man. Manly. Kirishima and Tetsu squeed. Yoichi chuckled. Well, the actual Kingsmen used guns rather than blades. But if that's the image you're going for, go for a sword cane. Not only does it make you look all the more distinguished, it works for bludgeoning or slashing damage if the cane sheath is tough enough. And made at UA, it's bound to be. Minoma looked on with starry eyes. Vlad shook his head in amusement. I'll let 𝐺𝐺 know to expect you regarding this later. He staggered from the sudden hug he got. Okay. Tokoyami took this moment to speak up. If a specific character you seek to emulate with your hero persona, Phantom Thief, perhaps rather than reacting to anything with your first thoughts or feelings, pause and ask yourself how that character would react. Even the single moment for thought taken to formulate a response can do wonders for ruling over your emotions, rather than allowing them to reign over you. He looked down. It is why I first began utilizing this method of speech, before discovering how much it spoke to my spirit. And he's a Lovecraft fanboy, too. Dark Shadow grinned over the embarrassed yelp. Izuku dusted himself off. Should go and get that sword back, he said, looking around. I'm somewhat looking forward to how I've changed from this. Minoma looked on. I got the signal on its tracking chip. Senene replied. It's moving about. A lot. I'm not avoiding you, am I? He let out a noise of annoyance. He's not trying to avoid me, is he? He asked. It's just a backup weapon, but still. Furious smiley. I believe I know who you are talking about. It shouldn't be too difficult to get a visual. Nezu informed them. Interesting. He seems to be asking everyone he can find if they've seen the Invisible Warrior, so he can give proper thanks. Several amused snickers were heard from 1B while Minoma ducked his head bashfully. Proper what? He frowned in confusion. Just told him having a weapon on hand was a good idea. Not that big a deal. Aizawa smiled. What from one person can be the tiniest favor can mean the world to the one who receives it. Senene just laughed. Here, I'll work out an intercept path for you. At least this way you can tell him to relax. Minoma snorted in amusement. Have I ever listened when someone told me that? Is Earth School always like this? He asked, getting the directions transmitted to his mask. If it's a good day. Nezu cackled. Can't argue with that. Nemurai smirked. Much as you might want to. Aizawa sighed. Take this next left and cut across the intersection, Senene said as he vaulted over a car. He should be there. On your right. Rounding the corner, he quickly spotted the boy. There you are. 𝐒𝐻𝐻. He yelled, spinning around to point the tip at him. Minoma looked relieved. At least this time my reaction was more battle-ready. You've been running all over the place. And you're holding it backwards. He pointed at the serrated edge. That's the cutting side. Never mind. He facepalmed. Oh. He chuckled sheepishly. Well, the other side still works surprisingly well when it comes to the robots. He demonstrated by cutting through the arm of a downed one-pointer. And not a bad strategy if you'll be dealing with PPE. Aizawa pointed out. Better to break a limb than sever it. Good craftsmanship, and you've got a good swing on you. Minoma scratched his chin. I wonder. You probably should look into training your body better. Izuku said. Nearly every quirk I've seen builds off the baseline of the user, so getting your baseline up higher can only help you. He began jotting things down. Maybe it'll even let you hold onto your copies longer, or let you generate a stockpile of your own to power copies of stockpiling quirks. Minoma stared. Please tell me no one else from that shithole you call a middle school made it here into UA, as I refuse to believe anyone stupid enough to dismiss the sheer force multiplier your analysis is for any and every hero you encounter could possibly pass the written test. Katsuki refused to meet anyone's gaze. Indeed it is. He took a deep breath. I wanted to thank you for lending me this. I don't know if I would have managed to pass without it. And even if I had, I don't think I would have become the right kind of hero if not for our meeting. Minoma looked away. He's not wrong. I think I would have been a much better hero from the start if I'd met you at the entrance exam, Midoriya. Izuku chuckled sadly. At the entrance exam, I was a stuttering, terrified mess who could barely get my own name out when addressed, muttered constantly, and was over the moon over managing to talk to a girl despite failing to even so much as say hi when she saved me from falling on my face on the way in. Okiko smiled. Thinking back, you were so adorably awkward that day. She purred, nuzzling into him. Then I wish we'd been put together in class. I feel we'd both have gotten better sooner as a result. Himiko wrapped her arms around Izuku. I like the way things turned out just fine, thanks. He let out a shaky exhale. So, thank you. He held the blade out, doll's side across both palms. It really pulled me out of the fire a couple of times. He gave the blade one last longing look. He knows it's the right thing to give it back. But letting it go is painful. It means something special to him. Monoma sighed, looking at the blade in almost the same way. Izuku stared at him in silence for a time, then examined the sword. And pushed it back to him. Keep it. It's oath-sworn now. He can tell. Mina almost crawled over Toru to get closer. Oh, oath-sworn? He asked, a little startled. You swore an oath upon it. He removed the scabbard and offered it. It knows that oath, and will help you uphold it. Take care of it, and it will take care of you. Kirishima was slack-jawed for a moment. I did not know 𝐤𝐤𝐵 went in so deep on blade lore. Manly. Tetsu breathed. Slowly, with hands shaking, he took it. I will. He quickly sheathed the sword, tucking it into his belt. I look forward to seeing you in class at UA. And high in the hero rankings after we both graduate. Monoma watched for a moment, then silently offered a clenched fist Izuku's way. Izuku watched for a time. Then bumped his own fist to Monoma's. Learning? Mineta asked. Yeah. He smiled a little. Izuku shrugged. Rank doesn't really matter any on a hunt. Only that the job gets done. Toshinori nodded. Good attitude to have as a hero, too. Alright. He saluted. Izuku rolled his eyes behind the mask, but nodded respectfully. Really needs to unwind sometimes. The turn to go their ways, until the boy stopped. Oh. He quickly looked back. I'm Nito. Monoma Nito. Yoichi snickered. So are you going Kingsman or 007? Little of column A, little of column B. Izuku looked over his shoulder. Izuku, son of Senene. Mina patted Inko's hand. He's on a hunt right now, Midoriya. So he identifies as a hunter first. He's bound to still use Midoriya for anything civilian. A sad smile crossed her face. Thank you, Mina. Monoma gave a quick nod before turning to go. Shouldn't the notice have arrived by now? Izuku looked at his timepiece as he performed maintenance on his combi staff. Izuku sighed. The waiting. Indeed, it was sheer torture, especially with the things my schoolmates said about me even trying. To enter. Monoma grumbled. Mood. Anyone else get the feeling if they'd met and gotten to know each other before the whole class rivalry thing started, Nito would be Izuku's closest male friend and most rabid bodyguard. Okiko whispered. And I thought I could be blunt, Kiro. Yes. That'd be something to see. Rumi joined in. Setsuna chuckled. Knowing he might have taken rabid a little literal, and I'd hate to see Izuku's reaction when his friend is dragged to the principal's office for biting someone to protect his feelings. Hey! Biting's my job. Himiko protested. Well, Nezu did say it would be an Earth week before they were sent out, so. Senene replied, wearing only her thermal mesh and munching on a chunk of dried meat. Mineta's eyes bulged. Dude. That's what female 𝐤𝐤𝐵 look like under the armor. Izuku started raising a hand. Not trying to perv, Izuku. Different universe or not, the rules regarding your mom apply. He waved in surrender. But still. DMN. Awase whistled. And to think, he's been the focus of attention from the female 𝐤𝐤𝐵 in his age group as the youngest full BLD in history. Lucky BSTD. Denki whined. Mineta looked over. Mina, are 𝐤𝐤𝐵 monogamous? Honestly, I have no idea. Though based on what's been said among the teachers, probably not. Nemurai said. Mineta tried hard not to drool. And they are probably all that fit and built. The warehouse they'd set up camp in proved to be a surprisingly peaceful location, aside from the occasional human bad BLDS who thought they could claim it for their own. Aizawa smirked. I have a feeling the local underground heroes either love or hate that the pair have moved in. Chasing them off turned out to be rather entertaining. Chase not hunt. Still either or. She was rather surprised to also encounter a local human hunter, though. Oh. Mina sat up curious. Wonder who would get that classification. He'd even tried to hunt her a few times, with rather impressive performance in his attempts. Ida's eyes widened. No. She'd hunted him as well in return, but had rapidly lost interest after seeing his choices in other prey. It's Stain. �NEZU frowned. And his focus was on culling false heroes, which by 𝐒𝐻𝐳 standards means his prey were the weak. She'd leave that one for Izuku to hunt after he was licensed. Or if he got bored. Ida gulped. So if Izuku happened to get bored one day, she'd just let him hunt Stain. An impressed whistle was heard from Mina. Now that would be a fight to see. Can't help but wonder what the training will involve, he said, satisfied with the staff and moving on to his smart disk. Senene made a noise comparable to an amused snort. Same, but �NEZU was rather cagey about anything involving it. Seems he enjoys surprises — I very much do. He chirped. They both looked up at the faint sound of propellers. She grabbed her plasmacaster, ready to fire at the small remote drone that had just flown in through a broken window. I must say, you two picked quite the spot to settle in. The amused voice of �NEZU came in over a small speaker on the machine. And living dangerously. Aizawa deadpanned, making him cackle. You won't believe how long it took me to work out your location. Technically, you are supposed to file a home address with the school so we can send you important information. But this way is much more fun. You would. Rio facepalmed, causing the principal to laugh harder. Will you be changing warehouses now that I've found you once? Furious smiley, as long as you don't make this a regular thing. She replied, giving the drone an exasperated look. Mina paused. Wait. Is she saying she'll find a new warehouse if he stops hunting them down with drones? Or won't find one if he keeps going? I'm guessing this is about Izuku's test results. Furious smiley, very much so. You'll be happy to know that, while it took a couple of days to translate your paperwork. Understandable since Japanese hasn't been your native tongue for quite some time. Mina giggled. Now that's an entertaining mind bend. Just imagine trying to relearn your native language from a new mental map. Setsuna perked up. Oh, that does sound fun to picture. You achieved more than enough of a score to pass the entry test. Congratulations, Izuku, welcome to UA. Furious smiley, well, that's good to hear. Izuku sat back with a look of relaxed satisfaction. It's somehow distressing just how relaxed he is about this. Izuku groaned. Senene, however, gave the drone a look. And his actual test placement. Furious smiley, why do we need to know that? Because she's a mom. Inko smiled. Need to know where you stand against the locals. She said. She made a snort of disbelief. And you want to brag to Uncle Carvin? He added, smirking a little. She totally does. Khan chuckled. That's irrelevant to our current discussion. Furious smiley, but not a denial. Furious smiley, hush, you. Their dynamic is just so adorable. Mina gestured wildly. How under the stars are 𝐒𝐻𝐳 adorable? �NEZU cackled over the speaker. I had a feeling you'd want that. In the practical, with his score and rescue of Miss Komori, earned him top rank. Makes sense. Toshinori nodded. And tied with two others in the written. Makes sense, has got the brains still. Mina cackled. Of course, some of the judges tried to deduct a couple of points from your test for your essay. Why would they do that? Denki asked. Kirishima shrugged. His choice of subject maybe. While well detailed and fascinating, your directions on how to fence and clean a trophy skull made present MIC and Vlad King a tad queasy. Vlad paled. That'd do it. You kidding? Kamakiri looked at him like he was crazy. That sounds fascinating. There was a chuckle that followed. I put a stop to it, though. Not your fault if they're squeamish. To be fair, flensing a trophy skull doesn't sound like a very heroic subject considering heroes are supposed to take villains in alive. Everyone stopped when the screen suddenly went black. Okay, good, bad, and all right news. 𝐶𝐻𝐼 said. Bad news, that world's desinced with my quirk. Good news, I already have another on hand, just need Mamadoria's okay. The all right news, I have some we can look at while I give her the rundown. If 𝐶𝐻𝐼 hummed to himself as he leafed through a stack of screens. Here we go. He fished one out that looked almost like it was framed in black lace. Hey, Shoto. Can I ask you something? You just did. Haha, he deadpanned. Then I guess you don't want to see a world where Endeavor isn't in your life, geez. He fell off his chair when Shoto was suddenly right in front of the screen. You have my attention. What happened? I blinked. Denki looked around in confusion. Right. Oh. He muttered, climbing back into his seat. Well, for a little backstory, after what happened with your older brother, who survived in this particular reality, your mom handed Enji Todoroki his walking papers. And kept about 60% of his stuff. Shoto frowned slightly. As enticing as the notion is, I find it hard to believe he didn't fight harder to keep custody of me, or pull that off. True, but even with pro-heroes, courts are a little leery of awarding single fathers custody of their daughters instead of the mom. Shoto stared at him. What? He chuckled. Let's just say, Shoko, formerly, Todoroki now lives with her mother and 3 siblings. Wait a sec, I thought these timelines were locked on Midori. Mina pointed out. How come this one seems to be about Shoko? I'm rather curious about that part as well. Shoto joined in. Well, Rei decided to take her kids and move. 𝐶𝐻𝐼 tapped the play button. Guess where they end up? Phew. Think that's the last load. We remembered everything, right? Everything that mattered, Mom. Natsuo said, taking a tote box out of the car. Hard to believe we're finally free. I'll second that. Fuyumi sighed as she helped Tuya into his wheelchair. Shoto. Izuku noticed his eyes were a little wide. You okay? I barely remember Tuya. He replied, his barely audible. I don't think I ever got a chance to really know him. Silence filled the room. Well, now you do. Himiko said. Maybe not directly, but... She looked unsure. Was that a bad thing to say? He was quiet for a second, then shook his head. No, that. I think that was the right thing to say. Thank you. She mired cutely with a big smile. Think we can all get back on our feet now. No pun intended. I'll remember that one, sis, Tuya growled playfully. Wow, looks like getting away from your old man was a major tonic for everyone. Dark Shadow noted. Seems so. A slight smile formed on Shoto's face. Oh, relax, sweetie. Rei said. Remember what the doctor said, just 6 months and you'll be cleared for rehab. She looked around. Anyone see where your sister wandered off to? Fuyumi sighed in exasperation. Oh, that girl. What is she up to this time? Tuya just laughed. For the first time in her life, whatever she wants. Is it wrong to feel a little jealous of yourself? Shoto asked. No. He looked at Izuku in surprise, who just nodded. Looking thoughtful for a moment, he held out a clenched fist questioningly. Izuku quietly fist-bumped. That's the most wholesome bro moment I've ever seen in my life. Sen spoke up. Monoma, on the other hand, was torn between agreeing and feeling jealous his fist-bump moment didn't get as much of a reaction. Kinda envy her, to be honest. Izuku, it'll be fine. Inko said reassuringly as she nudged her son to the door. They just arrived, so I'm sure they are just as nervous. That's not nervous. Izuku looked down. And she can tell, but she doesn't want to press in terms of what's really going on but thinks making friends with new people might help. Inko said. He looked at her. Was it really that obvious? That there was something going on that you weren't telling me? Absolutely. But I didn't want to push too hard on it because you seemed so determined to keep it to yourself. A soft, sad smile formed. I was worried pushing too hard would lead to you pushing me even further away. I just didn't want to burden you. He choked a little. You already had so much on your plate. I'm your mother, Izuku. I will always have time and energy for your problems, no matter what they are. So, it runs in the family? Zero asked as he watched the mother-son hug-fueled waterfall. Think everyone could use a Mamadoriya sometimes. Denki said. Izuku looked at the door uneasily. Despite it being theirs, he knew they'd see him as soon as he was outside. What was he supposed to do? Or even say? He already had problems when new students came to Aldera. BS always warned the new kids about the quirkless delinquent, Izuku muttered, the bitter tone catching even Katsuki and Inko off guard. You wouldn't happen to recall the names of these staff members, would you? Nezu asked, teeth and claws visible despite his cordial tone. Really don't want to go out there, but... He looked back briefly at his mom's hopeful look, knowing he didn't want to disappoint or make her worry more. All right, he said. Go ahead and get this over and done with. Mustering everything he could, Izuku forced the door open and strode outside. Thump. Only to walk right into someone. He had no clue who, just that they were his size after their foreheads bounced off each other. The shock, brief pain, and balance getting thrown off ended up sending them both down the stairs. Reacting nearly on instinct, he twisted around so he was between the steps and the other person, bracing himself for the impact against the concrete steps. Whoa! Kendo stared. He moved like it was just second nature. Ryo shook his head in concern. I want to believe that's him having heroic instincts. But we've seen his thoughts and heard what Izuku said, and it feels more like he's been conditioned to be self-sacrificial. Like what happens to him doesn't matter as long as others aren't hurt. And that's definitely not good for someone that young. Aldera. Katsuki grumbled. And you? Shoto pointed out. I know. Except, the impact didn't come. There was one of sorts, but not the sharp, possibly repeatedly bone-cracking one. Instead, he landed on something cold and really slick. It was enough to knock the wind out of him slightly, but they both simply slid down to the ground. A floor mat at the bottom catch them. Looks like my other self's handiwork. Shoto examined the now ice-covered flight of stairs. They were fast enough to minimize any injuries. What a ride! He groaned, feeling a little winded, but okay overall. You all right? He asked, before finding himself looking into a pair of mismatched eyes under a head of hair that was split straight down the middle into black and white. That's not right, Shoto said, pointing at the hair. No one in my immediate family has black hair. Well, duh. That's hair dye, dude. Kirishima pointed to his own hair. This shade of red isn't exactly natural for me, no. But why would they dye? Because the red you get from Endeavor. Izuku asked. And if your mom managed to get you away from him? Shoto's eyes widened for a moment. That makes sense. Izuku blinked in surprise, staring up at the face a breath away from his own. He desperately struggled to think of something to say, but all he managed to get out was, hello. Hello, the girl on top of him replied, seeming nearly as awkward as he was. I'm Izuku. He finally managed to say. Shoko. She's effing adorable. Toru and Setsuna squealed. Shoto tilted his head. I don't quite know how I should feel about this. Yet, I'm all right with it. Izuku, Shoko. Inko and the voice of presumably Shoko's mom cried out as rapid footsteps approached them. Are you two all right? Inko asked worriedly as the two women picked them up. Soon as he was back on his feet, Izuku managed to get a look at what she was wearing. A black t-shirt with a design for something Izuku didn't recognize but seemed to incorporate a skull and numerous knives, belted on black braces with chains and buckles running from her wrists to her elbows, a red pleated skirt that just reached her knees, a black choker with silver spikes with a black strap coming down from the front of it that went under her shirt, somewhat clunky knee-high black leather boots that she seemed unused to, and a white strap visible peeking out from under her shirt on one shoulder that he had no clue what it was for. A loud squeal was heard from Dark Shadow. Oh my gosh, look at the adorable lil goth princess. While not how I would phrase it, the style seems to fit your other self well, Todoroki, Tokoyami said. Goth Shoto looked puzzled. What's goths? Tough to explain. Gyro said. It's a fashion music lifestyle thematically similar to punk and emo in that they all embrace darkness through the use of dark colors and imagery. Denki answered. Major difference is in the outlooks behind them and how they are made apparent in presentation. Oh. She glared, her tone somewhat dangerous. Elaborate, charged alt. Well, the way it was explained to me, all three are based in accepting the stipulation that the world is a dark, cruel place. Emo responds to that by whining about it, punk responds by refusing to bow to the darkness by making it your own, while goth asks why the world being dark is a problem. He ticked them off one by one. So, world dark and cruel, emo sad, punk cessed, goth nice and warm. Himiko asked. Took all the fun. Gyro sat there and grumbled under her breath. Shoto nodded, seemingly in understanding. Fascinating. Can I be goth? Eri asked. Ah. Maybe when you're older. Aizawa said, not noticing a pouting Momo as she began unmaking the gothic Lolita dress she'd started creating in Eri's size. This me seems somewhat. What's the word? Shoto asked. Shy. Inko replied. Well, to be fair, weren't you at this point in your life from endeavor isolating you socially? Cinema asked. Just because your mom got this you away from him doesn't mean you know how to be any different yet. That kinda suggests that the choice of outfit is the sum total of rebellion against but dad that Shoko knows how to do. Gyro noted. Kinda like the skirt. Cinema cupped his visor. Well, it certainly started that way. Himiko grinned. Let me guess, she noticed Zuzu seemed to really like it and went all in. Bonus points if it's the first piece of non-familial positive action she's ever had. Rumi added. Shoto nodded slightly. Especially once she realized doing so was something that would have made Endeavor mad. Cinema chuckled. Hey, you got me there. Dunno if it was first positive social interaction, or if she found Izuku just that precious dash, Paul Q no los dos. Pony asked. Izuku looked back at her, a little surprised. You speak Spanish. Speak many languages. She chirped. Japanese newest. Is this big brain cuddle buddy number 3? Setsuna quickly wrapped an arm around her. Pony always felt more number 5, really. Holy SHT, that survived. Yoichi squeed again. But yeah, the two became instantaneous fast friends. And, well, having been through the hell of Endeavor's training, when Shoko saw how other people treated her new friend, she got intense. Shoto asked. Inko smirked. Overprotective. Nurturing. Mina offered. Excessively affectionate in an attempt to rebuild his self-esteem so they could become heroes together. Okako said. What I probably would do. Yes. Cinema looked at the screen. Looks like we've got a bit of a montage coming in, so. Okay. One more time. The principal sighed. Why did? I told them if they didn't stop picking on Zuku, I'd freeze their undies. Shoko replied, unashamed. They didn't, so I did. Katsuki facepalmed. Odds are I'm one of them. Which is probably the only reason she's in the principal's office, given both the strength of her quirk and being Endeavor's kid. Izuku noted. That seems to be a constant. Cinema said. All for going to raise Aldera to the ground as soon as this screen is done playing, say I. Nezu raised a hand. I. The room reverberated from the collective. Bello, minus Izuku. Midoribo. Kirishima asked, everyone noticing he didn't say anything. Izuku. Inko set a hand on his shoulder. If it's about the time. Aldera came up in the phone call. He replied. Oh, so Hisoshi's going to take care of it. Or have someone do so for him. Nezu's eyes gleamed. Oh. Plausible deniability. Toshinori shook his head. I really shouldn't be happy with that idea. But. Freezing underwear. Rei winced a little at the state those children were in. Izuku talked me out of doing the icicle anal probes. Why did I, nerd? The hell? Anal PR what? For the first time that day, Rei had a feeling she'd regret asking the next question. Shoko, where did you even get the idea for that? Tuiani. And she did. Of course. Yes, however, there's still the fact you used your quirk on other students. The principal said sternly. So does this mean Bakugo's going to start being punished for what he's been doing to Zuko? Shoko asked, glaring at him. The rotund man faltered slightly. Well, Katsuki-san is a differ-what? Katsuki snapped. How the F do I count as different? Want a list? Shoto responded. Excuse me. Rei cut him off. At this point, I'm on my daughter's side in this, so here's how this is going to work. Either you make it a policy to actually enforce your anti-bullying rules, especially when it comes to quirk use, on all your students including your little golden boy, or you make it policy to not enforce it and Shoko is free to act to protect her friends in a manner that actually reflects heroic behavior. Snow began to fall around her. Your choice. Oh no, whatever should I do? Chio snarky. How about doing your demon job, you lump? New, feral goth girlfriend. Rumi and Mina yelled. That managed to set off a brief, but slightly intense debate about the pros and cons of either choice until Izuku whistled to get their attention. Let's see what actually happens. And now see here dash. He puffed up, trying to cow her. Of course, your third choice is me taking the recording of this conversation to the press. The snow increased as she leveled a hard stare at him. We may not be Todorokis anymore, but the ex-wife of the ex-number 2 is still a big media draw. Third option. Third. Toshinori cheered. Nezu cackled. I love a good blackmail when it's deserved. Unfortunately, the principal was not as smart as Rei hoped he was. Aldera had a very bad week afterwards. The screen flickered and the scene shifted to Shoko and Fuyumi talking. Ah. Are you sure this'll work, Yumi? She asked. Another montage. Toshinori asked. Shoko looks a little older here. Yeah, this'll be showing the more notable moments in their relationship. Cinema replied. Relationship. Mina and Setsuna went starry-eyed. Yees. They squealed. Of course, just ask him if he wants to play a game. First to get to the middle of the pocky stick wins. Inko frowned slightly. Aren't they a little young for that? It's a montage. Toshinori replied. There are time jumps. Oh, okay. Fuyumi replied. Though, I wish you'd wear something a little less. Shoko gave her a look. She was currently off-the-shoulder dress held on below the shoulder by a pair of belt-like straps on her arms, cupping and presenting her bust from below along with a thick belt on her waist and black knee-length skirt, and her favorite heavy boots. Oh, that outfit is lovely. Momo gushed. Mineta looked unsure. Might be a bit mature depending on how old she is dash. Mom gave the okay, remember? Yeah. She sighed. Fuyumi knew her little sister could hold her own, but it was hard to not worry. Especially since PBOY had decided to gift Shoko early. Mineta's jaw fell. DMN. A waste wolf whistled. Gyro's jacks twitched. I want to argue, but... And I thought I bloomed early. Momo cupped her own chest. At least this gives the chance to catch them in a cute kiss. She giggled as Shoko built up her nerve on the way to Izuku. Soul sister. Mina and Setsuna cried Zetsudu. Oh, hey, Shoko. He said, seeing her. Then noticing the way she was fidgeting. So cute. Himiko mewed. Something wrong? I was wondering if you wanted to play a game. She said shyly. Why she gotta look so DMN cute doing that? Izuku froze. No, total agreement there, she's adorable. Okiko smiled. Agreed. Shoto tilted his head. This feels odd. He thought. What kind of game? Fuyumi called it the Pocky game, and thought we'd have fun with it. She took the box out from behind her back. Oh. How does it work? We split a pocky stick, trying to get to the middle first. Her voice squeaked a little and her hands were rattling the box. Pocky game. Sounds fun. Pony chirped. Why's she scared? Itsuka blushed slightly. It's frequently an excuse to get a kiss. Ooh. Izuku, pocky game. Woo. Oh. How do we dash? She slipped a pocky in between her mouth and held it up to him, eyes closed and a bright blush on her face. Oh. Izuku's own face reddened a little. Ah. Inko smiled, cooing and giggling at the scene. Ready. Jigo, she said, and they started munching down it. Izuku, though, barely got 2 bites when he suddenly pulled away, biting off part of the cookie. Mina pouted. Oh, how come he stopped? Probably still in the mindset that there's no way a girl as amazing, wonderful, and appealing as her could want him that way, and worried actually going for it will ruin their friendship. Izuku mumbled. Shoto nodded slightly. Makes sense. Before either boy was aware, they found themselves in the middle of a hug pile. I have no idea how to feel about this, Shoto said. Just enjoy. Pony replied. She blinked, looked confused. Gee, guess you win. He stammered out, before patting her head. She squirmed a little, enjoying the head pat but also pouting about his back out before the kiss. Okiko sighed. I get that so much. Same. Mina and Setsuna grumbled. Ray looked over the back of the car. Okay, we have everything. Towels. Umbrella. Cooler. Oh, a beach trip. Inko brightened up. How wonderful. How does a beach trip work? Shoto asked, looking like he'd never heard the term. I was about to ask. Himiko poked her cheek. I think I went on a couple, but... Both classes stared at the two in empathic despair. Rat, we're taking the classes to the beach tomorrow. Aizawa muttered, an odd gleam in his eye. No lessons, just call it a therapeutic detox or something. Vlad nodded. Agreed. Approved. Nezu stated, earning cheers from the classes. Beach. Izuku's face went neon when images of his cuddle at him in bikinis hit him. 𝐒𝐿 Turken. 𝐷𝐿. He sputtered. Only reason I'm not freaking out harder is that he's not using the right dialect. Tokoyami yelped. Inko looked at Aizawa warmly. And they said you are all grump. Aizawa ducked down behind his scarf. Just because I'm a misanthropic sourpuss who regrets taking the teaching job more with every day of this hell class doesn't mean I don't care about them. Yeah, and drinks, food. Fire extinguisher in case someone sets a hand on fire again. Natsuo gave his little sister a look. Mina snorted. If you needed a fire extinguisher, then it wasn't an accident and whoever it was done to got what they deserved. That is a very unheroic outlook, Mina. Ida said, giving her a look. Don't you normally follow that up with saying I should be ashamed and that I'm shaming UA by suggesting it, or something similar? She asked, a hint of snark in her voice. I have decided to take the advice Tokoyami offered Monoma and taken a moment to pause and think how my brother would react to such a statement before doing more than stating the fact that it is unheroic, and decided not to be a hypocrite. He replied. Besides, Aizawa-sensei, Vlad-sensei, and Midnight-sensei all nodded in agreement to your statement before I spoke up. Oh! Class dads learned to loosen up. Toru pinched his cheek. It's a miracle. I warned that creep I'd do it if he tried touching my butt again. Shoko responded. Zero smirked in amusement. So this Shoko has a system for dealing with JRKS. He held up a finger. She tells you what she'll do if you don't stop. A second went up. And if you don't listen she does it. Manly. Kirishima and Tetsu yelled. Coming out wearing a pair of beach shorts over a modest-looking one-piece swimsuit. Oh, that's a boring outfit. Mina pouted, blowing a raspberry at it. Setsuna shrugged. Well, it's not like she is trying to get anyone's attention. The slap should have got through that thick skull. Well, hurry up. Ray said, grinning slightly. 𝐒𝐿 going to be down there. 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 froze mid-step before rushing back to her room. Yet. She cackled. 𝐒𝐿. What are you? Fuyumi called out. Her jaw went slack when the girl back out a few minutes later, wearing a back-tie absolute cleavage bikini top with side melons, hooked to a lace-like choker with a split-strap thong bottom all in black, with a black band around her right thigh, placed to imply the presence of stockings despite none. She had her favorite black jacket with purple lining worn over it but kept it open to show off. Mineta, Awase, Zero, and Denki were dead silent, with jaws hanging. All four were plainly struggling to breathe. Hot damn. Mina, Setsuna, and Toro whistled. Oh. Very yum. Pony purred. Not bad. Gyro murmured, secretly wishing she had the curves to pull it off, especially by tomorrow. Akiko and Kinoko both squeaked, blushing brightly. That's hot, Kiro Naya. The rest of the boys in class tugged heavily at their shirt collars, running a sleeve of their foreheads, and other awkward reactions to how hot it was. Shoto looked conflicted. I do not know how to feel about this. I like how she looks, but not in the way Mineta and the others were reacting. He sighed. I'm not sure what to think. Izuku just sat there in unintelligible gurgling, proper garb for a dark priestess. Leiko smiled. He quickly realized she was mentally trying it on. Crunthgill. It appears my dreadlord possess a most talented tongue. She added, blushing slightly. He does, Kiro. Oh. Izuku cunning linguist too. Pony smiled. Mineta toppled over, foaming at the mouth. Natsuo rolled his eyes. Didn't we just finish talking about your problems with guys getting handsy? You mean that while she doesn't like it, she's both capable and willing to deal with it on an at-need basis? Setsuna grinned. Yeah, but I don't have to worry about that with Izuku. She replied. Mina laughed. And just as capable of not doing anything when it's welcome. I'm not sure I'm happy with Fuyumi tried to say. Akiko crossed her arms, frowning. I don't get it. What isn't she comfortable with? If being with Izuku means she doesn't have to deal with other guys. Pretty sure Fuyumi thinks Shoko's wearing it to encourage Izuku to get handsy, and she thinks they're too young for that. Himiko replied. How old are they here anyway? Each scene's a year or so apart. Cinema answered. So. About 13 here, give or take. Oh, so you feel completely safe when you're with your boyfriend. Tuya teased. Which is apparently not what Shoko meant, and Tuya decided to be a good big brother by fixing the misunderstanding and teasing Shoko at the same time, Kero. Shoto looked at the other Tuya, a bit of sadness in his voice. So that's what he would have been like. You do recall what happened last time a guy tried to push boundaries when he was there, don't you? Oh. T. Mina and Toru squealed eagerly, crawling up closer to the screen. All I remember was him stepping up close and whispering something, and the guy running for the hills. Ray said, frowning in thought. What could I possibly have said to get that reaction? Izuku asked, scratching his head. Though how he got the guy to bend over to hear. She smirked. He kneed him in the groin, then said he settled for bruising this time, but if there was a next time he'd cut them off. He then proceeded to fully dissect the guy's quirk complete with vulnerabilities, and all the ways he could kill him while leaving investigators baffled as to how it happened. Izuku stared in stunned silence. Sounds about right, Kiro. Yui looked over at her. Setsuna snapped her fingers in realization. Oh yeah, I got a look at his notebooks while I was grabbing the shirts. He could absolutely have pulled that sort of thing off even without his quirk. Yui's face reddened. Ray, Fuyumi, and Natsuo stared at her, until Tuya broke out laughing. So you finally convinced him his hero notes could be weaponized. Yu squealed. She gave him a proud, and quite smug nod. They're just. I mean. They can't. Izuku stammered weakly. Cross-class exercise after we get back from the beach trip. Aizawa spoke up. Midoriya, make an entry in your notes for anyone in both classes you haven't yet. Then everyone gets notes for someone else and write up how you personally could use the information in it to take down whoever's notes you got. Midoriya will grade the results for viability. He quickly looked away from the beaming smile 𝐭𝐽 sent his way. Oh, Shoko's finally going on her first date. Ray squealed, bouncing around with a camera in her hand. It's so wonderful. 𝐭𝐽 smiled. Guess I finally have that to look forward to. So, which of us is the first date then, Kiro? Okiko blushed. Oh. Mina leaned in. Are you trying to claim first dibs as first crush? Setsuna scratched her chin. To be fair, Kinoko started crushing on him about the same time, just wound up in a different class. Gyro frowned slightly. Don't really think it should be first come first serve. Didn't you say in the showers that you were letting Okiko go first, 𝐬? Momo asked. That was for impulsive therapy Kiro, not dating. She corrected. Maybe we could just let Izuku decide and agree to not be upset if we aren't picked. Himiko spoke up, purring as he scratched the back of her neck. Normally I'd agree. But I doubt he's got the confidence to pick that without panicking over making us feel bad just yet. Setsuna replied, why not group dates? Pony suggested. Pair off by fun date ideas, whichever easiest to arrange goes first. Setsuna pouted. You're not really gonna make me wait on finding 2 more BBCBs before joining, are you? Approved. Nemirai squealed, making 𝐭𝐽, Aizawa, and Toshinori all facepalm. Is this the real life? Izuku asked himself unsurly. Is this just fantasy? I call the karaoke date. Gyro threw a hand up. Tuya shook his head. After that beach trip, can't believe it took this long for it to happen. Oh. Toru squealed. What happened at the beach beside that bikini? I smell tea. Fuyumi huffed. Honestly, given how Shoko's taken to dressing, I'm glad they are taking it slow. Ahahaha. Everyone stared at the sight of Shoto, rolling on the floor in laughter. He snort hair. Oh. She's serious. The laughter reached Nezu level. Nezu smiled proudly. Oh yeah. Slow. Tuya hid a snort at the memory of catching Shoko while she was actively trying to pull Izuku somewhere private during the beach trip. So, I get that significant. Himiko noted. But what does it mean? Mineta sighed, re-entering instructor mode. Part of the appeal of going to the beach with a significant other is the excuse to wear exceptionally little in public so as to flaunt for each other. A rather common fantasy is to find a private spot to do more than just looking in that regard. Himiko's eyes twinkled. Ooh. She quickly took notes. So who can I discreetly assign to keep a watch on Himiko at the beach tomorrow to make sure that doesn't happen? Vlad mumbled. Natsuo glanced over at him, eye raised. Here. He simply smirked and puts a finger to his lips, getting an eye roll in return. 𝐭𝐽 hymned. So while Tuya has no problems with the rate at which Shoko and Izuku's relationship is progressing, he's fine with using his presence to diffuse them going too far too fast. And Natsuo has apparently decided to wash his hands of the whole thing. Toshinori added. Ray looked over at the clock. Well, Shoko should hurry up. Izuku will be here soon. I'm ready. They all looked to see her come down the hall, wearing a black overhang crop top with uneven sleeves, a black mesh undershirt that left everything from her mid-upper arm up bare. This was complemented by a drape skirt split up both sides that exposed her hips under the laces and thin black chains that held the split panels together, letting her swing both legs free. Matching thigh-high black stockings that pinched her thighs just so and black platform buckle heels to accentuate her legs and let her be eye-level with Izuku finished the outfit. Save for Izuku and Shoto, an echoing war cry of "Den" ripped through the room, courtesy of every male student, Setsuna, Mina, and Toru. Shoto just stared blankly. Momo fanned herself. Oh my. Neep. Kinoko turned bright red. Leiko flushed. It seems my dreadlord likes that garb, she said, making Kinoko blush even brighter. Think I could pull that one off? Gyro mumbled, her own cheeks turned pink. Naya. Himiko tilted her head at gyro. I thought the point of outfits like that was to have Izuku pull it off. She was promptly assaulted by mental images of Izuku pulling the dress off her and Izuki from prior timelines in that outfit. Meep was heard as she fell over, stupefied and with a slight nosebleed. You look 1-no. She can't go out like that. Fuyumi protested. Why not? The trio huffed, looking offended. Why not? Ray asked. She's old enough to dash. Look at her skirt, mother. Do you see any sign of panties? Really? Mineta blinked. I hadn't even noticed that. Awase looked at him, puzzled. Why not? I was more focused on how gorgeous she looked than how secretary. Cheers, mate. He grinned and patted his shoulder. You're learning. Yay. True, a bit more daring than what I'd suggest, but that is not a side of my mother I ever expected to learn about. Shoto said. Still unsure how to feel. You can't be serious. Shoko sighed in frustration, who knew how long this argument would last. Nemurai snorted. Until they notice you took advantage of their distraction to sneak out, probably. Not for a first date. Not showing. If the wind. Worrying too much, Yumi. Toshinori shook his head. Tuya would disagree. If he wasn't all for them going at it, apparently. Chiyo replied, poking him lightly with her cane. Meanwhile, Tuya stepped in idly between Shoko and the arguing pair. They can't see you right now, I left the door open. Called it. Midnight and Chiyo crowed. Thanks. She gave him a quick hug and somehow managed to run out the door silently, despite the platform heels. Now that's good practice for hero work. Nemurai said, giving an impressed whistle. He snickered under his breath. Heh. And that hobo at UA says relationships don't teach hero skills. Ha! Mina, Toru, and Nemurai pointed at Azawa in triumph. Shut. He muttered, trying not to gulp at the grin his co-worker was now sporting. Outside, Izuku was waiting at the door, wearing black slacks and a white button-up shirt. Izuku cleans up nice, Kiro. Hey Shodash, his voice died hard when he saw her outfit. Can't blame him. Awase said. Mood. Mineta, Zero, and Denki chimed in. Quick, before my mom and sister realize we've left. She whispered, grabbing his hand. All he could do was nod silently. Yeah. Don't think any of us would be able to say no in that situation. Zero noted. Oh my gosh. Inko's eyes widened as she watched the pair from the door, followed by a very quiet squeal and whisper shout of grandbabies. No. Inko made multiple timeout signs. Much too early. Not until after high school graduation. Irk. Izuku stared at her in shock. And where do you think you're going? Ray asked, arms crossed and giving her youngest a pointed look. Heh, mom problems. Rumi chuckled. Wearing a jacket that just reached the top of her thighs and a lone stocking, Shoko looked unconcerned. Going to see Izuku. Inko held up a finger. On the one hand, I'm not surprised. On the other, you're worried about how little she seems to be wearing given prior presentations. Nemurai asked. Exactly. Right, and that jacket isn't all you have on, correct? A shared concern, apparently. Is it okay for me to call this Izuku dim and lucky? Mineta asked. Awase glanced over. Compared to? Fair enough. I have a stocking on. She lifted her leg to twirl her foot a bit. And my favorite choker. She pointed to the black lace collar on her neck. Mina snickered. Now that's a counterpoint. She'd fit right in with us at this point. Setsuna smirked. Ray rolled her eyes. Ha, ha. You know what I mean, Shoko. Now you go and at least put something on under that jacket. She pointed to her room. Inko looked confused. As concerned as I am. Why? If she's willing to walk over in that little, it's not like anything else you tell her to put on will stay on by the time she gets there. Katsuki facepalmed. I did not need to know this about Auntie Inko. He mumbled. Mom, he's right next door. And with how thin the walls were, it's not like they could get up to anything at our place that couldn't be heard from theirs, so it's not like they're even technically under a different roof. Inko stated. Rio slowly turned to her, eyes wide. And this doesn't concern you. Inko snorted. If Izuku had a girlfriend who cared for him as much as Shoko obviously does before Yue, who happened to live next door, the only interference I would have done as far as their relationship went would be buying him condoms. She paused. Speaking of Izuku, you should get some soon. Mom. He yelped, blushing brightly. If you prefer, health checks have confirmed that none of the girls in the cuddle pile, or Izuku himself, have any STDs, and I happen to have 100% effective IUDs for the girls. Chio offered. Why? She asked. Standard medical support for heroic lifestyles. Something to probably think about for that last timeline. Cinema mused, digging through screens. You say that like it's even my concern. Now go put something on, young lady. Fine. She grumbled, heading back to her room. Guess I'll never have to deal with that. Inko sounded almost disappointed. Seeing her come back out a minute later, Tuya stopped her. You did put something on like Mom said, right? Hang on, why's he the one asking? Zero argued, thought he was all for it. Duh. So if his mom asks, he can tell her honestly that she did. Mineta replied. Ooh. Shoko didn't respond. Instead, she unzipped her jacket enough to show the t-shirt she had on, the words something in plain view. Pony snorted in laughter. Phut. That Zuko's closet shirt. Yeah, probably. But how did she access it to get it? Okiko asked. Seems obvious to me, Kiro. Izuku left it with her a previous visit. Why would I do that, though? The other girls started glancing at each other awkwardly. Himiko shrugged. Because she asked. Okay, but why would she ask? He scratched his head. I dunno about Shoko, but ever since last night your scent's been really comforting to me, so if I was forced to sleep away from you I'd want something with your scent on it to help me be comfortable. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. He said, missing the relieved sighs. Yeah, that checks. Have fun. He said, stepping aside to let her leave. Heh, he's got your closet sense of humor. Rumi cackled. Tuya. Natsuo spoke up as she headed out the door. You know that's Izuku's shirt she had on, right? Called it. Pony laughed. Yep, he replied. Not going to tell Mom or Yumi. He laughed. Nope. Mineta looked thoughtful. Guy solidarity. Awase shook his head. Not how that normally manifests. I mean, it is their little sister. It's also Izuku. Zero pointed out. Point made. Guys. I need to discuss something with you. Fuyumi said. Where's Shoko? Off to turn her boy into a man. Mina Wolf whistled. Jimip. Izuku. Yelped, blushing. Does that mean I have to stop calling him Zu, my boy? Toshinori asked. Don't you dare. Inko poked him. He needs that from you. He let out a relieved sigh. Oh, good. The only alternative I can think of was my man, and that is more Kirishima's style than mine. Off to spend the night with Izuku, I'd guess. Wow, Kiro. Tsuyu looked surprised. I have a hard time wrapping my head around an older sibling being that blasé about that. Fuyumi gave him a glare. Seriously, Tuya. You're not even slightly concerned about that. They're only just now 14. And as long as it's just between the two of them, Inko added. Exactly. What happens between them is legal now, so why should I care? Exactly. That's your little sister. She snapped. Do you really not care about what a boy? Tuya cut her off. Hey. Izuku is not just a boy. He's Shoko's best friend, our next-door neighbor, son of Mom's best friend, and I've seen more conniving in a freaking powdered sugar donut than I see in him for anything but dealing with threats to Shoko. Okay, now it makes sense, Kiro. If there's anyone who I would be completely at ease with telling to go deflower my little sis, it'd be him, but we all know who's gonna be doing the deflowering between them, if you catch my drift. Still a bit hard to wrap my head around talking like that about it, 𝐭. How is he so comfortable with it? Probably because he knows how much it would piss off Endeavor. Shoto said. Tsuyu nodded. Yeah. That'd do it, 𝐭. Fuyumi went pale. Wait, you're not saying Shoko's already dash? Maybe he should have chosen his words better, 𝐭. He responded with a dismissive sneer, wincing as that pulled at his facial scars. Shoto's eyes widened. That? No, Yumi, I'm saying Shoko's obviously the aggressive one between them, so it'll be her claiming him, not the other way around. I can see that. 𝐒𝐭 admitted. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration, showing the locks had lost their natural color from his accident, and were now dyed black, most likely in solidarity with Shoko. Those scars. That hair. Shoto looked like he saw a ghost. Izuku stared. It can't be. Those who seen Darby we all staring in stunned disbelief, the rest were looking around in confusion. Here. He kinda looks like if that Darby villain had a better skincare routine. Denki piped up. Freaky coincidence, here. Gyro facepalmed. God. Damn it, charged alt, read the room. She snapped. Denki looked confused. Here. What I do? Himiko took a closer look. Why no, Darby kinda does smell a bit like Shoto. Just well done. She looked around. Does that make sense? Ryo looked impressed. It says something about how strong your sense of smell is that you can smell familial connections through that much burn damage. Himiko shrugged. Well, it's not like getting burned makes the BLD smell any different. True. Vlad admitted. So Darby really is Tuya. Shoto's stoic appearance cracked slightly. Nezu breathed. Oh dear. We should dash Aizawa started. Stop thinking about this and instead focus on the cute story of Izuku and Shoko. Everyone looked at him in shock. Nezu sighed. If this is true, as evidence seems to indicate, nothing can be done about it right now save informing the right people. All but one of which I've already taken care of. If not, all this accomplishes is upsetting us all. Either way, this timeline is supposed to be a break before one that I gather will be rather upsetting at least to begin with, so let us not let this upset us further. Shoto gave him a flat look. So, ignore that my long-dead brother is actually a not-dead mass murderer and instead focus on my siblings discussing what to do about my female self's aggressive longing to mount Izuku like a motorcycle and ride him like a bronco. Trading one therapy subject for another. Ryo mumbled. Fuyumi sighed. Even so, her going out too. Again, they live right next door. He set a hand on her shoulder. Yumi, I get why Mom said she had to put something on under the jacket. But what is there to worry about? We trust Izuku, we trust 𝐭. Hell, we may not like the pom-pom bratling, but we trust Mitsuki to lay the smackdown on anyone causing trouble, and Masaru to hit with the full force law can finagle. Shoto blinked. How's he know just what to say? Pom-pom bratling. Katsuki shot up. They calling me a cheerleader. Momo rolled her eyes. Pom-pom is short for Pomeranian. He quickly glanced at Eri. Yang. Puppy. Eri gasped happily, looking around. But, even with how long since the divorce, we're still Endeavor's kids in some people's eyes. A dark frown crossed Shoto's face. She winced a little as she noticed Tuya twitch angrily and Natsuo's frown. Seems you're in good company on your opinion on that. Rumi noticed. And you know what sort of unsavory sorts there are out there. And for those types, Shoko's a double target. Everyone went silent, looking uneasy at a topic they didn't expect to be brought up. Thankfully, the dorm system does mean that all of you are safe from such individuals while in training here, and safety precautions are taken for when you leave campus. Nezu said reassuringly. Then talk to the landlord about installing a connecting door between our apartment and the Midoriyas. He gave her a look. You really think 𝐭𝐴 would mind? Only thing I'd mind is how long it took for the idea to be raised. And possibly where the door wound up, depending on what walls are shared. So, did the landlord go for it? Toshinori asked. Well, the installation was pretty fast. Cinema replied. As for the location, Izuku sighed to himself as he made his way to his room. Given the day he'd had, he certainly had a lot to talk about with his mom and with Shoko. After all, it wasn't every day you had the best day of your life. I think I know what day this is. But Izuku narrowed his eyes slightly. Izuku had to rearrange that. As much of a fan he was, there absolutely were days that had been better than this. For this me. He paused briefly, then nodded. Yi. Meeting Shoko for the first time she came to his defense at school, that first beach trip together, their first date, that night. He privately hoped All Might wouldn't be offended he only ranked 6th best day. Yep, slime villain, All Might taking me under his wing. And I can see those days being rated higher, to be honest. Toshinori said. Still. Izuku, as touching as it is to know how much you value what happened that day, and our bond as teacher and student and more, it saddens me that no day prior in your life can compare to it in your mind, and it is my desperate hope that you have so many good days in the future, days that only get better, that day ends up far down your list of best days. He chuckled while glancing at the girls who were with Izuku the night prior. And I should hope that, if nothing else, the past 24 hours is at least ex aequo with that day. If it isn't, we need to try harder, Kiro. Izuku hid his face, blushing and making several nonsense noises while others laughed affectionately. It was as he reached his room, however, that he began to notice a few significant details he'd let slip his mind from just how intense the day had been. Understandable, but never let situational awareness lax. Aizawa said. A mischievous grin formed on Shishida's face. Are you saying we should have? Yoichi let out a surprised gasp. Constant vigilance. They both bellowed, making most of the students jump or yelp in shock. Cinema chuckled. And looked around. Wonder if I've got a reality for that somewhere. His mom did not appear to be home, though she might well be next door with Ray Basin since they spent so much time together these days. Ever since that night really. On the one hand, it's surprisingly adorable that he's constantly thinking of it as that night. 𝐭𝐴 said. Midnight grinned. On the other, it sounds like they've been plotting where to put that connecting door. And we're about to see where. Admittedly, he did enjoy the privacy. A startled cackle came from Mineta. After that night, he probably needs it. Gyro huffed. Hate that I can't even be mad about that since you're not wrong. Discovering his bed had been moved, however, definitely caught his attention. I should say so. Soto said. What if what he kept under it was discovered? Zero added. Awase blinked. You really think this Izuku kept anything like that other than pictures of Shoko? Mineta nodded. Exactly. It used to be against the wall, a position he'd found more and more comforting and, to a certain extent, exciting since learning what was on the other side. Mineta's eyes widened. Wait. They shared a wall. Between their bedrooms, from the sound of it. Awase commented. Zero's eyes widened a little. And with their beds up against it, and what Mamadoriya said about how thin the walls are in terms of sound. Yeah, they definitely lulled each other to sleep to the sound of them twiddling themselves to each other more than once, Kiro. Eri tilted her head. What's twiddling? Ask me again when you're a teenager. Aizawa quickly replied. Okies. Ryo gave him an annoyed look. I should complain about the handling of it, but I can't. Now it was against a different wall, under the window. The reason for that became apparent, as the wall the bed had been against now had an open door that hadn't been there that morning. And he recognized the room on the other side. Everyone fell over, laughing uproariously. Rumi wheezed. Mamadoriya. And Mamoruki. Put the connecting door between your bedrooms. She lost the battle against falling over laughing. I don't see why not. 𝐭𝐴 said through tears of laughter. The door's primarily for them, anyway. Cinema quietly waited for the laughter to die down before continuing the view. Most of this was caught in his attention in only an ancillary manner. At best Aizawa nodded. Which, given how detailed said observation is, says a lot about Midoriya's perception of his surroundings. Nezu cackled. Especially when taught not to be ashamed of those abilities. He wriggled his digits eagerly. Ryo sighed. Let's get him mostly through the current traumas and hurdles before throwing him in your deep end, Nezu. As you say, Inui. As you say. As what truly caught his attention was the sight of Shoko in just her open jacket and a pair of white bloomers, her biases hidden, if barely, by the notebook she was reading from that she held up against her chest. Yoichi snickered. Somehow not surprised that's a meme that survived. Sex sells. Second added. Third muttered. And nearly the entire room is silent save for us because they're either stunned by the sight, can't speak for drooling, or privately plotting to pull something similar. Specifically one of his hero notebooks for the future, the one that contained. Setsuna stared. Oh demon, she went for the KNK, too. Mina smiled. Quirks and praise. Izuku hid his face. Shoko looked up at the strangled sound he made, smiling warmly at him. These are always a fascinating read, she said warmly, standing up from his bed and sauntering in his direction, her hips swaying. Shoto nearly tilted his head sideways. Where did she learn to walk like that? I can't see Mom or Fuyumi teaching her. All things considered, probably the old hag. Katsuki muttered. With how much she dotes on the nerd, you think she wouldn't give his girlfriend pointers on making him happy. Inko sighed in amusement. She would. Especially this particular entry. I'll definitely have to make use of it come the exam in 10 months. Okiko giggled. Ah, she's reading the entry you wrote about her. And using it to do a DMN good job of aggressive stuckton. Setsuna fanned herself. Even I'm starting to feel hot and bothered, keyword hot. Her smile widened, showing more affection as she looked up at him once she got close enough, making it impossible for him to meet her eyes without also getting a view of the cleavage she was deliberately flaunting. Mineta bit his hand. God DMN that. Height difference. A waist sculpt. Why yeah. And she knows how to use it. Think Izuku developing a better opinion of himself will lead to one for all putting more of its energy into his body as he stops considering his physical well-being unimportant, leading to him getting bigger to better contain it. Himiko asked innocently. Girls in the cuddle pile started imagining that. And thirst levels went critical. That difference in height was why she normally wore platform heels, whether boots or otherwise. I can see why. Gyro squeaked. As without them the only way she could be eye level with him was if he was sitting down and she was straddling his lap. Both Gyro and Kinoko stared with wide eyes, dry mouths, and heavy blushing. Something they were both intimately familiar with. I thought about how adorably wholesome it was. That meant they spent a lot of time sitting like that to hug and kiss before my brain supplied, so that's their favorite position. Mineta face-palmed. That's a good thing, Mineta. Nemurai assured him, patting his shoulder. And you certainly have an eye for detail with your sketches. Shoko purred as she turned, sketches. Okiko squeaked. Oh yeah, there's one for everyone in each of their entries. Setsuna recalled. They're not that good. Izuku mumbled. You kidding, Zuzu? Up until Okiko was shocked to learn about them, I was convinced you somehow got the girls to model for you with how accurate you got them. I've been waiting till we take a break to drag you to the nearest empty room and ask you to paint me like one of your French girls. Chérie amour. Ayama swooned, deliberately brushing him with the sway of her jacket as she did, beginning to strut away back towards the bed. Yep, she learned that from Mitsuki, all right. Inko nodded. Though for future ones, I'd hope you'd be confident enough. She shrugged her shoulders, her jacket sinuously sliding down and revealing the entirety of her bare back as she looked coquettishly over her shoulder at him. To ask me to model. Specifically, this is Mitsuki's How to Make the Shy Boy Unleash His Dom lesson. Auntie. Katsuki squawked in horror. I did not need to know that about my parents. Now I need brain bleach. Izuku took a deep breath, trying, and failing, to calm himself or get himself under control. Gyro exhaled. Can't blame him. Nearly everyone else nodded in agreement. Mood. All Might, his mom, the revelations, future concerns. They would have to wait until tomorrow. Late tomorrow. Possibly very late tomorrow. Eri raised a hand. Is this another point where I should say the line? Aizawa sighed. Technically yes, but please do dash, I haven't seen any 𝐻𝐻𝐼, and even I know where this is going. She chirped excitedly. God damn it, rapper. Nezu doubled over cackling. Because he and Shoko were not getting any sleep tonight. In terms of unleashing the shy boy's dom, I'd say she pulled it off, Kiro. Tsuyu fanned herself. Izuku swallowed convulsively. So, does Mitsuki offer lessons dash? Himiko asked. What hack? Vlad shrieked, coughing up BLD. Izuku fainted dead away. You sure about this, Inko? Cinema asked, holding up an innocuous-looking screen. I mean, it. Well, I'm sure. I looked over it and thought about it. While it's not something I ever did, I can think of a few possible reasons behind the actions that make sense. We'll see what happens. Several people looked at Inko in concern. Okay. Cinema hit the play button. It's for the best. That was the mantra she'd repeated for the last couple of days, using it whenever she found herself faltering in her decision. Though, sometimes she questioned if it was hers, or the one she supposed friends made for her. If you're even thinking that, then it's definitely the latter. Ryo muttered, looking unhappy. Katsuki frowned. Why the F would Auntie Inko cave to peer pressure? In a cruel way, they had been right. There was no way she could raise him. Not after what the doctor had said. The room heated up slightly from the aura of simmering anger that formed at that. Inko couldn't raise a quirkless child. Not after what happened to Hisoshi. It had still been less than a week since she'd called to tell him. The shocked what, the screech of tires, and a loud bang before the line had gone dead. It was hours before she got the call from the police. After they found the wreck. Dead silence filled the room. Ryo took a deep breath. So, let's review so far. Inko was informed that Izuku was quirkless, and when she called her husband to let him know, this directly resulted in her husband's death. And then on top of that, those who gathered around her in support pressured her into thinking she wasn't capable of raising Izuku alone because he was quirkless. And apparently the hag wasn't there, because she'd have responded to the first CNT to say that with a German suplex. Katsuki added. That level of guilt on top of grief and literally everyone around her pushing her to basically get rid of him. Ryo shook his head ruefully. Honestly, I could easily see this leading into Inko having a psychotic break where she blamed Izuku for her husband's death and killed him, then either get welcomed by the quirkiest assholes of her area or have a moment of realization where she suicides out of guilt. An aura of dread added itself to the silence. Please tell me that's not where this is going. Ryo asked, almost pleadingly. Thankfully, no. Cinema replied. An air and noises of relief swept through the class. Though there are some universes out there that go that nuts, and I won't touch them with a 10-foot pole. It's for the best. Can you really raise a quirkless kid? On your own and hold down a job? If the area around Aldera is anything like what we've seen of Aldera. Honestly, probably not. Aizawa scowled a little. Inko sighed. I do admit that most of why I was able to handle taking care of Izuku despite the social pressures was a combination of Mitsuki being Mitsuki, my best friend, and next-door neighbor, and the fact my job was pure freelance work where the clients didn't know anything about me. The more I learn about you, the more fascinating you become. Nezu said before his voice dropped to a whisper. Is this love? Those were the questions they asked her. In one form or another, now she asked herself. She couldn't. Where we going, mama? The 4-year-old beside her asked, holding onto his favorite All Might action figure as they rode in the taxi. Probably the wrong moment and story, but you were absolutely adorable at that age, Izuku. Mina smirked at his blush. Gyro gave her a side eye. You saying he isn't now? Don't put words in my mouth. She smiled and ruffled his hair. Someplace special, sweetie. You may even make some friends there. Liar. Her conscience sneered at her. She detested the idea of keeping him in the dark, but she felt this would help with a clean break. There's more to talk about there than I should hear. Ryo grit his teeth. This is going to be rough dash. Is Mamadoriya looking for other people to take care of Deku? Eri asked, looking puzzled at the collective wince from the room. In a manner of speaking. Aizawa replied, before muttering, I hope. The workers there didn't show it, but she could tell they didn't think much of her when she managed to explain why she was there. Can't blame them. But at the same time. Ryo rubbed the bridge of his nose. Izuku was looking at some of the toys on a nearby table, so she felt some relief that this could go quickly. Are you sure you want to do this, Mrs. Midoriya? The clerk asked. Once you sign the forms, it's set. She gave her son one last look. Yes. She choked back the sob that threatened to come out. I have to. I can't, I just can't. How can that be, Auntie? Katsuki asked, sounding lost. Very well. The clerk slowly pushed the custody relinquishment forms her way. Her hands shook as she wrote her name, but she pushed through. It's for the best. Is it just me, or does the way that keeps repeating sound kinda like she's been brainwashed? Himiko asked. Socially, possibly, Kiro. But I doubt it's literal. Momo was trying to hold back tears. However much that would explain. She managed to get her name on the last dotted line when Izuku called out. Mama, they have the new All Might and Ectoplasm action figures. That's nice. Sweetie. She never thought a word would hurt as much as that one did now. Both Inko and Izuku were struggling not to cry. Maybe they'll let you play with them in a few. She had to turn away when a look of excitement crossed his face. You are going to at least explain Dash. The clerk started. No. She cut him off. And no. It needs to be a clean break. Ryo was tensing slightly. The more those phrases keep being repeated. Would I have even understood at that age if an explanation was given? Izuku's breath hitched. It was evident they didn't really approve, but Inko was set. With one last exhale, she steeled herself. And with one last look to a currently distracted Izuku, whispered goodbye and went straight out the door. Both mother and son quickly found themselves on the receiving end of matching hug piles. Mama, there's a Crimson Riot puzzle too. He turned back to the desk, his smile faltering some. Mama. Whatever fighting against it failed as several found themselves trying to wipe their eyes, and a few sobs were heard. It's for the best. It's for the best. Okiko hiccuped. Is it okay if I choose to believe until proven otherwise that this was the result of all for one arranging to brainwash Inko in an attempt to get a hold of Izuku to use as a weapon against All Might? To be perfectly honest, I haven't seen enough of this timeline to tell you one way or the other. Save that if that is what's happening, it fails. Cinema replied. The mantra repeated itself in Inko's thoughts as she nearly broke out into a run towards the car, needing to get away from there as soon as she could. Mama! Izuku called out, making his way out to follow her. You forget something. Everyone watching was now torn between crying or just looking away. She bit her lip nearly to drawing BLD, ignoring the calls and quickly getting into the taxi. The engine barely drowned out the calls of Mama, which quickly turned into worried shouts. Then finally screaming as the cab swiftly took off down the gravel driveway. A look in the rearview mirror showed Izuku, fear now on his face, running as fast as his small legs could take him, doing his best to try and keep up. Definitely should have thought more before showing this one. Cinema slumped as Eri began crying. Mama, wait. Mama! He screamed. She couldn't see it, but she knew the tears were running. Since she was doing the same. One of the orphanage workers was catching up to him, calling for him to calm down. Mama dash! He got out one last scream before his foot caught on a loose rock, and sent him sprawling to the ground. Inko let out a quiet gasp when she saw his fall in the mirror, but bit her lip to keep from calling out. The workers, they take. They'd take care of him. Burying her face in her hands, she let the driver take her home. For the best. It's for the best. I'm beginning to lend credence to Okiko's theory. Ryo said, breath shuddering. The whole thing's beginning to feel engineered to be as traumatizing for them both as possible. And anyone watching. Aizawa said, doing his best to comfort Eri. She was gone. Izuku'd managed to recover from his spill to see the car, and his mother, reach the road and swiftly disappear among the others. Mama, he sobbed, partly from fear, partly from the pain of skinning his knee when he fell. She'd left him behind. Why? She'd never done that before. Why? Did he do something wrong? And that is why clean breaks are such a bad idea. Because there is no such thing. Ryo muttered. This is why we don't recommend that. The worker muttered, gently picking him up, and glaring in the direction she'd left. It never ends well for either party. Exactly, he sighed, holding the sobbing child close. It'll be okay. Izuku, right? He whispered, gently patting him on the back. You'll be okay, I promise. Here, let's get you in and get that knee looked at. At least they seem like good people there, Keikiro. Tsuyu managed out between sniffles. Izuku didn't hear anything he said, or really notice being picked up. Why'd she leave? He asked in a faint tone, his voice breaking with each word. What? What did I do? Inko pulled Izuku into a crushing embrace as she bawled, Izuku quickly doing the same. Mama, why? I wish I could answer that, kiddo. The man replied apologetically, already heading back to the orphanage's main building. I honestly wish I could. Unfortunately, there's never a right way to answer that. Toshinori blew his nose. The same employee was oddly surprised to see her come rushing back into the orphanage a few days later. But he easily recognized her expression as one they'd seen more than one, the look of a parent guardian that realized they didn't think things through enough, or regretted it entirely. Katsuki huffed. Surprised it took a few days. Maybe it took that long to stop crying. Denki replied. Yeah, that fits. Where's Izuku? She asked frantically as soon as she was near the desk. The boy with fluffy green hair and freckles. He really hated this part of the job when he saw her nodding. He was adopted just the other day. Wait. So I was adopted within a day or two of being at the orphanage. Not surprised, Kiro. You're an adorable sweetheart. Anyone with sense would wanna adopt you, Kiro. Eri smiled. I did. She declared among numerous coos and relieved laughs. What? Her eyes shrunk in panic. By who? I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, but we have a strict confidentiality rule, all orphanages do. Ryo fought the urge to snort. And if they say they don't, they aren't legal. He winced at the way she started to break down, the desk being the only thing that kept her standing. Why yeah. That fits. Katsuki roughly rubbed his eyes. Are they at least good people? She managed to ask between sobs. I definitely want to know. Inko said, her voice cracking. He went back to when the couple came in. He hadn't been there, but his co-worker had told them about it. Aside from being physically intimidating, the couple was as normal as anything. Mina blinked through her tears. Physically intimidating. Any chance that describes any of our folks? Denki asked. Itsuka shook her head. My dad, maybe, but not my mom. And he wouldn't seem normal. No one else responded. Cinema exhaled. As fun as that would be, I'm afraid that's not the case. He couldn't help smiling when she mentioned the both of them seeing Izuku. The poor kid was already being hassled by the older ones, and a friendly chat that led to them deciding he was the one. The best. He said. Good. Setsuna barked, hugging Izuku. You deserve it. Can we please jump straight into the next segment? Mina wiped her eyes. We need to see something happy. Cinema nodded. I can do that. I still can't believe that scumbag still won. Well, that's a tonal shift. Itsuka blinked. More like a draw. I mean, We did destroy Bison's machine. Wait. Yoichi muttered for the other 6 to shut it. We just didn't expect it to do, well, that. Ryu. No. It threw us both back in time by at least a decade. Sure, we managed to find the others and let them know, but now we have to lay low to keep from running into the other you and me. That's why we're here, Lee, you're kidding. The former wandering martial artist said, putting his arm around his wife. PTTSFFFTT. Ryu and Chun-Li got married. Denki sputtered. Honestly not surprised that franchise survived. Yoichi said. It never stopped. You're worried all the fights and everything took a toll on you having a baby, and honestly, I'm scared to risk inflicting the Satsue no Heido on a child. And they are adopting Izuku. They both screamed. Third smirked. He is going to grow up to be so bad, but. And this'll also give us a reason to settle down for the next 10 years or so. She looked up at the orphanage. You tell Ken he's about to be an uncle. Aiya. Rin said out loud. Holy SHT, that survived too. Yoichi nearly hyperventilated. Cinema, tell me you got something for that. No, but I'll keep looking. Knew I forgot something. Ryu Hoshi. Seriously. Shoji shrugged. That's him, really. Izuku'd probably be better off if he delayed telling him. Ken is. Setsuna tried to find the right word. Pony snorted. Ken is Ken. Exactly. Oh, like you remembered to tell Aunt Cammy. Phut. Sorry, the mental image of that. Setsuna's shoulders vibrated in laughter. Chun-Li paused to try and give an appropriate retort, but settled for giving him a look. Point for him. Aizawa said. Come on, you. The two made their way in the orphanage. Inside, they were greeted to the faint sounds of kids playing, and workers trying to get more rambunctious ones to calm down a little. Ryo chuckled. Exercise in futility. You seem to know a lot about this sort of thing. Inko said, curious. To be honest, I didn't always want to be a hero. I originally wanted to work in childcare, specifically helping traumatized children. Unfortunately, gestures at self I grew up looking like this. He gestured to his canine face. Wound up taking the hero path so that the I'm a pro-hero air of trust would override scary dogman when talking to youngsters. Are you telling me your major is child psychology? Yoichi asked. Yes. He sighed. With a minor in pain. Both Nezu and Yoichi fell over in laughter. Hello. She spoke up, getting the receptionist's attention. We called the other day about possibly adopting. Wouldn't be surprised if that call was while I was there. Inko sighed. Oh, yes. Ryu and Chun-Li Hoshi. The receptionist asked, getting a confirmation from them both. Yes, I believe Miss Ashia was expecting you. Yoichi scratched his chin. That name sounds familiar. Second huffed. If she's blonde and dressed. As a nun, I'm quitting. Hey, I like that show. Third protested. You would. Let me page her. They waited a few minutes while that happened, and the sound of light footsteps soon grabbed their attention. A young woman, apparently with a dragon quirk that gave her scales framing her face, horns, and a long reptilian tail, came up to them. Okay, it's their kid then. Third nodded. Shut it, you. Second smacked him. Izuku was already taking quirk notes. Mr. and Mrs. Hoshi. I'm Hinata Ashia, welcome to Gaiden Orphanage. Toru gasped. Is she a ninja? Yoichi facepalmed. Yeah days. Banjo scratched his chin. Why no, I could see that being a thing. An orphanage that secretly trains any kids they look after in ninjutsu, and those who age out join the clan. I understand adoption is a major decision, but as long as it gives at least one of these kids a home. Aisha said, leading the two down a hall with rooms where several children were playing and carousing. Come on, kid. Please. A worker pleaded, trying to coax a boy with a spider quirk down from the ceiling. Aisha shook her head. And sadly, most of our children are here because their families deemed their abilities unacceptable at best. And villainous at worst. And it even actually fits if that's the case with most of their charges. I hate self-righteous morons like that. Chun-Li hissed, wishing she still had the power to deliver a few hefty fines. Aizawa raised an eye. So, she's law enforcement. Interpol. Yoichi answered. Except she's been flung back in time 10 years, so it's her past self that's Interpol right now instead of her. God, that has to SCK. Thankfully, we make sure to vet people so they see the child instead of the quirk. Good. Ryo, Chio, Inko, and Nezu said. At least this me picked a good orphanage, then. Inko noted. Wonder if this is the alternate version of the place Gran runs. Rumi's ears flicked around. Well, that's good to hear. Ryu stopped, catching something out of the corner of his eye. Ryu. Chun-Li asked, noticing her husband looking off to the side. What's wrong? Aisha joined them. Oh. I see you noticed little Izuku. Yoichi nodded. Yeah, fits that Ryu would notice him. His. Very empathic. Is that his quirk? Izuku asked. Doubt it. Keep in mind these guys come from a franchise that was made before quirks. They're probably quirkless. Izuku's eyes went wide. Far off in the corner was a small boy, looking barely older than 5. He was curled up in a chair, holding an action figure of All Might. His face was down, hidden by the mop of fluffy green hair. How come he's not with the others? Ryu asked, looking concerned. Something wasn't right. I'm torn between being glad he caught it and claiming more evidence for my theory and that he's noticing that. Okiko crossed her arms. Aisha sighed. Izuku is quirkless, unfortunately. Soon as they found out, the other kids, and some now former staff, good. Rumi, Inko, and Nezu growled. Decided he didn't deserve to associate with the rest of them. Looking like a man on a mission, Ryu began walking over to the boy. Meanwhile, Chun-Li had slipped back into investigator mode. Dare I ask who dropped him off? His mother. Aisha replied. Around 3-4 days ago. She give a reason why. Chun-Li felt a small ball of anger in her gut at the most likely one. Denki raised a hand. So, where are we on Okiko's theory? Honestly, there are enough timelines where the entire quirk-focused society was based in all for one playing social dominoes specifically to get stronger quirks to steal that you could probably blame him for this even if it wasn't specifically his plan. Cinema answered. Good enough for me. Okiko huffed. Inko frowned slightly. I'm genuinely uncertain how to feel about that. Same. Yoichi and Izuku chimed in. Hey, kiddo. Ryu said, doing his best to not look intimidating when he got closer. Considering his size, he's doing a DMN good job. Itsuka spoke up. Izuku froze. Teach the other kids are over there. He replied, pointing slightly with his toy. So is this Izuku's hero nature making him try and help the other kids get adopted first, or his lack of self-worth making him assume Ryu came to talk to him by mistake? Shoto asked. How come you aren't with them? He asked, crouching so they could talk face to face. I'm quirkless. Izuku held his toy closer, like it was the only possession he still had from his old life. They said a freak like me doesn't deserve to be around them. That's why Mama L left me here. Thud 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 thud. Thud. Thud thud. Heeb. Izuku blinked at seeing he, Ryo, Chio, Nezu, and Aizawa were the only ones who didn't slam into the wall trying to hug his younger self. Chio shook her head. At this point, it's a good thing we didn't make this a drinking game. Kid, don't look down. Ryo said. Here. Why? He glanced down. Sliding down the wall left most of the classes, girls especially, face down with backs towards the class. And revealing what each of them had on under the themed shirts. If anything. Hypnefkital. Izuku, he covered his face desperately, please tell me you're joking. Chun-Li tried hard to keep a growl out of her voice. Of all the selfish, idiotic. I won't defend the fact that she handled it badly. But the way she was acting, like she felt she had no choice. Aisha sounded pensive. Like she was facing pressure from every angle you could think of. Guess she broke. Okiko said, back against Izuku, but blushing about him seeing her undies. Everyone does. Eventually. Inko said quietly. Cinema glanced towards a particular timeline. Not everyone. He mumbled. Wanna know a secret? Ryu asked, leaning in a bit. That makes two of us. Izuku's head shot up, a little starry-eyed. Ah really? Izuku snapped his head up. Ah really? Man, this kid's gonna be a heartbreaker when he gets older. He thought. Not wrong, Kero. Tizu. He yelped, blushing. Rumi smirked. Not quite. Heartbreaker would only apply to girls who lose out on the chance to be with him. She waved a paper. And Mamadoriya gave permission. Mom. Why are you upset? The amount of Miko merch and art you have is second only to your All Might collection, so the fan crush was pretty obvious from the beginning. He hid his glowing face. Rumi cackled as she nuzzled into him. Yep. Actually, me and my wife both are. And trust me when I say I've ran into my share of people like that. He shook his head. They definitely traded in common sense for their quirk. Gonna use that in a press statement at some point. Toshinori snickered, along with several others. Izuku let out a snort of laughter at that. And the ice is broken. He looked at the action figure in the boy's arms. All Might fan. Izuku nodded. He's the reason I was hoping to have a quirk, so I could be a hero like him. My own past words to the contrary, Izuku, he said. You never needed a quirk for that. He ruffled the boy's hair, getting a teary smile in return. Really? Ryu mused. Tell me, why exactly do you want to be a hero? 'Cause heroes help people. Like All Might. He just has to be there for everyone to feel safe. It's not your quirk or anything else that does that for me. Himiko said, nuzzling into him. You make me feel safe just being here. Because you're you. Izuku smiled and pulled her into a tight hug. Maya. She purred happily. They grow up so fast. Vlad sniffled, rubbing his eyes. That's really what you want to do, here. Izuku nodded again. Uh-huh. He looked at Ryu. You think I can be a hero like that? Even without a quirk? Ryu grinned and ruffled his hair. Kid, I'll make sure of it. Toshinori quickly took notes. Frankly, I half expected HET to come back looking for Izuku within the week. Aisha added. And honestly, that would be far better for him than being here. Ryu. We're taking him. Chun-Li declared. You are? Aisha asked, surprised at the sudden choice. Diamond right. He needs parents he can rely on, not someone who needs others for strength of character. I'm ready, let's go. Ryu said, having already picked Izuku up. A bittersweet smile formed on Inko's face. Honey. She gestured to Aisha. Paperwork, remember. Oh, right. Several snickered at that. Okay, it gets more light-hearted after this. Cinema assured them. Chun-Li tilted her head. Ryu, explain to me again. Both martial artists and Izuku stood in front of a modest-looking two-story house just outside Musutafu City. Surrounded by a fairly good-sized yard and fence, it gave off a picturesque feel. How did you manage to buy a house? And in one day? One. Fing how? Inko squawked. Ryu shrugged. Ken convinced me to set up a bank account for the money I got from fights. Aside from food, medical supplies, and the occasional motel room, I didn't really use much. He scratched the back of his neck. Kinda forgot about it sometimes. Oh, the All Might method. Nemurai nodded. Toshinori blinked. Here. You're the one who told us your teaching salary gets donated because you literally have so much money in your accounts from merch, branding, hero salary, etc. that you can't use it and have forgotten how much is in there. He shrugged. Not like I spend it all on me. Half of what I make goes to various charities for those current society doesn't treat right. Aizawa raised an eye. Is the my accounts too big to add more before or after that half? After. Perhaps you should hire an accountant. Momo suggested, I have an entire team of them. He replied. I always make sure to ask them before any impulsive spending decisions that don't involve Izuku. Aizawa, Nemurai, Chio, and Rio all facepalmed, while a rueful sigh was heard from Inko and Vlad. What? Okay, I'll buy that. Is the furniture still okay? Ryu, there is furniture, right? Everyone facepalmed. Ryu. She lightly slapped his shoulder. Come on, Lee, you know I traveled a lot. This house-owning business is new to me. Can't really hold it against him. Yoichi said. I know. She let out a resigned sigh, knowing he meant well. Well, at least this way we can decorate it like we want. Yes, find the bright side. Nezu smiled. They made their way up the gravel path leading to the door. Halfway, she lightly tapped Ryu's side to get his attention, then glanced to Izuku, still in his arms. As Ryu looked at the boy, Izuku was a ball of uneasy curiosity, like he was worried they were suddenly going to change their minds. Ryo sighed. It's not easy for an abandoned child to accept that they've genuinely been taken in, accepted, and truly chosen. Himiko let out a before giggling as Vlad ruffled her hair. Chun-Li gave Ryu a pointed look, then gave Izuku a light tap on the shoulder. I can tell what you're thinking, Izuku, and the answer is no. She smirked. May as well get used to it, young man, you're stuck with us. Ryo nodded. Not a bad way to handle it. Though it's not a permanent fix. They both felt relieved when the unease seemed to fade a tad from Izuku's face, not much, but enough to let them know things were starting to head in the right direction. It's a work in process. No, Ryu. But it'll fit. No. But. Ryu, we are not getting TV trays for the kitchen. Toshinori frowned in confusion. What's wrong with that? Inko, Nemurai, and Chio facepalmed. Off to the side, Izuku remained quiet, never letting go of his All Might figurine. He didn't know what to say, or if he should say anything. Why does the shape matter? A table's a table. Maneuverability. Aizawa asked. Aesthetics. That's what. You forget I lived with a monk for most of my life, hun, Setsuna snorted. Looks like we found another work in progress. She sighed. Izuku. The boy jumped slightly when he was addressed. What kind of table would you pick? Ryo chuckled slightly. While on the one hand, including him in these discussions is a good way to help his confidence in his belonging, on the other hand. Izuku looked puzzled for a second. An All Might one. He offered. That. He pointed out while several students laughed. Okay, even I know that'd be tacky in the dining room. Ryu stated. Even he knows, Karororo. Tsuyu giggled. We can put on in your bedroom if you want, kiddo, but it won't work here. I doubt he intended it, but not only is that an excellent compromise, but mentioning his room so casually will definitely help nail down his sense of belonging. Ryo noted. Izuku stood there, multiple emotions flickering across his face. Mentally, he was pulled in multiple directions, between they really want my input. I'm getting an All Might table. And I'm getting a room of my own. See what I mean? Of course you are, honey. Chun-Li replied, making him look at her in surprise. How did she? You said it out loud. She chuckled slightly. Izuku blushed. And didn't make him feel bad about it either. Ryo said, approval lacing his voice. For first-time adoptive parents, they're doing an amazing job. Oh. Maybe beds first would be a good idea. Ryu looked out the window. It's going to be dark soon. And there's no way we'll get anything delivered in time today. Chun-Li yawned. Looks like it'll be sleeping bags and futons for right now. A quick run through the house managed to procure a couple of aged blankets. Combined with Ryu's old sleeping bag, the trio had a makeshift bed of sorts. With a surprised Izuku finding himself tucked in between the two of them. Textbook way of helping a kid feel like they belong. Fair warning, Izuku, Ryu snores. Chun-Li said. Coming from Miss argues with cats in her sleep. Ryu shot back. That was one time. So I'm not the only one who has that dream. Aizawa asked, much to Nemurai's amusement. Sniff. Hey. The two looked at Izuku, and both started worrying when they saw his eyes welling. Whoa, Izuku, what's wrong? Ryu asked, looking around frantically for some idea of what to do. It's okay, we always rag on each other like this. Chun-Li glanced around at the situation, and smiled. I think I know. Izuku. Here. He got out between sniffles. You want a hug? A hug? Ryu paused when the greenette accepted, letting her hold him close. Oh. Being a parent is going to confusing, isn't it? Default mode for all new parents. 𝐿𝐭 said. We'll get the hang of it. She replied, nuzzling their new son. Yeah, he's in good hands. Okay, this world is gonna 𝐔𝐬𝐽, but I think I have just the one to clear the bittersweet feeling here after this. Cinema held a screen that seemed to shimmer and sparkle. The principal did his best to not look intimidated by the couple sitting across from him. Well, never let it be said that Saitama Elementary isn't open-minded. He said, smiling. So, Mr. and Mrs. Hoshi. Chun-Li answered. Okay, I was distracted by the hit to the feels, but... Yes, Kiro. Right. You're interested in enrolling your son here. Anyone know anything about Saitama Elementary? 𝐿𝐭 asked. Yuichi shrugged. Other than the name reference. Oh, I went there. Tetsu spoke up. Me too, actually. Itsuka added. And? How was it? Tetsu grinned. Manly. Should have seen that coming. 𝐿𝐭 shook her head. Ryu nodded. That's right. Chun and we've been on the road for a long time, but with Izuku, it's pretty much time we settled down. Ryo nodded in approval. Good thinking. Children need stability, especially those in this Izuku's situation. Understandable. Okay, let's get some basic info first. What grade is he so far? Well, we adopted him a few days ago. Chun-Li said. They could have asked him. Aizawa Aid. Toshinori looked at him. With how he's been treated prior. Point. Then we can just give him an assessment to see where he stands. Do you think he'll jump ahead a year? Nezu mused. The principal took a form out of his desk and wrote something. Did he have his quirk checked yet? Izuku spoke quietly. I'm sorry. I don't have a quirk. Izuku seemed to shrink into the chair. Neither do I, the man grinned at the boy's surprised expression. A surprisingly good sign. Nemurai smiled. Really? Yep. My parents were heartbroken, but... He held his arms out to his office. He'll be comfortable there at least, then. 𝐿𝐭 sighed, a bit of relief in her voice. Now I know some areas are less than ideal in how they treat the quirkless population. Some districts, too. However, it's not something that's tolerated here. Setsuna huffed. Shouldn't be tolerated anywhere. Yes, remind me again, how many suspensions on your academic record did I ignore because you got them for beating up bullies picking on the quirkless students? Nezu asked in light amusement. Lost count. She admitted. How did you graduate with that many? Momo asked, surprised. Setsuna shrugged. My grades were that good, and I'd already been nominated for the recommendation exam. They had a choice between having their name on my transcript or not, so they matriculated me. And as soon as I heard the reason for all the suspensions, I marked her achievements down as despite the school, rather than because of. Nezu grinned. If I'd gone to school where you did, Izuku started. Then at least one of the students I was getting my shapely but suspended over would have been cute. She smirked. He'd have probably put together your need for close contact and body heat to be at your peak back then too, so you'd have had a big brain cuddle buddy when you weren't suspended. Himiko said. Setsuna's jaw dropped a little. Dang. Now I really wish we'd gone to school together. She sulked. Izuku seemed to sit her up a little straighter. Even if I want to be a hero. If that's what you want. Izuku stared in disbelief. That's simple. Granted, you'll have to work a lot harder than most to compensate, but no one here will tell you it's impossible. He quickly wiped away a few tears before finding himself engulfed in a mass hug. And if there's anything school-related you need, ask and we'll see what we can do. Like I said. Manly. Tetsu grinned. Good school District 2. Help support the first quirkless hero, too. Itsuka smiled. Their martial arts programs were amazing. Now, just fill out this out and we can schedule the assessment. The next day, in a classroom that was empty aside from Izuku, the principal, and a teacher, Izuku was quietly scratching away at a testing sheet. I feel like they should have the counselor there too. Ryo frowned. Oh, Saitama Elementary didn't have a counselor. Itsuka replied. Why not? A sudden angry growl rumbled from his throat. Cause everyone from the principal to the janitor were also certified counselors. Tetsu answered. Nezu tilted his head. How did they manage that? The principal was licensed to run a counseling certification course and ran it for all staff. Said he wanted every single adult to know what they were doing if kids needed help. Itsuka explained. Kirishima stared in awe. Manly. Every so often he'd stop, look up in thought, then go back to the paper. Okay, class, the teacher spoke up, getting the attention of the students. Before we start the day, I'd like to announce that we have a new student, Izuku Hoshi. Is it weird to anyone else to hear him referred to with a different last name? Shoto asked. Yes. Izuku mumbled no, Kero. Maybe, Naya. Vlad looked over. Is there a particular reason you're making more cat sounds than you've been reported doing so prior, Himiko? Is it a diet thing? A comfort thing? Is it a Izuku has a quirk thing, Kero? Tsuyu smirked, flustering the teacher and new parent. Himiko scratched her head. I dunyo. Just. Learning mom was an actual cat. Kinda wanna connect. Clonk. Everyone stared at Vlad and Izuku, on the floor dazed from attempting to give Himiko a comforting hug at the same time. And headbutting each other in the process. Hello. Izuku said, standing by the woman and trying hard not to go red in the face. Why don't you tells everyone a bit about yourself? I like All Might. Think that's obvious, dude. One kid chuckled, pointing to Izuku's shirt. No uniform policy. Inko said. That's different. Combination of not everyone can afford uniforms and self-expression means greater comfort initiatives. Itsuka responded. The principal was big on the idea that the more comfortable students were at school, the better they'd perform academically. Had the records to prove it, too. Not that any other schools cared. Same guy we saw in this timeline? Ryo asked. Yup. I wound up meeting him a few times for DSPLN problems. Nezu's ears twitched. Oh. They weren't on your record. They weren't that bad. She shrugged. I just didn't want to talk to any of the teachers about what was causing it, so he spoke with me directly. Ryo looked over. Look into increasing intake from this district, Nezu. We need more emotionally stable heroes. Agreed. Oh. He blushed. And I like to study quirks. What do you mean? Another student asked. Well, I like to watch heroes using their quirks and figuring out what it does, how it works, and what all they could probably do with it. Manly. Tetsu yelled, in stereo with his younger self. Manly. A boy in the back with gray hair and shark-like teeth hollered. Mineta stared at him. Dude, that's freaky. Tetsu. The teacher gave him a look. Sorry, Miss Kobayashi. He said sheepishly. Tetsu smiled wistfully. Dude, Miss Kobayashi. She was such an awesome teacher. Miss her class. Did you ever get a chance to meet her friends or family? Yuichi asked carefully. Oh yeah. They came in from time to time for various things. Believe it or not, they all had dragon quirks. Not related to Ryukyu, though. Rumi blinked. Oh god, Them. Ryukyu's told me about that group. So much chaos. I think that's enough for now. She looked at Izuku. Why don't you take the seat beside him? Okay. He quickly made his way to the desk and slid in. Tetsu grinned widely. Manly. We get to be brothers. I'd question that, but if he's as like Kirishima as he seems, Kero. In the words of a certain machine people, resistance is futile. Minoma droned, causing excited squeeze from Yoichi. Okay, seriously, when did you have time to see all that stuff? Second asked. I had read-only internet access. Third just stared. The next couple of hours went by fairly quick, math and reading, then they were let out for lunch. Izuku took to following some of his classmates at a distance in hopes they'd lead him to the cafeteria. Typical new kid hesitation. Which is a step up from what was the case before. Ryo noted. Hey, Hoshi. The gray-haired boy called out, catching up. Let's hurry, I heard it's chicken tempura and sushi rice today. Manly. One of my favorites. Okiko raised an eye. Did they serve anything that wasn't one of your favorites? Nope. Wasn't the school manly? Oh okay. Izuku replied, walking beside. First day nerves? He asked, seeing how quiet he was. He nodded. Why yeah. Yeah, that happens. He patted Izuku's shoulder. Don't worry, you'll be fine. By the way, name's Tetsu. Izuku gave him a puzzled glance. Yeah, I know. It's 4 different kanji, though. Oh. Yeah. He quickly wrote out his name in kanji. Iron, philosophy, pierce. And an archaic form of iron. Izuku read out loud. Dude. Kirishima yelled in excitement. Your name is frickin' Excalibur. Manly. Tetsu went slack-jawed as he read it. Holy SHT, I never realized. Manly. Oh. That's clever. Tetsu shook his head. My folks sure think so. He seemed to realize something. Hey, you said you like to study quirks, right? Yeah. It took a second, but his skin turned gray and hard. Oh wow. Izuku was wide-eyed. Did you just turn into metal? Kirishima laughed. Dude. You're about to get the Midoriya quirk mumble. Here. Midobro is an absolute mad lad when it comes to quirks. He'll be finding crazy things about your quirk in no time. Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Kinda wanna see what young me comes up with first. Just an outer layer, according to the docs. He replied, changing back. But it's steel. So you generate an iron-based coating. He tried to think of a better term. Trust me, I've heard them all. He rolled his eyes. I really have. Tetsu muttered. At least twice. Pops won't stop making them. I threatened to go after his toes if he called me rusty again. So, can you do it at will, or? Kind of. It uses up the iron in me, so I have to eat stuff that's got a lot of iron in it. You know, eggs, red meat, spinach, things like that. How long can you hold it, and does it affect your flexibility? Well, depending on what I've eaten, I can go about half an hour before I start feeling tired. And haven't really noticed any changes in how I can move. Does affect your full body only, or can you just change parts, like your arms or feet? All the questions I was going to ask so far. Izuku commented. Tetsu paused. I don't know. Hadn't really thought about trying that. Definitely will though. He laughed. I mean, you could make a couple of fingers metal with a covering line over the back of your hand to your feet for grounding against electricity. Or around your back the other hand to redirect them, possibly dash, like Iroha's technique. Awesome. I gotta try that. He smiled. Again, in stereo with his younger self. Like Iroha's technique. Tetsu lit up like Christmas was early. Awesome. I gotta try that. That's gonna happen a lot, won't it? Mineta asked. Itsuka sighed. He hasn't exactly changed much since that age. Once he settled down, they made their way into the cafeteria. The room was filled with other kids chattering and laughing. The two quickly got their food and found a couple of seats. I can't wait to tell my folks about this. Tetsu laughed. I think my odds of getting into UA just got better thanks you, man. You're hoping to go to there too? Too. Tetsu grinned. Hey, that means we can both be heroes together. Well, I want to, but I don't know if I'll make it. Izuku said, looking down. Why not? I don't think it costs that much. No, I'm quirkless. No quirk. Tetsu stared at him, then grabbed his shoulders. Dude, you know how freaking manly that is. Manly. Izuku squeaked. Yeah. You're not relying on a power to prove yourself, it's just all you. But some people, pro heroes included, that aren't all that fond of people like me. Those are just unmanly losers. Tetsu snorted. Unmanly. Yeah, the girls too. Trust me, bro, if anyone's gonna getting into UA and becoming heroes, it's gonna be you and me, you can count on that. Manly. Tetsu wiped tears from his eyes. Setsuna chuckled. Guess he was right about the two of you being brothers. Nezu, remember saying you were curious about quirks interacting with non-quirk abilities? Cinema asked. Oh yes, I remember. His ears flicked eagerly. Do you have a timeline to show as that specifically focuses on that? Indeed I do. Now, there are those out there that really don't like this timeline for some reason, but I'm rather fond of it myself. So, let's take a look. Analysis Journal, Supplemental Version. Izuku Midoriya. Oh, so. We're seeing this world through my journal entries about it. Yep, that's how it manifests. Cinema replied. Ever since I'd learned about them, I'd had a fascination with quirks. That is true. How they worked, what they let the user do, how they looked, everything. You can say that again. Manga spoke up. Quirks. They're kinda weird. Bondo looked a little sheepish. They're a funny thing, actually. I've seen people with physical ones, like scales and pointed ears. Others you didn't know what it was until they used it, like Midnight Sleeping Gas or Snipe's Bullet Control. And then you see ones with physical appearances that seem to have nothing to do with their quirk. Vlad smirked. Kinda have examples of all those here. Really? Dark shadow floated over. Who's the last type? Tokoyami stared at his quirk in disbelief. Once I saw a boy with a foxtail, but his quirk was making light beams shine from his eyes like searchlights. Izuku instantly started a quirk mumblestorm about searchlight eye beams. Setsuna leaned back against him. I could fall asleep to that, it's soothing. Not to mention the sheer variety, from just having glow-in-the-dark hair, to All Might's superhuman strength and Endeavor's fire. Do you mean his abilities, or his personality? Shoto asked. It is talking about quirks, Kiro. Which is most likely the reason I questioned whether the ability I'd learned I have was a quirk. Nezu leaned in. Oh. This Izuku has an ability that isn't a quirk. Fascinating. That and the reason I decided to create this supplementary. Initial event, I was 8 when this all started. It was a Saturday afternoon and my mother and I had just gotten home from shopping. Gyro blinked. That's a rather mundane start. Mama, why'd you even get it? Izuku asked, looking at the taped showbox. They were almost home when they spotted a small swap meet in one of the lots. She decided it couldn't hurt to look for a minute. That minute ended up with her buying a stored surprise. Those. Aizawa rolled his eyes. They always seemed like excuses on the part of the seller to pass on whatever junk they couldn't sell on its own by turning it into gambling. From a guy who claimed he ran an antique shop in Kyoto. It was the first time he'd ever seen her make an impulse purchase. Inko shrugged. I found them fun, and it's not like they cost that much. I don't know, sweetie, just seemed like a fun chance to take. She smiled and gave a little shrug. Besides, it was only 200 yen. See? Aizawa frowned. Sorry, with how tight I had to budget things before I got my license, I can't agree. Oh. She paused. Oh dear. He gave her a look, but let it drop. To an 8-year-old, that was still a lot of money. Not just an 8-year-old. He sighed. She then handed him the box. Here, why don't you see what's in it while I go put the groceries up? Now if you let him keep anything he liked out of it as a present, I wouldn't fault you. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 chuckled slightly. That's how Izuku got most of the figurine pieces he used to assemble figurines for those heroes he loved that didn't have official merch, especially underground heroes. I even made one of you when I was younger, Eraserhead. Izuku said. The man promptly ducked behind his scarf. Okay. Taking it, he jogged over to the coffee table and set it down. The tape must have been cheap because it peeled away really easy. As soon as he lifted the top off, the first thing that popped into his head was, this is 200 yen. That and junk. Admittedly, some did turn out that way. She sighed. Barely any of it looked interesting as he started pulling stuff out. A couple of old hair clips, a hand mirror, without the glass part, some plastic jewelry, and an ugly glove that had been chewed on. Okako scratched her chin. I see some crafting potential there. Nemurai looked over. Oh. While it's missing the glass, the hand mirror otherwise seems pretty sturdy, so it could be used for quite a few things. The hair clips have some pretty nice color even if they're missing some teeth. Between them and the glove, you could make a nice faux floral display piece. Nemurai tilted her head. I can see it. He was about to go tell her she wasted money that could have gone to a candy bar when he spotted 2 figurines in the bottom of the box. Figurines. Setsuna sat up. Okay, doesn't matter what they're made of, if they've got good workmanship, those are well worth the price. Picking them up, he saw they were both dressed like shrine maidens. One had the face covered by a fox mask, the other had a cat mask. From the weight, they had to be metal, and looked like they cost way more than 200. Tokoyami crossed his arms. Those seem like extremely high-quality tabletop miniatures. Each could easily be 2,000 or 3,000 yen, depending on what they are made from. Why are they warm? He asked himself. And if they aren't what they appear to be, that could be greatly undervaluing them. Momo added. Despite it being well into winter, and them being in that box for who knows how long, both figures felt warm to the touch. Okay, that's not normal. Setsuna pointed. Metal doesn't hold heat like that. It may have just been because his hands were still cold so they felt like it, but it was still odd. Trust me, they wouldn't feel internally warm just cause your hands were cold. They were just little metal statues, but Izuku couldn't help but notice the amount of detail in them both. Enough to make them seem almost alive. He swore he could see each strand of hair if he looked in close enough. Sounding less and less like manufacture and more like quirk effect, Kero. Actually, he nearly did swear. Mostly in shock and a fair amount of alarm when a sudden blinding flash of light erupted from the 2 figurines, making him hurl them against the couch. Reasonable reaction. Aizawa said. When his vision returned, the figurines weren't anymore. Heeb. Izuku blinked. If I was to show this to anyone, they'd probably think I had an overactive imagination. Or was crazy. All quirks are bullshit. Itsuka quipped. But what I saw next, the next sentence is scratched out when the light faded. The spot where I'd thrown the 2 figurines now had 2 girls sitting there. Mineta paused. Wait, what? A waist chuckled. This one's gonna be fun. They say magic isn't real, magic. Leiko, Tokoyami, and Ibara shrieked. But after what I learned, Izuku rubbed his eyes to be sure he was seeing straight. There, sitting on the couch were 2 girls, wearing the same shrine maiden outfits. But now they were unmasked. One had long mid-back length white hair, fox ears, grey eyes, and 9 long, fox tails fanning out behind her. The other had shorter pixie-cut purple hair, violet eyes, cat ears, and 2 tails that stuck straight up as they both looked around in surprise. Momo looked wide-eyed. A kitsune and a nekomata. Oh, is that what they look like? Should I have the 2-pronged tail on my hero costume? Himiko glanced at her butt. Maybe see if I can use my quirk to grow one. Mizuku seemed intrigued by the idea. Para. Where? The fox girl said in excitement, shaking the sleeves of her outfit before wrapping her arms around several of her tails. We're free. The cat girl squealed, letting out a happy mia while her tails curved to form a heart. Ah. That's adorable. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 giggled. Free. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked puzzled. He watched in surprise, confusion, and a dash of amusement as he watched the two girls, both of them a couple of years older than him, at least, scream in joy and hug each other while doing a little wiggle dance where they Saturday. Very adorable, 𝐂𝐨. Excuse me, he managed to speak up, getting their attention. What's 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐽? The words barely left him before both girls suddenly glomped him, making him the filling to a girl cuddle sandwich. Mineta looked over at Izuku. That seems familiar. The fox girl buried her face in his neck and giggled excitedly as she nuzzled him, the cat girl rubbing her cheek against his and purring loudly. He glanced from Setsuna to 𝐒𝐭𝐴. Excessively so. Don't really think anyone would blame me for admitting I was, for lack of a better term, dumbstruck then. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shook her head. Nope, can't blame you. That's not really a situation you expect to find yourself in at that age. Most don't at any age. Unlike you now. Aizawa commented my reaction was fairly standard. I yelled for mom. Makes sense. Inko said except when she arrived. Izuku, what's wrong? She asked, looking around. He stared. What was, don't you see them? He yelped, pointing at the two. The box. Stuff. Girls. What? She looked at him in bemusement. Izuku, if this is a joke, you probably should work on it some. Inko scratched her head. Why didn't I think there was a quirk involved? His jaw dropped. Don't you see them? Yes. She focused on the box. Not much of a surprise. Ah well, we can take it to the local Goodwill next week. Oh. Miscommunication. But. Them. They. He stammered, watching her walk off. Oh, we forgot about that. Since you freed us, you're the only one who can see us for the next 24 hours. The cat girl said. And I believe we've just begun to explore magic. Nezu said, fully intrigued. Yeah, our sensei added that to the spell as sort of a prohibition effect. The fox girl pouted. Being ignored by the whole temple was boring. Okay, question the house later, but whoever they are talking about used enforced shunning as a punishment for children. Rio looked like he was about to go feral. And that was just the beginning. Mineta rubbed his temples. I have the feeling if you'd shown this before 𝐒𝐭𝐴 joined us, I would have reacted a lot worse to it. Awase nodded. I can see that. Maya. It's almost 1am. A voice spoke up behind Izuku. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 stiffened, that sounded a lot older than what we just heard. Yeah. Almost sounds our age, 𝐭𝐴. Tsuyu said, pulling him away from the journal he'd been writing in as two pairs of arms slid around his torso. Awase stared. Dude. He quickly looked over to his clock. Already? Yeah. I do tend to lose track of time when I get scared into my notebooks. He admitted. Yeah, come to bed, MSTR. Chimed in another, followed by a familiar nuzzle. MSTR. Numerous voices blurted out. Izuku groaned. Who boy dash, do you longing that form of address from your devoted servant, my dread lord? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked. Why 𝐒𝐿𝐴, you broke our boyfriend. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 huffed. Again. And not in the fun way. Setsuna added, pouting. We want our cuddles. Okay. He chuckled, letting them drag him to the bed. He quickly rolled into the middle of the bed where Nikki and Para curled up against him on either side, wrapping their arms, tails, and legs around him. Oh, that looks comfy. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 grinned. Which position? Setsuna asked. Yes. A guy can get used to this. He thought, putting an arm each around the two girls. And you get two. Rumi gave him a hip bump. Why dash? How do we snap him out of it, 𝐭𝐴? He nodded, taking hold of Izuku and Kinoko's heads. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 managed, before Yui pushed them together. Chew. Both Izuku and Kinoko stared at each other in shock. Yes. Inko quickly snapped a photo to coos and sounds of amusement throughout the room. Especially with this lot. Wait. Lot. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 looked over. Hey, scooch over, you two. Another voice muttered. We want our cuddles, too. Mineta slowly turned. How many? I'll explain that in a bit. Cinema replied. Let's say Izuku has a knack for unknowingly rescuing. Basically magical girls, for lack of a better term. Cinema said. Magical what? Tokoyami asked. You'll see what I mean. Second entry. I doubt I really need to add this, but for the sake of recording, thanks to the combination of shock at finding myself being abruptly cuddled by two older by 2 years, at least, and admittedly cute girls, confused as to why my mother didn't even react, and trying to make sure I heard them right, it took a few minutes before I could really form a coherent sentence. Kaminari looked at Izuku, who was still in the middle of the cuddle pile. Can this get any more familiar? During that, the two girls pulled me up onto the couch, still wedged between them. So they didn't break the embrace even as they moved. Nemurai chuckled. Talented. They introduced themselves as Nikki and Para, a Kitsune and Nekomata respectively. Both claimed to have been students at a small temple in the northern end of Japan during the early days of quirks. They what? Yuichi asked. Banjo groaned. Oh great, more reference humor we won't get. When I managed to get my train of thought reset, I asked the first thing that hit me. What kind of quirk was that? The one that turned you into statues. Never hurts to have a hobby. Mine's studying quirks. Something tells me it'll stay a hobby for this Izuku, Kiro. Tsuyu said. Himiko mewed. Does that mean his KNK will be magic instead? Girls, please. He whined, hiding his face. I really wasn't ready for the response. Nikki tilted her head, ears flicking in a puzzled fashion. A queer what? Oh. I remember, the weird abilities humans have now. Like that poor guy who actually had taste buds in his butt. Everyone's expression was a mix of horror, disgust, and nausea. Katsuki retched. That's just effing wrong. Para meowed. They started calling them quirks about 160 years ago. Oh, that. Nikki shook her head. No, we're magic. She said it like it was the most normal thing around. Considering they're from before quirks, it probably is for them. Toshinori shrugged. Izuku stared at them. Magic? Did they seriously? He may have been 8, but even he found that hard to swallow. I might have been born at night, but it wasn't last night. He deadpanned. Yuichi snickered. Heh, love seeing that line get used. Nana looked at him. It's that old. Also, taste buds. In his butt. We are. Nikki said. We can even prove it, hold on to your butts, people. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 yelled. Zero smirked. Unless you can taste with it, then grab my tape instead, right? She snapped both fingers and everything flickered for a second. Now. When it stopped, Izuku's eyes widened. The rest of the furniture, the living room, the whole house, was gone. Instead, they were on the couch. And the couch was floating a mile above the city. Except there are quirks that can do that, too. Toshinori responded. Then how would they prove it's magic? Nemurai asked. After all, just about anything that would once be classified as magic is something that can be done with quirks. Chio snorted. Teach it to someone. Quirks can't be taught, after all. Chill. They'll get there. Cinema told them. Nani? He yelped. Naturally he could have just said it was an illusion, or a hologram, but he felt the wind on his face, and the couch was bobbing along with a bird that decided it was a good place to rest for a moment. You overdid it again, Nikki. Para commented as he scrambled behind her. Whoops. Nikki had the decency to look sheepish. Seriously, teleporting 3 people and a couch that high. And having it float. I was aware about quirks enough to know there was no way just one person could do all that, especially that fast. Aizawa coughed in a way that sounded suspiciously like Kurogiri. And Nikki looked like she wasn't even trying. It took a little while, but after she put us back in the living room, and I finally calmed down enough to be coherent at least to myself, I agreed to give them the benefit of the doubt and let them explain just what happened. Good choice. Mina squeaked. Don't want to know what they try next. Again for brevity. According to them, they had been learning at the shrine, the local priests and such teaching them. Para was an orphan and had been semi-adopted by Nikki's mother, so they spent most of their time together. Ah. Himiko squeed. They're like sisters. Kiro. Tsuyu added in a melting tone. They were also notorious mischief makers. I like them already. Setsuna and Mina laughed, before pointing at each other. Jinx. 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 Jinx yipe. They squawked when Gyro jabbed them both with her jacks. Them being trapped in figurines was the head priest's standard punishment for them. Ryo hissed. If he were still alive, I would tear his head from his body, SHD down his neck, and then reattach it before making him listen to the appropriate lecture of why such punishments for children should never be considered. Chio grimaced. Not sure how he'd still be alive after that dash, all depends on how fast I pulled it off. They hated being in one spot for too long, and they were well aware of what went on around them, so they couldn't sneak away from the lectures they got after getting caught. Say, why was the head priest the one deciding punishments, anyway? Okiko said. Shouldn't that be up to Nikki's mom? Aizawa snorted. Keyword, priest. Ibara looked at him with an uncomfortable frown. The two had been punished that way for a prank, but the scolding was interrupted. Manga looked up. So now we learn why they were stuck for centuries. Sensei was starting to go on about how, even though the new students would be disciplined for acting like we were servants, pouring onion juice on them in their sleep wasn't what he meant. Ibara stared, gobsmacked. What manner of temple were they training at for such things to happen? When there was suddenly a lot of shouts and stuff being thrown outside. Nika started, her tails waving around in time with her emotions. While that's adorable, the rest is concerning. Kiro. He said he'd be back in a minute, but when he left, the shouts and things started sounding like a big brawl had started. Para added. It got louder, like the fighting was getting close, then we were grabbed up and thrown into a bag along with other things we recognized as things from around the temple grounds. Her ears flattened as she told this. That was the last we saw of any of them. Poor tykes. Rumi's ears drooped. Nikki held her close, three of the kitsune's tails curing around her. We didn't know till later that they were a group of lowlifes that thought the temple had something valuable and decided to attack. Para and I were sold to a pawn shop. They need counseling. As soon as possible. Ryo said. So, you were awake. All that time. Izuku asked, dawning horror rising in him. If not sooner. He was 8, but even he knew that was not healthy. Understatement. Only for the first 24. 48 hours. Para looked to Nikki for confirmation. Somewhere around that. The spell was designed for disciplinary use, so if we weren't taken out in that time, we kinda went into a stasis. Chio frowned. That's not much better. Unless them being magical somehow drastically alters how their psyche processes things. At least until we were moved. Soto sighed. Explains how they knew what was happening in the time between, at least. That and thankfully the spell kinda put out an aura that made sure we were always within a couple feet of each other. Ryo crossed his arms. Unless that included the ability to sense each other at all times, that's small comfort. Well, that's a relief. He said, unsure if that was good or not. We came to a few times. Found out we'd been sold to someone to use as a door prize. Para meowed a little. Trying to get a read on what happened in between naps was a pain. We only got moved when the shelves we found ourselves on needed cleaning. Didn't get a lot of info, but we did learn that quirks were getting more and more frequent. She looked annoyed. Explains why no one woke us up. How does that explain that? Chio asked. Maybe breaking the spell requires magic, and as quirks became more prominent magic became less so. Toshinori suggested. Something like that. Cinema replied. Quirks and magic don't mix. Nikki said, seeing his questioning look. Don't ask how, we never figured it out, but magic was impossible to learn if you had one. So instead of seeing how quirks and other powers combine, we'll be seeing how they play off each other. Nezu asked, looking interested. So to speak. Cinema replied. The spell was originally broken when someone picked up the statues with bare hands, but quirks negated that. She paused. Wait. They both looked at him. I don't have one OP. He yelped when he found himself in his second ever girl sandwich. You thinking what I'm thinking, para. Nikki's tails floofed. He freed us, no quirk. Maya. Mina squealed. Which means you can learn magic. Manly. Kirishima and Tetsu yelled. What? Izuku stared into nothing in sheer confusion. Usually he got ignored or sneers and insults when others found out. Izuku promptly found himself hugged from multiple angles. Happy was. Kinda new. We have a MSTR. They squealed, hugging him tightly. Ibara nearly choked. A what? So magical beings of this world have a need to bind themselves to those who are compatible with magic but are not magical themselves. Leiko asked, cupping her chin. Does this binding act as a training limiter, so they can learn control without becoming monsters, or becoming corrupted or destroyed by their own power? Cinema shook his head. Honestly, I haven't seen that much of this timeline yet for reasons. So we'll just have to see. Izuku. EXE has encountered an error, please restart. Multiple snickers could be heard. Cinema just snickered. Entry cont. To this day, I wonder if I've broken the record for having that kind of reaction to girls the earliest. Doubtful. Mineta said. Then again, that was probably due to the whole MSTR deal. Understandable, have a nice day. Shoji quipped. Once I rebooted, and given being a little more curious than I probably should have been, I asked what they meant by that. Toshinori nodded. Good question. That means we serve you. Nikki grinned and cuddled closer to him. MSTR. Oh my. Mineta's eyes widened. Para did as well. Aside from the usual, cooking, cleaning. She purred. Rio frowned. Doesn't seem fair to them and when you get older. Nemurai grinned. Oh, myyyy. George Takei did it better. Yoichi said. Who asked you? She shot back. Para. Nikki gave her a light swat with one of her tails. Good to see she's responsible, Kero. Izuku just sat there in abject confusion. Here. She giggled sheepishly. We'll explain later. Inko raised an eye. They seem a little eager for that. Rumi huffed. Can't blame them, animal quirk instincts are a pain in the CNT, can only imagine magical ones are as bad or worse. Here. Okay. Oh. A shot of realization hit him. Since you're free now, should we let your families know? On the one hand, it's really touching that he wants to help them reunite with their families. Toshinori started. Aizawa winced. On the other hand, 300 years. Chio shrugged. Practically an eye blink for Kitsune, and Nikki's mom raised them both. He rigged out of their grasp and ran over to the phone book. Maybe a couple live in town. Though that's a bit optimistic. What names should I dash? He turned to ask, but paused when he caught sight of them. The smiles on both girls' faces were faltering. What's wrong? I'm an orphan. Para replied, her ears drooping. My parents went missing since I was a baby. Thud. Oi. Himiko muttered as she slid down the wall. Oh. Her maternal instincts are kicking in. Vlad mumbled, then he stared as she curled back up against Izuku. Oh SHT, her maternal instincts are kicking in. My mom took her in, but we haven't seen her since we started at the temple. Nikki added. That seems her mom's a kitsune, Rio. Chio cut him off. They live for thousands of years and that's lowballing it. Probably wouldn't think anything of leaving her kids with mortals for a decade or two to learn to value them as people. Toshinori looked over. And it being 3 centuries later. She shrugged. With magic becoming less common, maybe she can't find her way back. The energy of quirks interfering with magic-based senses. Fascinating. Nezu took notes on his phone. Oh. I mean I. Izuku started to panic. He didn't think to take the possibility of them not having any family into consideration. At his age, understandable. Chiyo said. Now he had 2 girls that he'd unintentionally upset. Lacking any experience in this kind of situation, he did the first thing that popped his head. I don't. Well. Pumpernickel. The girls silently turned to stare at Izuku. You know. He shrugged in confusion. Both girls blinked. What? I thought I should try and change the subject. It was the first thing that came to mind. The girls' confusion slowly descended into amused snickers and coos. There was a PRGNNT silence between the 3 of them for a second, until Para let out a snorty giggle, followed by Nikki. Thus, my first ever crisis was averted. Nemurai cackled a little. A good laugh does wonders for crazy situations. Just ask Ms. Joke. Do not. Aizawa pointed at the 2 classes. With that dealt with, and since Mom couldn't see them right now anyway, I decided it was as good a time as any to get my homework out of the way before dinner. While I did it, I couldn't help but ask why they were at a temple for an education. We were just wondering that. Toshinori chimed in. Turns out quirks were just on the rise back then, when some were letting the power go to their heads. So they were hiding from this timeline's all for one. Can't say I blame them. He is pretty focused on his image of himself as the Demon Lord. Yoichi shuddered. Don't want to think what he'd have done with access to magic. So it was for protection as well. Several magical girls had already been sealed to protect them from the new criminals, while a few who had reputations for being just as bad, if not worse, were locked away to keep them from causing even more trouble. So, magic got sealed away because humanity can only handle one supernatural ability-related catastrophe at a time. Toshinori asked. When you put it like that. Cinema admitted. When I asked about the Mr. thing, they just said no self-respecting magical girl would let a debt go unpaid. Denki snapped his fingers. Oh. It's the Wookiee thing. Wait, what? Gyro looked at him. Yeah, it was a big thing in Star Wars lore that if someone of another species saved a Wookiee's life, the Wookiee would stay by their side as an ally until they died to repay the life debt. Ibara frowned. That seems quite unbalanced in terms of fairness until you learn that Wookiees live on average 4 times as long as humans and are one of the longer-lived species in Star Wars lore. Yoichi commented. Exactly. Denki continued. I mean, sure, dedicating yourself to serving someone who saved your life for the rest of their life might be a bit much. But for a Wookiee, doing that for a human was more along the lines of, you know, adopting a dog that saved your life. Is that why OBWN discussed passage with Chewie instead of Han? Tokoyami asked. To this day, however, I still don't get why what I did would need. Repaying magic is often a system of balance. To not repay a magical debt is asking for magic itself to turn against you in reprisal. Leiko stated. Izuku scratched his head. Makes sense, I suppose. So, magic demands repayment of favors because of karmic balance. In essence, it is much the same when dealing with spirits. To not repay a favor done by a spirit is to welcome a curse for your selfishness. But I digress. Anyway, the next couple of days went by without much of a hitch, though Nikki and Para proved to be quite the affectionate types. Think the only times I didn't have at least one snuggled against me was when I went to the bathroom. Itsuka looked unsure. That seems kinda clingy. Ryo hemmed. To be fair, they've been sealed away without physical contact for 3 centuries, however much they were aware for it. Touch starvation is a beach. Izuku muttered. And he knows that quite well, which is why they didn't spend the whole time just cuddling each other. Of course, that led into what was nearly crisis number 2. It was the weekend, so I had a bit of free time. Had been on the way home when the 2 of them suddenly pulled me over behind a closed ramen stand while I was checking out new hero merch. Toru made a puzzled noise. Wonder what that looked like to anyone watching. A kid getting yanked behind a food stand by something no one could see. Ryo tilted his head. I am concerned. What's wrong? He yelped, stumbling when the pulling stopped. Something had to be bad with the way they suddenly dragged him there. Not necessarily bad. Nemurai clarified. Just significant. Our probation period's almost done, Nikki replied. As she did, Izuku could see she and Para were both shimmering slightly. See. Just significant. So they're about to be visible, then? Toru asked, her tone somewhat sad. Izuku quickly made a note in his notebook. We can feel the spell breaking down. Nezu scratched his chin. I wonder what that feels like. Really? Well, how much time is left? About 10 minutes, give or take. Para replied, earning an incredulous squawk from him. Not much time to adjust, Kero. Tsuyu said. Rumi shrugged. Least he got a warning at all. Imagine if it broke down right in front of Mamadoriya without them knowing it was coming, and she suddenly sees two older girls appear out of nowhere snuggling her baby. Inko shook her head. I can't imagine taking that well. Better this than having to explain two girls suddenly appearing with their arms around you in the middle of the sidewalk. That too. Momo pointed out. He had to agree. That could have been a little awkward. But it also brought up an issue he almost dreaded having to address. That means introducing you to Mom. Denki pointed. Yeah. Like, what's he gonna say? They followed me home, can I keep them? They're people, not pets. Gyro elbowed him. That call him MSTR. Rumi twitched her ears. Dunno, that's kinda what happened with me in that earlier timeline. Wait, WW. Awase yelped, having spun his head so fast he cracked his neck. Mineta shook his head. Yeah, it was both tortuously hot and heart-wrenchingly adorable. Miko was the same age as Izuku and met him in middle school, leading to Mamadoriya taking her in after learning she was independently enrolled. Awase rubbed his neck. How does that smarts? That make it dash. Turns out that Miko is a bit of a naturist. Zero added. Seriously, looked like we were watching a hentai that was only slow burn because the MC had crippling social anxiety. And the heart-wrenchingly adorable. Rumi smirked. My favorite movie from childhood is Jungle Book, specifically the original animated one. They did a bare necessities duet. Awase stared. Just picturing that made my heart beat out of tune from cuteness. Yeah, but don't worry, MSTR. We know exactly how to handle it. Para mewed, hugging him tightly. Rio groaned. I'm not reassured. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Nana assured him. You know you don't need to call me that, he said. For some reason he felt a little odd being referred to that way. Do you also feel odd having me refer to you as my dreadlord? Leiko asked. Would you prefer another form of address? Well, it's just being addressed like that, or with those girls calling that me puts certain images in my head, and I'm not sure how okay they are. He replied, rubbing the back of his neck. If reassurance is your need, then whisper those images in my ear, and I shall speak how I feel about them. Izuku glanced back and forth, then leaned in and whispered to her. Rumi and Himiko's eyes widened, grins slowly spreading as the whispers continued. I find none of those images displeasing, and would gladly submit to such if it is your longing. Leiko said, with a slowly increasing blush. I'm down too, Naya. Izuku meeped. Vlad blinked. What? I'm down too if you're up to beating me into Espim and to earn-doming me. Rumi purred. Izuku's eyes widened. G-meep. Kinoko squealed a little. I think he likes that idea. An eager grin formed on the bunny girl's face. We know. They both replied. Ooh. Mina giggled. Fun. Despite just being 8, even Izuku could tell what they meant by that. I'm 6 and I know what they mean by that. Eri huffed. And I die a little inside with every bit of your innocence I learn is permanently lost. Aizawa mumbled. I'm sorry. Her head drooped. Not your fault. He replied, patting her head. By the time I'd managed to get myself psyched up to try and talk to her as calmly as I could, Nikki and Para had become fully visible if the os and chuckles a couple women passing by made were any indication. The three of them are rather adorable walking along like that. Momo smiled. Is it more adorable if you see them as a trio of siblings, or a pair of girls dragging their young crush around? Itsuka asked. Tsuyu shrugged. That's a matter of perspective, really, Kiro. Don't think it's necessary to explain how much I hoped I didn't choke on this. In a way, I was grateful the comments of adorable and young love from a few more adults managed to distract me a little from the task at hand. Manga chuckled a little. Seems the young love angle is what everyone sees, despite what quirks can do to appearances. Though, it didn't go quite as planned. When does it ever? Aizawa asked. All right. Let's get this over with. Doing his best to relax, Izuku opened the front door with a now visible Nikki and Para right behind him. Mom. Izuku. You're back already. Inko came in from the hallway. No luck finding. Here. Oh, who are these two? She asked, her eyes landing on the two girls. That's rather muted of a reaction by comparison to other timelines. Okiko said. Inko exhaled. At this point, I still think Izuku has a good social life with Katsuki and others at his school. Katsuki looked away. So I'm just curious who the new girls are. Mom, this is Nikki. Hi. The kitsune yipped, her tails floofing up happily. And Para. Para let out a cheery meow. And shrugging off their yokai appearance as quirks. She added. That and they're adorable. It's kind of funny. We followed him home. Para grinned, hugging him tightly. Can he keep us? Nikki joined in. What the F? I was being facetious. Denki hollered. Rumi snickered. Like you were about his haircut in the timeline where his quirk turned out to be a Pidgeon protagonist. The F. Awase squawked. Inko, meanwhile, was struggling not to fall over laughing. Inko blinked. Oh, well, you'll have to feed and wait a minute. Guess I was just caught that off guard. She snickered. Deal. The girls squealed. What dash? Don't worry, Mrs. M, we're sure he'll take care of us. Nikki called out as she and Para dragged a befuddled Izuku down the hall. And we heard others get the if you hurt him her speech plenty, so you don't have to deal with that. Para added. Rio facepalmed. So they bum-rushed her to the point she didn't have a chance to respond beyond stunned confusion. I kinda like their style. She admitted, much to his dismay. A few moments later, the sound of a door opening, then closing could be heard, quickly followed by. Wait, what just happened? Problem children happened. Aizawa muttered. Remember magical girls kinda have a different version of values than regular humans, so kindly save the protests. Cinema gave everyone pointed looks. Can't. Suffice to say, I was confused too when we got into my room. Before I could really ask what they were doing, they kissed me on the cheek and quickly headed back out. Ah! Momo cooed, while Mina squealed in glee. I probably should have followed to see what was going to happen, but I was still trying to process the last few minutes. Mineta, Zero, and Awase nodded. Understandable. Have a nice day. Denki added. I was still trying to wrap my head about the matter when Mom came in. Naturally, I was worried that the girls, or all three of us were in trouble. Honestly, unless the explanation came out as something about you being inducted into some sort of pet play sect cult, I think I could roll with it. Inko replied. Heap wha. Izuku spun around. And honestly, even that would only bother me because you're too young for it there. She shrugged. As long as you were happy and being treated right, I'd learn to cope. Rio stared at her. I have no idea how to react to that. Izuku. What? I mean why, Mom. He started sweating profusely. His mother was disturbingly calm in how she entered. Defcon 2. Katsuki dove behind Kirishima. Shitty hair, use harden. He yelled. Kirishima instinctively went unbreakable. Wait, what? Sen stared. I wanna find that hilarious, but the fact that it's Bakugo reacting like that makes you want to find cover of your own. Shoto asked. He nodded. I can explain. Or at least, I hope I can. Trust me, Izuku. You cannot. Ida sighed. Panic vanished, and was replaced by even more confusion when she suddenly gave him one of her so-happy hugs. Momo blinked. Wait. You can tell what emotion she's hugging you with based on the hug. They're that distinct. Either that or Mom has latent tactile empathy quirk factor that lets her directly communicate her emotional state by hugging. Nezu leaned in. Fascinating. Oh sweetie. I'm so proud of you. You finally got some more friends. Inko hymned. Sounds like the explanation was more mundane than expected. Unless they used magic to make what they said acceptable despite being out there. Aizawa muttered. I've seen a few shows that do that. Again. You aren't mad. Why would I be? Nikki and Para explained everything. Or I shrugged the more esoteric things off as quirks are bullshit, and focused entirely on my baby boy now has female friends who want to love and support him, and decided everything else could be thought about later. That sounds like me. Rumi sat back. If the timeline I starred in is anything to go by, combine that with the girls are all alone in the world save Izuku and you're probably planning on adopting them. Or at least getting custody. Wouldn't want them to think of themselves as siblings. It'd make things awkward when I started shouting about grandbabies. Momo and Kinoko went bright red. He blinked. They did. Levels rising. Phut. Denki fell over laughing. Kyoka snickered a little. It is a pretty funny way of putting it. What did they dash? I hope you girls like spaghetti. Inko said, setting a large bowl of pasta on the table. I do. The cuddle lane called out. The more awkward of them blushing and hiding their faces, while the more bold were exchanging smug smirks. Izuku just sat there blinking. Levels reaching critical. Engaging screw-it protocols. Aizawa sighed. Story of my life. Notaku uading to Ms. Ju-oak. Nemurai sang. Shut. Yeah. I just gave up after that. Yeah, I get that. Manga said sympathetically. Luckily, things seemed to settle after that. We watched a movie. I swear Mom took some kind of odd delight in me being in the middle of a girl sandwich. Why wouldn't I? Inko asked. Pony squeed. I want herd of foals. School of tadpoles for me, Kiro. Himiko giggled. Does that mean I get a litter of kittens, Naya? Izuku blue-screened. Grandbabies. Inko yelled like it was a battle cry. Then it was time for bed. Should I say the line again? Eri asked. Aizawa winced. As appropriate as it is, please don't. Okies. Admittedly, I wasn't sure how to work that little puzzle out. I didn't know where Mom had stashed the spare futons, or even if she was gonna let them stay. The solution will soon be staring him in the face. Toshinori said. Of course. The, again, unexpected, answer walked into my bedroom. Now, to be fair, he's 8 right now, which makes them at most 10. Momo stated. Surely things won't be too dish. Izuku's face turned a shade that would need scientists to define. Nikki was wearing a loosely tied sleep kimono, open just enough to show that it was all she had on, and giving him a view of her developing cleavage. Para had on what could only be called the version killer sweater. Though hers was pink-toned silk and somehow hugged her figure, sporting a heart-shaped cutout in the chest, also giving a teasing view of her assets. Odish Setsuna waved a hand in Momo's face. Oh, BBCB number 2 broke, and I wasn't even the one to do it. Guess magical girls also develop early too, here. Gyro said in a slightly irritable tone. Izuku looked at her for a time, then smirked and moved his hand. Her eyes widened as she shivered and let out a slight gasp. G. Green. Sensei said keep that in private. Jay just wanted to be sure you knew I was interested. She lit up with a bright blush. Here, so it's when your girls are insecure that you gain conscious control of the Riz, here. Rumi grinned and nudged him. Nice. 𝐭 sat in silent squeeing. 𝐼-HUDAWE-. Izuku sputtered as they crawled into bed, taking a spot on either side. Mineta inhaled intensely. It is extremely hard not to be jealous here. Awase nodded. Mood. Good night, MSTR. Nikki snuggled close to his left, burying her face in his neck. Sweet dreams. Para did the same on his right, both girls wrapping their arms around him. Mood. Several male students chimed in. Don't remember if I ever really slept that night. Mood. Toshinori muttered. Reaction, Keymaster PT5, okay, I know this'll probably be redundant, but... Cinema looked at Katsuki. Again. He groaned. Look on the bright side. The rest of the school shares the blame too. Doesn't help much. Third entry the next few days, unfortunately, are still rather hazy. Mineta nodded. Understood. I quickly discovered that a sleeping kimono, loosely tied, can and will come undone if the wearer turns a couple of times in her sleep. And Para's was quick to ride up. Dude. Awase stared. Outside of a good deal of blushing and what I think were giggles, my brain locked up on much of that. Not alone on that, apparently. Zero looked at Mineta, poking him a little. It also didn't help that school had started back up. And Katsuki for some reason, trying to write that infuriates me now. Good. With how I was, it should infuriate you. Katsuki muttered grumpily. And his followers decided my out of IT state meant I was still planning to become a pro hero, so they decided to take offense to it. Has that place been dealt with yet? 𝐭 asked. Actually, I was waiting until you could join us. Nezu replied. After bandaging what I could reach, I headed home. Okako curled against him. I take it you did that a lot. Actually, it never really got to the point I needed bandages until near the end. Ryo frowned. Just because the scars are on your mind doesn't make them any less real. Just wasn't prepared to see the both of them running my way. And looking really upset. MSTR. Nikki was nearly bawling when she and Para tackled him in a dual glomp. We were so worried, we felt a burst of heat and burning. Like stepping on a lit cigarette but way more painful. And apparently part of their MSTR bond means they can feel what he goes through from a distance. Ryo's eyes went wide. OSHT Katsuki blanched. Me dead. The way you felt so miserable. It almost hurt. And as is nature for a being whose essence is only tangentially physical, emotional pain can be the most intense of agonies to experience even secondhand. Leiko added. And who's involved? Para asked, somehow brandishing an excessively large naginata. The blade alone was as tall as her. Aizawa blinked. On the one hand, I'm impressed how expertly she's wielding that at her age. On the other, she intends to use it against others her age. I need to have a word with them. She finished, looking more than a little murderous. With that sort of air. Nemurai inhaled. Ye. Gotta draw the line at that. Nikki's eyes widened. Para, no. Para, yes. Para, no. Izuku said, giving her a stern look. On the one hand, I'm impressed his adjusting to Ito, to keep her in check if she's that aggressively protective. Toshinori said. On the other hand, an incredibly loud part of you screamed Para yes alongside the Nekomata. Nezu glanced his way with a grin. Very much so. But... She puffed her cheeks and let out a pouty mew when the look hardened. Himiko shivered. So, I'm not the only one who loves it when Izuku goes assertive thing, right? Nope. The entire cuddle pile yelled together. I could stand to see it more. Rumi purred. Izuku sat there, face bright red. Fin. The weapon vanished, but not before she started muttering. This time. I catch them doing it and I get bylaws. Exactly. 𝐭 nodded. Catch them in the act and sick the law on them. Much more satisfying, and keeps your hands clean. Wait, how'd you even? Through the bond. When a magic girl gets bonded, a link of sorts is formed between them. While that makes sense, Kiro, this is the first they mentioned bonding like that. Before this it was just calling him MSTR. Cinema scratched his helmet. Here. It lets us sense your emotional state and physical sensations if they are sudden enough. Nikki replied. Tokoyami tilted his head. Sounds like the bond of a familiar tasked to care for a young mage, able to sense what they go through and be there for them. Every emotion? He asked uneasily. If he were much older, he'd be concerned about different emotions being felt. Zero looked on. Nemurai grinned. And sudden physical sensations, him. He didn't get an actual answer, but the squawk of protest he let out when they suddenly pulled up his shirt told him they didn't need to. Everyone has a what-if moment. What if I'd accepted the job? What if I'd said no? What if I told them to screw off? Sometimes I wonder if I should have tried to get my shirt back down before they saw the older marks. Inko looked at him worriedly. Izuku, you don't. He shook his head. No, Mom. The only scars I have are from breaking myself while learning to use my quirk. Speaking of, why did you do so much damage to yourself with it? Itsuka asked. Toshinori sighed. Because he didn't get it until the day of the entrance exam, I stupidly didn't make sure the entire faculty was aware of that, and I am terrible at teaching the fundamentals. Setsuna blinked in confusion. And why would any of that be your responsibility, All Might? Because the quirk is haunted by the spirits of the past bearers, and he's the only past bearer still alive. Yuichi answered. Minoma shot up. Wait. You have All Might's quirk pois. He sputtered as something slapped him in the face. Nezu smiled, having thrown a booklet labeled, So you've learned about One for All at Minoma. Finally got those finished. Nana stared. You made an information pamphlet to give people when they discover the nature of One for All. Or enough pertinent details about it to make it more efficient to simply bring them in on it, yes. Here's enough for everyone. He began passing them out. There were only a couple, but, in hindsight, I possibly should have expected the other facet of magical girls. Violently protective. Rumi offered. Awase frowned. Wouldn't that be violently over-pro dash? That implies I think they're overreacting. Right. As in violently protective emphasis on violent. Ha! Called it. Are you sure you aren't magical? Himiko asked her. Maybe in this world I am. Nikki. I see them, para. Izuku couldn't help but turn beet red when he felt their hands run over his newest burn, and the scar an older one. Izuku shivered as Himiko and Okiko started to run their hands over his chest under his shirt. Gee girls. Just double-checking, Naya. But. You've already seen me shirtless. And Okiko, you and Zu washed me the other day. Setsuna brightened up. Aho! What's this I hear? Long story short, Izuku was in a bad place after having it out with Cherry Bomb over there. Toru waved a soda can at Katsuki. Hey! So Miko and Sensei told Okiko and Zu to go clean him up while the rest of us kept him company in the showers. Vlad slowly turned his head towards Aizawa. What? Aizawa sighed. It was that or risk Izuku losing himself to an emotional crisis and going vigilante. Do you want a vigilante All Might with a brain? Hey! Toshinori gave him an affronted glare. Valid, but still. We kill now? The catgirl asked, borderline pleadingly, the sound of her Naginata's blade tapping on the ground. Can't really blame her. Inko crossed her arms. No, para. He felt a bit of relief at the finality in Nikki's tone when she replied. I am somewhat surprised she is so firm on this. Ibara commented. Para was quiet for a moment until she continued, causing him to look back and see a half-dozen blue fireballs circling around her. They won't learn their lesson if they get to die. I spoke too soon. Ida straightened his glasses. You forgot that the legends of Kitsune have them as expert tricksters, and Nekomata as bringers of misfortune to their enemies. Indeed I did. She sighed. Gee girls. He yelped, almost jumping if they hadn't been holding onto his shirt. Speaking of, just how much muscle does Izuku have under those baggy clothes, him? Setsuna leaned in. Yes, Kiro. Setsuna's eyes lit up, and she liked her lips. Any chance of joining the next group shower event? Nezu coughed. The school rules do not allow mixed groups in the showers save for unique psychological or quirk-related situations. She sulked. Without prior arrangement and parental and counselor approval. It's been determined, somehow, that the best therapy for Izuku is a combination of melance and violence, so if you get your parents to sign off on it, I'll approve it. Ryo stated, trying to ignore the sudden cheering. Still have to reserve the showers for the specific time slot ahead of time, though. By the time I'd managed to calm the both of them down, we'd already gotten back home. At first I thought things had settled. Until I opened in the door. It was habit, and I said things were okay when Mom asked me how school was. Nikki and Para didn't react well to that. Good. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 yelled okay. Okay. Para yowled. We saw the burn. The hands bigger than mine. That me got an early start being an butt. Katsuki facepalmed. Say that again. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stood up from her reading. What burn? Right about then I'd be ready to tear the school apart brick by brick with my quirk. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, alarmingly calm. Look. Again, before Izuku could react, the girls nearly pulled off his shirt, revealing the hand-shaped mark. He could already feel it starting to blister some. Chio huffed. They should have taken him to a doctor. Aizawa glanced her way. Inoldera. Scorched earth, Nezu. Agreed. The hell? Izuku. His mother nearly blurred over to him. When did you get this? He didn't have it this morning, so it was definitely during school. Nikki replied. Para and I can still smell the smoke. And? Izuku squeaked when he felt a kitty nose on his back. Burnt sugar. Me dead. Burnt. Izuku. 𝐒𝐭𝐲's voice was shaking. A little. Was this? Aunt Mitsuki had described the odor of Katsuki's explosions a while back, so Mom was quick to put it together after Para mentioned that. Not exactly difficult to piece together. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 noted. Believe, possibly, but not piece together. I made a half-hearted attempt to play it off, but none of them were having it. I should say not. I finally gave up and told them everything. I told about the day he finally turned on me. The fact I was called Deku by the whole school now, teachers included. The beatdowns from him and his flunkies, the cruel pranks, my locker and desk vandalized. The teachers blaming the quirkless delinquent for everything, using his quirk on me. I told them about it all. Itsuka gulped. I feel sick just hearing it listed out like that. Verily. Ibara said weakly. Yuchi hissed. Finally. An excuse to punt a child. First, Twitch has been dead for centuries, and good riddance. Second said. Deus vult, mofo. Nikki and Para looked ready to turn Aldera into a graveyard. A cursed one at that, where the fallen souls will never know rest nor the succor of a peaceful afterlife. Leiko glared. Mom. I know she didn't mean to, asking why didn't you say anything. You can always tell me. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 winced. There's no way that would go well. She definitely should have left it at asking why you didn't say anything. The you can always tell me turns it into a guilt trip. Well, it set me off in a way. And it's a foot on the land mine. Ryo oofed. When she asked that, I couldn't really hold back. I told about overhearing her gushing to Aunt Mitsuki about how strong Katsuki's quirk was getting, about how he was a shoe-in for UA, and... Yes, I also heard her mention how she hoped I didn't get jealous. What the hell, beach? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 snarled. DEFCON 1. DEFCON 1. Thud. Everyone looked at Katsuki sliding down the window. The sarcasm I used probably wasn't needed, Ryo smirked. Oh, it definitely was, but I was finally venting it all out and didn't really care at the moment. Very important part of the healing process. I couldn't rely on the school to have my back even remotely. Then it felt like my own mother was picking a favorite. I pretty much just gave up on thinking anyone would be on my side until I ran into the girls. Izuku tried to say something. Between me not believing in you and everything you went through despite it never reaching the physical level, You were in the same place before meeting All Might, weren't you? She asked. He gave a sad nod, before making a noise of surprise when the girls of the cuddle pile all tried to hug him at once. Yuchi yelped. Girls love the nurturing enthusiasm, but he still needs to breathe. I was prepared to continue when I was cut off by the sound of Mom dropping to her knees, followed by a sudden hug from her. I was confused for a second, then I heard the sob. Couldn't fully hear the whole thing, but I managed to make out an apology, admitting that she had failed to take into account how it'd seem with her being excited about Katsuki, apologizing for making it seem like I was being treated as second place. Ryo nodded. Good start, but there's a lot of work still to do. I asked what she expected to happen with Bakugo going off to UA and why me being jealous mattered. She explained that she and Mitsuki thought the two of us were still friends, and figured once he was part of a hero agency. Was really tempted to scoff at that. He's already made it clear that the only way he'd work with anyone is if they all do what he says. He'd hire me for hero analysis. Mitsuki and I actually did talk about the possibility of the two of you working together like that at one point, before things got strained when we didn't realize how things were actually going between the two of you. I actually said that with Katsuki's obsession with becoming number one, you could become the Sir Night Eye to his All Might. That would have been nice. He said. I never really cared about the ranking to begin with. Katsuki stared, an utterly broken look on his face as it finally hit him. I fed up. Bad. Nezu, I'm penciling Bakugo in for a rebuild plan. Ryo said, seeing his expression. With any luck he's still salvageable. Understood. There were two issues with that I pointed out to her. One, I doubted I'd ever really even want to work with him unless no other choice, much less work for him. Looks like the girls are already building your spine there. Rumi said. Yeah. 2, I was planning to apply for the UA Hero course myself when I graduated from junior high. Admittedly, she was surprised. Then started to say the 3 words that irked me even back then, understandably so. Ryo noted. But you're. However, Nikki cut her off. Good girl. Toshinori mumbled. Izuku realized the two of them had read his journals when she informed 𝐭. Eraserhead doesn't have any trouble fighting criminals with mutation quirks. And they can still swing at him. Knew me that well even back then? Aizawa asked. I'm both impressed. And kinda touched. I think I'm coming down with something. He yelped when Nemurai and Chiyo smacked the back of his head. And Midnight needs her opponent to breath in for hers to work. If they can hold their breath, she's fighting quirkless. Para chimed in. Nemurai smirked. My quirk also works better if my opponent is physically attracted to me, for some reason, and is less effective if for whatever reason they are physically repelled by me. It's part of why I play up the SXL aspect of my persona so much. Against Ibara, for example, I'd probably be nearly quirkless. Why did you specify me? Well, you're about as straight and straight-laced as the girls here come, not to mention you're unsettlingly prudish. Ryo chuckled. The nose says that's a protest too much situation and say. She squawked, hiding her face. Setsuna raised her eyebrows. Is it now? He, greenies, Kiro. And snipe. His quirk needs projectiles to work. Aizawa chuckled. The more points they raise, the more I like the idea of a genuinely quirkless hero. It's a pity the licensing body doesn't. Toshino grumbled. 𝐭 tried to come up with a counter to those remarks. Eri looked confused. Why? Because I'm more than a little overprotective when it comes to Izuku, and the idea of him fighting villains, even with his quirk, let alone without, is abjectly terrifying. Then why not push him towards rescue heroics? Rumi said. Considering the video that inspired him was All Might saving 100 people from a fire, not only was that what he seemed to want to do, it means not fighting villains. She performed a double face palm, combined with muffled cursing that had Katsuki blushing. But failed, knowing they both had a point. You're right, but I'm still worried about you going. Why? Izuku gave a non-committal shrug. School treats me like SHT anyway, just about any other place will be an upgrade in comparison. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 looked around briefly. The faintest praise we've ever been DM'd by. I didn't quite realize it right then, but I just signed the deal for Karma to put its foot up the school's butt. Good. Everyone except for 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, Izuku, and Katsuki yelled. 𝐶𝐼NEMA looked at a piece of paper before tossing it over his shoulder. So we're all in agreement that old Dera could use some karma. Or fire. 𝐒𝐭𝐚 grinned. Fireworks. I'm partial to shockwaves, myself. Toshinori said. A gas attack, maybe. Nemurai offered. Ooh. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 raised a hand. Perhaps some of my special unpleasantness resources. How are you loonies the top hero school again? 𝐶𝐼NEMA asked. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 grinned. We ensure that all our acts of insanity are legally justified and covered by our licenses before acting. Himiko tilted her head. So, you ask permission, Naya? Exactly. 𝐶𝐼NEMA stared. That is abjectly terrifying. Moving on. Entry cont. 𝐵𝐻𝐴denfraude, the feeling of joy one gets out of another's misfortune. If you'd asked anyone, they maybe said I'd be the last person on the list to have that. Now, though, I can honestly say that, when a heaping dose of karma is involved, 𝐵𝐻Adenfraude is possibly one of the greatest joys out there. Yes indeed. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 cackled. I was fairly correct in my prediction that the school was going to experience some bad luck. Though, I was rather off on just how bad that luck was going to be. Rumi laughed. With a kitsune and a nekomata working together. You bet but you're underestimating it. Can I bet my shirt instead? Yes. The girls say Vibara yelled oi. Ayama joined in. I'd say YA all need Jesus, but Ibara might take offense to Yoichi quipped. Second side. And I'd remind you what I said about Twitch. It was pretty much the dead of winter in Japan, so having the heat up and die wasn't a pleasant experience. So who thinks Nikki enchanted Izuku to not get cold? Okiko asked. Zu shook her head. Too obvious, Kiro. Maybe enchanted a sweater to be extra comfy so it didn't scratch. For them, at least. After almost 3 years of Katsuki's explosions, I actually found the cold pleasant or his adapted. Setsuna grinned. Didn't hurt that I finally had a reason to wear my ultra-thick 13 sweater. Mina chuckled. Heh, and comfy in merch-omish, I love that sweater. Okiko squealed. I want one. A few teachers caught hell when they tried to make students with fire and heat-based quirks act as heaters for them, Aizawa glared. Which ones? Dunno. 𝐶𝐼NEMA answered. It's not mentioned, and leaving the class to stick with jackets and coats. Even Katsuki threw a temper tantrum when the cold kept him from sweating, and thus denied him his precious explosions. Seems to me like he just needs to. Let it OW. Denki shot Gyro a look as he rubbed where she'd prodded him. Your singing voice is all wrong for that song and you know it. She retorted. This was also just the first of it. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 rubbed his paws together in glee. More trouble havoc, yes. I was well aware that Nikki and Para had to be behind this, but found myself content to leave them to their plans. They made sure then even when a part got repaired or replaced, they made something else fail, leaving them to constantly test every piece again. I also learned that one of the school's main water pipes ran directly over the teacher's lounge, because a week later it burst and the whole room was doused, along with every teacher who had been in there when it happened. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 cackled as he took notes. The damage was enough that the cost of repairs meant the school Christmas party had to be cancelled. The week it had been scheduled. Any other school, that would be unpleasant to hear. Izuku snorted. But from the sound of it, the only person there who deserves a Christmas party is the one who would have been excluded. Okiko said as she snuggled against him. Safe to say, the students weren't happy. I'd already been banned from it thanks to Fingers, one of Katsuki's followers, so it didn't really matter to me. I called it. She asked, over Tsuyu's rib-biting laughter. Their parents all kicked up a stink about it, but the school kept coming up with excuse after excuse, and took a hit well into New Year's. Good. Aizawa smirked. Other mishaps befell the school over the next couple of years, But I'll write that for later to keep an accurate timeline. Nezu pouted a little. Spoil sport. For now though, back to why the girls were out when they learned about my trouble at school. Himiko mewed. I thought they were just waiting around to pounce you once you were out cause they missed you. Para, maybe, but Nikki's too responsible for that. Gyro said. Apparently they'd been checking out what kind of shops had popped up during their grounding. They are frighteningly well adjusted to this already. Rio mumbled in shock. One was an antique shop, more like a junkyard according to them. What's considered antique does change over time. Nemurai chimed in. The guy running it had tried to talk them into buying a broken-down vanity when something did catch their eye, a decorated playing card tin, caked in years of dust. When they showed it to me, the tin was almost flawless. Leiko grinned. Magic is afoot. Seems the so-called owner couldn't get it open no matter what he tried. Rumi laughed. Calling it now, there's another magical girl inside and Izuku's gonna let her out. If she's in a playing card tin, is she gonna try and gamble for his V-card? Setsuna giggled. His 8. Inko gave her a look. Oh, right, forgot about that. His first kiss, then. Screwdrivers, chisels, even a couple of ball-peen hammers. To the girls that sounded too awesome to pass up. Can't blame them. Kirishima said. So, a bit of haggling and threats of broken teeth after they caught him trying to jack the price up, he still has his teeth. Tokoyamo snorted. Verily, fortune smiles upon the foolish. They bought it, and had just finished getting it cleaned up when they'd picked up what had happened to me. And they immediately rushed over, Kero. Here. Weird. He picked up the can. Aya. One more thing. Yoichi barked. MSTR. Nikki and Para cried out as Izuku was sent stumbling back, the card tin, its lid now off somehow, emitting a bright pink glow. When the light faded, what I saw told me that normal didn't really fit into my life anymore. That just means your definition of normal has changed. Denki patted his shoulder. A peculiar feeling of déjà vu poked Izuku, because once his eyesight cleared. Again, he was once again looking at a girl sitting on her knees right in front of him. Nemurai whined. So many jokes to make if he were older. She was a few inches shorter, but something about her told him she was still older. She wore a simple green and brown hooded shirt, sleeveless to expose her arms, brown-black fur covering her forearms and hands. The hood had 2 holes in it, allowing 2 large raccoon ears to poke through. A long raccoon tail waved behind her with a large green bow tied around it. Her legs also had fur from the knees down. A tanuki. Leiko blinked. He blushed and looked away when he realized that, aside from the tail bow, the shirt stopped just above her waist, showing off a pair of white cotton panties. It was also open to expose a pair of small, but noticeable BRSTs. Ibara frowned. A shameless tanuki. Whoops. Tautology. Rumi laughed at the glare she got. Please tell me we can start curing him of that, Nikki. Para whispered. Cure him of what? Mina said. Reacting like that, or having these things happen. Doubt the latter is possible in any timeline. Izuku muttered. Pee-pee, the girl chirped, shaking the hood out of her face. When it cleared, 2 grey-blue, chest-length pigtails dropped down, framing a pair of cheeks with leaf birthmarks on them, raccoon-like nose, and large dark brown eyes. Tokoyami examined the scene. She does indeed appear to be adorable. Dark shadow squeed. A tanuki. But yes, that too. 3 cute girls. Izuku's mind yelped, cute, see him react that way. Pony giggled. I hope being surrounded by so much enchantrels doesn't erode his morels. Kinoko said. Itsuka groaned. Really, Kinoko? Izuku, however, snickered. That was funny. Kinoko looked up at him starry-eyed. You like my shroom puns? He smirked. Amanita here more to be sure, but so far they are subarashi. He was cut off when she started passionately kissing him. Woo! Mina cheered. You go girl. Setsuna laughed. DMN. Glad to see she's got that in her. Himiko sniffed the air. Not all she wants in her, Naya. After a moment, Kinoko came to herself and instantly buried her face in Izuku's chest to hide her flaming blush. Boar! Izuku stared off, thoroughly stupefied, though smiling. Not really expecting to have another one pop out of a little trinket. Something tells me that's going to be a lot more common before long. Momo said. Pai! Where he go? The girl suddenly jumped to her feet, holding a wood billy club shaped like a leaf. Pee-Pee hates sore losers. So, I was right about her being a gambler. Depends, what year you think it is. Para asked, making the raccoon jump, or I thought she was one. Turns out Pee-Pee van Mascarpone is a tanuki. Leiko smiled. And I called the species. And what a name. Irma added flamboyantly. To be honest, I didn't even know girl tanukis existed. To be honest, how would you know? Mineta said. All tanuki are shapeshifters via leaves, after all. For all we know, some of the male tanuki of myth were females in disguise for whatever reason. Like Discworld dwarfs? Yuichi asked. Awase paled. I don't like that comparison. Who you? And why Pee-Pee in tasteful room all of a sudden? Tasteful. Mina raised an eye. That's a matter of debate depending on how much merch he's got at this point. Izuku looked at her. Mina. I kid. She held her hands up in surrender. Where'd the woods go? How dash she came to a screeching halt when her eyes landed on Izuku. So, is every girl he frees gonna immediately try and jump him? Awase asked. Let's say instead that every girl he frees will latch onto him emotionally for a bonding, though the exact nature of said relationship will vary. Cinema replied carefully. Mineta exhaled. That's honestly a relief. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is my house. You okay? He stepped back, a little closer to Nikki and Para when she looked at him like a freshly baked dessert. Nemurai shrugged. With how long she's been sealed, can't really blame her for being thirsty and wanting a snack yipe. She yelped with something bopped her. He is 8. Inko glared, brandishing a rolled-up newspaper. Right. Nemurai ducked behind Rio, warding her off in apologetic fear. Down, girl. Nikki moved beside him. Why don't you tell us how you got sealed, and we let you in on what we know about the new world so far? Guess she's the take charge girl. Setsuna gave a thumbs up. Nice. So, a bit of trade-off happened. From the year she gave, it had been over 200 years. How do they just shrug that off at that age? Rio looked befuddled. A fit of boredom had her challenged the local priest to a game of Old Maid. A game she won. Unfortunately, the old man was a serious sore loser. As soon he realized he'd been left with a joker, he threw a tantrum and sealed her inside her card tin as petty revenge. Excuse me, I need to go tear something to shreds. Momo promptly created a old priest plush and tossed it to him. One exceptionally violent snarling, shredding fit later. Thank you, Momo, I needed that. He let out a sigh of relief as stuffing rained down around him. In return, we let her know about things as best we could. More and more quirks, heroes and villains, as well as why I had a kitsune and nekomata living with me. She seemed to take things in stride. So, things are way different than what Pee-Pee remembers. The girl fiddled with her tail bow. As nervous habits go, that's adorable. Itsuka cooed. Pee-Pee can work with that. Just one thing. Izuku blinked. What's that? He had to jump when she suddenly pointed her club leaf at him. The heck? Pee-Pee challenges you for your available LP. Of F no. Yuichi groaned. Pee-Pee needs something to get her going again. Am I what? My LP. He stammered, trying to make sense of what she said. Your magic. The stuff you use to free Pee-Pee. Of all the systems for this world to run on, it's the LP system from the dungeon only I can enter. Considering this, Izuku appears to be gaining magic by bonding to magical girls in his age group who are exceptionally physically affectionate. Can you think of a more fitting system? 𝐻𝐭𝐻𝐲 replied. That doesn't mean I have to like. Wait, you watched it too? No. He said, shiftily. What magic? You think we should tell her? He overheard Para ask Nikki. And they haven't explained all. Whatever that is. To Izuku yet. Joy. Rio facepalmed. Tell me what? Maybe they aren't sure how to. Toshinori suggested. You've probably already worked out magical girls all have their own eccentricities. Cinema fiddled with a tuna. Now you get to learn that not all them are good at planning ahead. Sorry. Izuku said, placing the last pair down and leaving Peepee holding the joker for their 5th game of Old Maid in a row. How the heck did the priest lose to her in the first place? Denki scratched his head. A card game. That was her challenge for a piece of my magic. Which she assumed that since I was able to free her, I had to have a lot of. Thankfully, Para explained that the priest must have used a really flashy sealing incantation, one of the style over substance types, to intimidate her so she wouldn't try to stop him or get away. They're totally bullshitting her to keep from explaining things to Izuku, aren't they? Toshinori shook his head. Peepee proved to be as stubborn as she is cute. That's a lot of stubborn. Mineta said. She refused to believe I was just a quirkless kid who had an odd batch of luck. Finally, I agreed to play, hoping she'd realize it when she won. She wasn't that good at cards, it turns out. We played 3 games of Go Fish which she all lost before switching to Old Maid. I have several questions. Setsuna mumbled. She was a more graceful loser than her last opponent, I had to give her that much. How the priest lost. Question for the ages. I just asked that. Once her shock died down. I'll be honest, I didn't really expect what she did next. Pie. Pippy. She threw her head back, striking the most Chiuni pose Izuku'd ever seen. Leiko and Tokoyami facepalmed. It looked bizarre for her, but it did show she had a cute set of buck teeth. How does she keep getting more adorable? Awase stared. Peepee's plan worked. And you played right into her hands. Behold the great and powerful Peepee. Eri asked. Yoichi chuckled. I'm not surprised that show is still around. Genuinely pleased, but not surprised. Eri giggled. I like it. Pinky wants me to smile. Is she for real? Para asked. Nikki's ears and tails just flopped. If this world gets any cuter it's going to trigger my quirk. Soto muttered, eye twitching some. She tried to claim that her plan was to make me bond with her to stabilize her magic, still not sure what that means. I'm sure it'll be explained eventually. Aizawa said. Personally, I want to know how she thinks losing to him at cards is supposed to make him bond with her. Nemurai shrugged. She misjudged his age and hoped he'd claim her as his prize for winning. I hate how much sense that makes. She then tried to insinuate that I'd be responsible for her, with a less than creative threat of acting out and getting me in trouble if I tried mistreating her. I hate that it's making even more sense. Not going to lie, I felt a little insulted at that. Only a little. Setsuna looked at him. In hindsight, she could have been one of those brats that see being told no was mistreating them. Katsuki snorted. What kinda idiots act like that? Everyone turned to stare at him. To be fair, I treat being told no as a challenge, not mistreatment. The girls beat me to the punch in responding, though. So they punched her? Toru asked. And what, pray tell, makes you think he would agree to begin with? Nikki asked, standing her full height, a ball of sapphire blue flame floating above her. Para did the same, her Naginata's blade materializing in her hand. Or where you get off thinking you can bully our MSTR into it. Rin smirked. She done goofed. Pip, Ippy, Peepee. Peepee visibly blanched at their reaction. Pie. He. She gulped. Peepee was joking. Rolled a 1 on that bluff. Izuku shook his head. Try again. Para muttered, the handle growing, and more fireballs igniting around Nikki. Guys. Maybe we should all just calm down. Izuku spoke up, seeing that Peepee was visibly pale. While he was annoyed with her for pulling that, it wasn't worth getting violent over. Setsuna hugged him. It's just intimidation to get the truth out of her. Peepee a runaway. She cried out, curling into a ball behind her tail. Peepee ran off from a mage who tried to force her into a bond. He was old and sleazy, and smelled like boiled cabbage. Peepee wanted to puke from the way he looked at her. Setsuna looked green. I feel sick just hearing that. Leiko frowned. It seems the magic side of this world is not as pleasant as it had been painted. Hope it's not all that grim. Mineta muttered. The Tanukiet whimpered behind her makeshift shield. Peepee thought some card would help make friends with the priest, but she didn't know he'd get so mad over losing. When you freed Peepee, she thought trying a heads-I win, tails you lose scheme would give her some good luck again. She needs some help. Rio sighed. Preferably professional, but I get the feeling that's not available. Everyone was quiet for a second before. Pap. Eek. Peepee jumped from the paper fan slapping her in the head. Chibi no baka. Para muttered, her blade already gone and said fan in its place. That's about the right reaction. Itsuka said amid several snickers. Just so we're clear, because of a gross old fart and a sore loser, you decided a demonstrably stupid plan involving what amounted to blackmail, entrapment, and extortion was a good idea. Inko gave a non-committal shrug. To be fair, she's 10 or so. We weren't expecting a genius. I've only seen one dumber than that when that one monk tried making a cake out of leftovers. Para let out a grossed out meow. Chocolate, sushi, and natto were never meant to meet. The air was filled with multiple sounds of retching. Okay, bad idea notwithstanding. Izuku stepped into the middle of them and focused on Peepee. What exactly were you hoping to get out of all this? Good approach. Get straight to the heart of the matter. Rio said in approval. Pie. Peepee looked away with a mixture of shyness and embarrassment, probably at the bad plan. Peepee just wanted to bond with someone nice so she could be safe from mean and creepy old mags that looked at her funny. Momo tiled her head. While I can't fault her for being desperate for protection from such things, why didn't she just ask? Soto asked. Exactly. If that's what her experience of magic users was like before, why would she think this one would be different? Kirishima pointed out. Oh. Why didn't you just ask? Pie. I mean, I don't really understand this whole bonding thing you mentioned, aside from what these two have told me, but if you're asking me to look after you and keep you safe. Well, I'm a little young, but I always wanted to be a hero. Of course you look at it that way. Inko chuckled indulgently. He pointed towards Nikki and Para. And they're staying with me already. Pii. It took both Cat and Fox Girl to keep him on his feet from the impact of her glomp. Dive tackle glomp for win. Pony laughed. I think she agrees. Izuku wheezed. With impeccable mom timing, Inko walked into the room. Izuku, did you or the girls hear a foo? She trailed off at the sight. Should I even? Yeah, I can see why I'd be having trouble there. She followed him home. Para and Nikki replied in unison. Can you mstr keep Peepee? The she-tanuki chirped, nuzzling her face against his. Is that a running GG spy? Mina's smile widened. It was going to be a long wait before I ever found out what was on my mother's mind then. Grandbabies? Toshinori suggested. In all likelihood. Aizawa replied. Inko shook her head. Either that or wondering where to put her. He next few months provided a bit of routine for me, at least, outside of the bouts of misfortune that plagued the school. Nezu perked up. Oh, did they actually unleash a plague? Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose. These are still children, Nezu. Elementary school. Oh, yes, I forgot about that for a moment. He chuckled. As a whole, they still had mishaps, like the cafeteria food causing everyone that didn't bring their own lunch to suffer violently moist flatulence. I shouldn't laugh, but... Chio let out a honking snort. Individuals also had bad luck. Namely Katsuki. He, for some insane reason, decided his stained underwear was my fault. And forgot methane was combustible. Denki cackled. Flame on. Katsuki gave him the stink eye. This from the guy who keeps tarzing himself. Aside from that, things were fairly normal. Mom seemed to be okay with Pee-Pee staying there. Apparently she decided that since their parents didn't seem too worried to call, it didn't feel right telling them they had to go home. Rio frowned. On the one hand, that seems rather careless about their home situation. On the other hand, I would absolutely do that. And I somehow found more girls sealed, seriously. Sen blinked. It'd take too long to recall the encounter with, so I'm putting a list of some of them, listing them. Minata's voice cracked a little. Just how many? I can actually explain that. Sorta. Cinema replied. Here, how about I pass out the list so everyone can take a look while I figure out how to explain things aside from Nikki, Para, and Pee-Pee. Cinema scratched his visor as the lists went from hand to hand. How to put this? I mean, it makes more sense from a medium awareness perspective, but the actuality. He descended into incoherent muttering. Mina blinked a few times. Wait. She pointed at him. Are you secretly another Midoriya? He snorted in amusement. 1, that's Shoto's line. 2, not answering cause it's funnier that way. Shoto had a small smirk on his face. Okay. Here goes. He took a deep breath. Not sure how much of this will actually make sense without explaining the underlying principles of how the multiverse, reality, and quantum mechanics actually works, which, to be blunt, even I don't fully understand despite my quirk, but I'll give it a shot. First, magic. It exists, it underpins all realities, and some realities are more strongly connected to it than others. With me so far? So, like the Force but for the multiverse? Denki asked. Not a bad metaphor, actually. He replied, scribbling a picture of a tree branch. See, realities that have a stronger connection to that underpinning energy, or force, tend to have more interesting things happen in them, as well as having more timelines. Branching off of them. Izuku looked at the doodle. Like the Yggdrasil metaphor. The difference between thicker and thinner branches. Again, not a bad metaphor. Now here's where things get tricky. See, magic isn't just a force. And while it is trans-universal, it isn't singular. And some aspects of magic can't be contained inside a universe. And some of those aspects are guided. You following? There were silent nods from the class, while ones like Izuku, Nezu, and a few others were taking notes. Alright, here's where it gets tricky. Some of the more strongly magical worlds, like this one, have a sort of awareness behind their reality. A guiding purpose, if you will. He scribbled something like a map beside the branch. Ibara perked up. Like God's plan. Cinema paused. I'd prefer a metaphor not so strongly couched in religion, if that's all right. Like the prophecy from the Belgariad and the Malorian books by David Eddings. Vlad offered. Yochi squeed. Holy SHT, those are still around too. Did Redemption of Alphalus survive too? Let's put a pin in that, first, but that's a good metaphor, Drac. Cinema replied. Thing is, not all of those awarenesses are anchored to specific realities, and instead they float between realities peeking in, looking at the more interesting parts, and some of those awarenesses can be rather opinionated. He sounded a little exasperated saying that. And the prophecy in this particular timeline, which is focused on Izuku and the events surrounding him at the moment, felt a little spiteful over those opinions. Specifically the ones that went against the very essence of the flow of this world. The flow? Mineta asked. Yeah. See, the number of girls sealed away, Izuku unsealing them, and bonding with them. That's all going towards something pretty significant. And the numbers it's happening in are supposed to be the first sign of that significance the rest of the world noticed. So, Aizawa blinked. So like petty fanfiction authors, the prophecy responded to complaints about too many girls by arranging for Izuku to meet more girls sooner. I really don't like how accurate that metaphor is. The F, that's bullshit. Mina and Rumi yelled, visibly livid. Whoa. Cinema yelped, falling over backwards and vanishing below the bottom of the screen. Izuku nearly jumped up. What? What happened? Did you read what it says about Usagi yet? Mina showed him the line they were angry about. That but. She's not a DMN pet. Rumi growled. Mina's page started dissolving from her acid. Where does that arrogant BSD get off, thinking he can treat her like something to just hand off? Yue gave a dark M of agreement, looking a little lower on the page. Itsuka looked at her page. You share those thoughts in regard to Penelope? She asked, getting a nod in return. Man, no bunny deserves to be allergic to carrots. Rumi sighed, still looking at Usagi's profile. Though she's a lot like me aside from that. She chuckled. The me in that world would probably jump at the chance to adopt her. Yu shoved her page in Izuku's face, pointing at Penelope's likes, then herself. He looked at the sheet. See a bit of yourself in Penelope. She nodded, pointed at the likes more firmly, then herself. Himiko looked. Same likes. Yui nodded, blushing a bit. Everyone jumped at the sudden barrage of vitriol from Mineta and Oase. The hell was that but thinking? Mineta yelled. All cause Carolina beat em in a game. If they're willing to seal away the smoking hot and cute cosplay gamer girl over losing at video games, they aren't an idiot, they're a goddamned fucktard. Zero, meanwhile, seemed to be having trouble talking. F.E. Fell. B-Bibo. Tay. Ticklush. F. Huey. Setsuna took on a thoughtful look. While I definitely feel sorry for Sawyer getting sealed like that for such an awful reason. She totally lucked out where she wound up after. Definitely love her style, too. I know, right? Toru chirped. No shame, no pain. Heh, dirty little mousey, here. She smirked. Bet she'd be tons of fun. Nemirai, however, was pouting like a toddler. Come on Midoriya. She whined. Why you gotta be like that about the party, mouse, here? Thank you, Midoriya. Aizawa whispered. So, would calling her thick be okay with Sawyer? Denki asked hesitantly. 'Cause it sounds like that fits. Total short stack. Koda sighed. I hope we get to hear Ichigo talk. Really want to see if I can understand her. The culture she must have come from sounds like it'd be fascinating to look into since she was sealed as well. Nezu smiled. Poor Konna. Soto cried over and over again, practically bawling his eyes out. Indeed. She's lost everyone. Inko sniffled, several others agreeing. Soto sobbed for a few minutes, the cries slowing to hiccups and sniffing before. I'ma make Konna all the grilled cheese. He declared. She deserves it. Soto, you do realize she's in another dimension and you can't actually get to her to do that. Cinema said. Not gonna let that stop me. And, how do you plan on getting it to her? Assuming some future variant of this Izuku doesn't show up from us watching, he's gonna be super magical. After all, I figured I'd ask Kyubizuku to deliver it. Pretty sure he could use your quirk to lock onto the place. Cinema raised a finger with open mouth, paused for a minute, then lowered the hand and closed his mouth. Here. Forgot he was still around. That might actually work. A few snorts and snickers started up, spreading into a giggle fit among most of the students. Daisy sounds absolutely adorable. Nemurai chuckled. She's like a SW Sijmi. Aizawa paled. Oh sweet caffeinated Jesus, no. Geez, people just did not treat magical girls right, Kero. Tsuyu muttered as she got to the last entry. How'd they get away with that? Cinema shrugged helplessly. Honestly. No clue. Haven't seen enough of the world to know. Least she seems to have adjusted well. Himiko said. Though what could she possibly mean about offering him a drink when she isn't carrying anything? Momo asked in innocent confusion. What? Setsuna stared at Momo in disbelief. You're kidding. No, she really is that innocent. Mina whispered. Holy SHT, Denki smirked. Guess this Izuku just wasn't thirsty enough to get it. Maybe he'd know what she meant if instead of just a shirt she wore just a Starbucks apron. He shrieked from the barrage of jack stabs from an angry gyro. That was never funny. She growled. Yuichi facepalmed. Good lord, why did that meme have to survive? I would list more, but this journal only has so many pages. Itsuka pointed. Someone get this guy an e-note. Suffice to say, I'm not sure how you'd describe my luck, absurd. Mintia deadpanned. Since in the months between the Christmas holidays and my 9th birthday, I found about 40 or 45 magical girls. Awase fell off his chair. Wait, what? In Penelope's handwriting 56 to be exact. Denki boggled. How do they all fit? Himiko nodded. Was wondering why they had to take turns cuddling. She grinned. Big cuddle piles. Speaking of, the day I turned 9 was definitely one I won't forget. Oh. Gyro looked curious. Wonder what happened. Okay. This chapter. Memodoria, remember, they're just affectionate, okay. Why does that make me concerned? She asked. Mineta. Cool it. Hey dash. Oh, aye, sir. He quickly saluted. Ibara. What dash shut it? We got movie sign. 4th entry. The months rolled by, the girls were busy settling into their new home, and Aldera Elementary still suffered its share of misfortune, like a mix-up on the menu that, instead of Odin and takoyaki, there was nothing but natto for a week. Yech. Denki gagged. I hate natto. Even the teachers were stuck with it. Bakugo was experiencing his own misfortunes as well, still. Namely violent, and quite flammable, flatulence. Though he still had yet to admit or even acknowledge that maybe it'd stop if he'd leave me be. I don't think that me is smart enough to work that out. Katsuki muttered. Anyway, back to the real reason for this entry. The day I turn 9. Pee-pee isn't sure if that's okay. The little tanuki glanced over at a no fishing sign while Ichigo chirped in an annoyed fashion as her attempts to snag a fish failed repeatedly. Koda's eyes widened excitedly. Oh. I can understand her. She's saying come here, you slippery little. Nearby, Usagi was drawing a frisbee back for a throw. Daisy catch this time, yes. She let it fly straight towards the skunkette. Daisy ran for it as fast as she could. I got it, I got it. She dove, grabbing for it the moment she was in range. And went right under. I hate you, you lousy piece of plastic. Fidget, a busty red squirrel girl Izuku had freed from a ceramic figurine, looked at the snoring form of Inko. Mrs. Memodoria. Hello. You okay? Penelope lightly poked her with a plastic fork. Heh, food coma. Oh, that's a little embarrassing. Inko's face reddened slightly amid a few chuckles. Still don't see why we can't cuddle normally. Konna pouted, snuggled up against Izuku on one of the dozen or so picnic blankets and beach towels they brought to lounge on. It wasn't too surprising that, given the number and everything they'd brought, a few passers-by had thought there was a big school party or something. We're in public, Konna. Izuku replied, his face slightly muffled by her shirt-clad chest. She pouted more, cheeks puffing out slightly. So. Mineta's head shot up. I'm sorry, what? Rio blinked. I have questions. Like, what makes this cuddle not like normal, anyway? Denki asked. Given the way these girls seem to act, probably the fact she's wearing a shirt. Setsuna replied. And she has to do that in public, why? Couldn't she just register a quirk restriction or something? Nemurai sulked. Believe me, I've tried. ZZZZ ties. Carolina mumbled in her sleep on his other side, arms, legs, and tail wrapped around him. Pony-like hair. Felt more like a big picnic than a party, which I'm not complaining about. Kinoko smiled. Sounds better than a party to me, actually. More relaxed. Mina started taking notes. Luckily, Sawyer and Robin remembered the presents. Gyro tilted her head. Couldn't Nikki have summoned them if they hadn't? Public quirk use laws. Okako replied. It was a pretty good haul, a couple of new games. Carolina talked Mom into helping her get, Mineta sighed. I know it's Izuku, so this is a given. But he still DMN well better treat Carolina right. Awase nodded. Mood, some new pajamas from Daisy. Though I still wonder how she managed to only find the breathes half, Setsuna snorted. Obviously, they prefer the extra body heat of skinship cuddling. Duh. 9. Izuku deadpanned. Setsuna winced. Right, yeah, that explains why you don't know. And couldn't blame Usagi and Pip for having no idea what to get, they meant well anyway, and the bag of cheese and chicken tenders were tasty. Then, Nikki and Para mentioned they had a surprise present for me. Something that needed me being blonde-fled for it. Mina leaned in. You had my curiosity. Setsuna smirked. You now have my attention. If I knew then what I do now, I would have looked within and let love win somehow. Dark Shadow 𝐒𝐭𝐲 quickly joined in. If I only knew the truth back then. I wouldn't 𝐒𝐻𝐽 started. Okay, stopping you there. Nemurai interrupted. As good a reference as it is and how good your singing is. She glanced towards Izuku and Katsuki. Oof, yeah, forgot what the character's singing about in that verse. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 replied sheepishly. I probably wouldn't have needed to let my brain reboot after it happened. The room went intensely silent as everyone started paying close attention. Hey, are you sure that I need to wear this? Izuku asked as Nikki wrapped the strp of cloth around his eyes. Yep. She replied. Don't wanna spoil the surprise till the last minute. I like how she thinks. Setsuna chuckled. Oh. Okay. He sat in darkness, hearing only giggles and people moving around. He really trusts them, here. Izuku said quietly. Everyone went dead silent as realization settled into people's minds. Katsuki muttered. Then, a pair of hands gently settled on the back of his head. Time and experience told him who they belonged to. Mineta looked impressed. So they've been touching him so much he knows whose hands they are by contact. Awase started suggestively waggle his eyebrows. Bo-chi-kro w. Gyro glared at him, giving another jab. His 9, dummy. Not deado. Zero rubbed the back of his head. Minoma's not the only one I'll kendo chop. Itsuka warned him. Though I can say honestly now I definitely deserved it all those times. The blonde in question mumbled. Nikki. Para. What does he stop dead, his brain locking up as the sensation of two sets of lips. Two surprisingly soft, warm, and oddly familiar sets of lips settled against his. Denki almost forgot to breath. Holy Essity, his first kiss at 9 and it's a three-way. Gyude. Gyro looked around. Nobody make any jokes about his phrasing. Ibara's jaw dropped. How is this not considered sinful? If I had to guess, the bonding has strengthened to the point they are considered to be in a committed relationship according to that world's magical culture, so anything they get up to is to be ignored. Izuku commented. Also, if it really is based off the magic system I think it is, then the more physically NTMT he is with his magical girls, the faster his LP stores grow and the more powerful he becomes. So close physical intimacy is probably not only expected but encouraged among the magical community. Yoichi added. Toshinori blinked. Wait, are you saying his magic draws power from snuggling? Among other things. Nemurai raised an eye. Yes. Such debaucherous decadence encouraged. Ibara began to swoon. He couldn't see exactly what they were doing, but he could easily hear Para's blissful purring, along with the rapid whiffs of Nikki wagging her tails vigorously. HNNNG. Nemurai tilted over as she grabbed her chest. Himiko purred. Sounds like he's a real good kisser even for a first time, Naya. Our Izuku certainly is, Kiro. I'll say. Kinoko's face was redder than her hero costume. Come on, you two. Don't hog him, we want our turns as well. Sawyer spoke, the other girls making various pouty noises of agreement. Awase frowned a little. So, is part of the reason so many Izukus out there in the multiverse have such SHT luck because one's like ours and this one have sked up all his good luck? More the other way around. Cinema answered. A lot of Izukus out there have real SHT luck, so these universes take shape where he gets good luck to make up for it. Zero looked disappointed. Kinda feel sorry for those Izukus with shitty luck, though. No one deserves that. Hey, does it have to be just on the lips? Beatrice, a petite frog gal recently released from an old button, grinned and wagged her eyebrow. Tsuyu perked up. A frog girl, Kiro. Okako blushed. With, apparently, no shame. Tautology, Kiro. Okako looked confused. Ay. Tsuyu have her an intense stare. My being blunt isn't just to counter my difficulty expressing myself visually because of my mutations, Kiro. Setsuna laughed. Hey, need me more frog girls, then. Us greenies need to stick together, Kiro. Izuku smirked. Is that because no one else can handle us? Dude. Setsuna squeed. Knew you had it in you. She promptly glomped him tightly, with a wet smooch on the cheek. Nowhere more intense. Carolina yelped, her face red enough to start steaming. Ibarra sighed in relief. At least one of them has some decent dash, no not yet at least. She buried her face in her hands. Never mind. Down girl. Penelope lightly rapped her on the head with her plastic fork. You're one to talk, Yui. Itsuka retorted. I've seen your bookmarks. Yui held up her right hand, index and pinky finger extended, shaking her head. She then lowered the pinky finger and raised middle and ring finger, then nodded. So you're agreeing with Penelope because he's 9, but would be all for Beatrice's suggestion if he were 14. She nodded resolutely. You are such a perv. Itsuka facepalmed. You just smiled. I know most guys don't expect to get their first kiss from a girl at 9, much less 2 at the same time. Ojiro snorted. Make that no guys expect it. Pretty sure this is the only time in history it's happened. Soto said. Cinema smirked behind his helmet. I wouldn't be so sure. But when I heard the others, well, I learned to appreciate the various ways girls could kiss. Denki twitched. Various. Setsuna's grin widened. Oh. Mina rubbed her hands together. This is gonna be fun. While some did the standard like Nikki and Para, a few others were a bit on the shy side. Carolina. Mineta, Awase, Gyro, and Momo said in unison. Still Bond fled, Izuku sat, almost slack-jawed, when the kiss finished. They taste like caramel and sugar cookie dough. Is that magic, or can I get that flavor of chapstick? Toru asked, letting out a delighted squeak when Momo handed her a tube. He thought absently, pausing when he felt a quick peck. Carolina. He asked, catching a whiff of the juniper shampoo she liked. Mineta laughed. Called it. They've spent a lot of time with him if he can tell who is who that clearly while Bond fled. Gyro said, sounding a little jealous. A bashful squeak was his answer. So precious. Momo cooed. Peepee's turn. The little tanuki squeed, hopping into his lap. Eri pointed. Should she be leashed? She asked to numerous spit takes, despite no one drinking. Cinema coughed. Maybe Eri should go watch more Buzz Lightyear with Mirio. Aizawa already had his phone out. I'm calling him. Others were a bit more. Several attempts to find an accurate word are scratched out. Guess even my creativity has limits. Izuku scratched his head. Konna. Usagi not sure if MSTR can breathe, yes. Usagi spoke up, Rumi looked worried. So, is that Japanese isn't her native language broken speak, or she's that damaged broken speak? Pony shook her head. Speaks too clearly if with bad grammar for damage, like Pony. That's reassuring, she said in relief. And kinda adorable. Though Izuku wasn't quite able to answer, given the close hug the dear girl was giving him. Ojiro stared. She really loves the snuggling, here. She deserves all the snuggles. Soto smiled. She let out a soft mmm while their lips were connected. Mineta sputtered. Okay, that's blatantly gone from birthday kiss to full-on makeout, right? With that I feel compelled to check and make sure they are both still wearing breathes. Owais muttered. What's she? He thought, feeling her mouth opening slightly, she's going for it. Setsuna cackled. Mina started to squee. And getting pulled off him 2 seconds later. Oh, come on. Mina protested, before getting bopped. I.e., 9. Eri scolded. No horny. Niu. She whined. I was so close. No fair. I hear why, girl. Mina pouted, rubbing her head. No tongue, dirty girl. Penelope replied, dragging her back. Cinema laughed. Seems everyone's picked a favorite or two, here. Seems so. Toshinori snickered. And I picked Para. And some just liked adding their own little twist. Gotta be illegal to be this adorable. He thought, trying to keep steady as Fidget chittered happily and nuzzled the crook of his neck. Ooh, can't wait to learn more about that one. She sounds so much fun, Naya. Himiko giggled. So comfy here. She chirped, wiggling in his lap and rubbing her nose against his before giving him a surprisingly chaste kiss. Okiko smiled. Sounds like a real innocent sweetheart. And so it went, 56 girls, 56 kisses. My lips kinda went numb before it was over, unsurprising. Ojiro said. But it wasn't that bad. Yeah, I guess it got a little overwhelming after that much. Soto admitted. The only snafu was them having to tell Ichigo kiss meant something different when she put her chest in my face. Mineta raised a hand. For purely scientific curiosity, Momo, Gyro, Okiko, and Tsuyu gave him deadpan looks. Doubt. Okay, also because I'm trying to visualize it a bit better, but not for perverse reasons. You wanna know what the axolotl girl's bust is too, here? Himiko looked at him. Well, these are magical girls, not quirked humans, so she could be more reptilian or amphibious than humanoid in certain traits, especially with how long ago she's apparently from. Aside from that, it was actually fun. Denki chuckled. Guess he's still a little young for chest in his face to be fun on its own, then. Gyro gave him an annoyed look. I really wanna smack you for that one. Come Christmas, I found out exactly what they meant by tongue. Owais, Denki, and Zero all started hyperventilating. I'm growing as a person. I'm growing as a person. I'm growing as a person. Mineta chanted, eyes closed tight. Mineta, as long as you keep what you say about it reasonable, there's nothing wrong with thinking things about it. Especially in this sort of case. Nemurai said reassuringly. You sure? Gyro sighed. I really hate to say this, but the only reason I'm not reacting like those three is because Green here keeps ghosting his fingers over my abs to distract me, didn't say stop. So I think you're good. Mineta started to hyperventilate. I'm so proud of him. She whispered to Aizawa. I'll kill you if you repeat it, but at this point I'm pretty proud of all of them. He mumbled back. Himiko gasped happily. Grumpy-sensei's proud of us. She squealed. God damn it. Vlad and Toshinori both busted out laughing. Oh, before I forget. Cinema pulled out a sheaf of papers. Izuku did write profiles for more of the girls, and you did say you were interested. Fidget, red squirrel. Missing the tip of her right ear, almost as tall as Penelope, and nearly as curvy. Blue eyes, cute buck teeth and freckles. Similar age as her and Usagi. Found sealed in a ceramic figurine. Apparently the mage she was initially going to bond with got offended about her being the taller one. That or the fact her husband accused her of planning to use Fidget as a distraction so she could sleep around, or the other way around, she isn't all that sure. Got excited when she saw that there were other magical girls around. Something about willing HM and a lack of force, whatever that means. A little ditzy, but knows her way around a toolbox like nobody's business. Wears shirts just long enough to cover her butt. Though the bushy tail kind of defeats the purpose. Doesn't seem too concerned when I can see. Personality, the textbook lovable, bubbly dits. She and Usagi seem to feed off each other's perkiness. Likes to wrap me up in her tail when she wants a bath. Likes, bubble baths, peanut butter, getting her tail brushed, nuzzling. Dislikes, funky smelling cheese, horror movies that rely too much on gore, sleeping alone, being forced to wear breathes. Himiko mewed eagerly. Ooh. Wanted to know about her. Denki whistled. DMN. She thick. This bonding seems to have been used in the past to treat these girls as little more than slaves or property. Ibara huffed indignantly. A misuse, I promise you. Cinema replied. That's not what it's intended for. Himiko exhaled. On one hand, I wanna brutally murder the ones who treated her like that, but that feels unheroic. Vlad smirked. In this case specifically, I'd alibi you. Okay. On the other hand, love that she's adjusted so well. Izuku looked closer. So, other than being more of a mechanic, does she strike anyone else as similar to Doreen? Setsuna looked over. Who? Oh, yeah, one of the Zukus we watched before you all came to join us wound up sharing a bed with Squirrel Girl. Himiko said. Holy sh! Ojiro sighed. I can agree with her about breathes, wish I could go without. Really? Zero blinked, he raised his tail. You know how hard it is to get comfortable in breathes with this. Beatrice, frog. Light and dark green mottled pattern. Petite but still curvy. Dark green eyes. Not that much taller than Pip. Year older than Connor, freed from an old metal button. She'd asked a mage to seal her to get away from her overbearing gold digger of a mother, and her mother's MSTR. Both expected her to be prim, proper, demure, and willing to snag a rich husband for them to mooch off of. While she wanted to find a guy, or gal who'd let her be their dirty little toy. Her words got excited when she saw how many other magic girls were around. She gets along with Daisy and Sawyer like edible body paint and a sweet tooth personality, laid back, flirty, loves being the 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 type. A big few to her mom according to her was wearing lingerie when she was freed. And seems to prefer wearing not much more when she can. Likes, spicy roasted crickets, spankings, letting her body be used, an old pre-Quirk TV show called The Stooges. Dislikes, ugly tattoos, taking life way too seriously, being forced to get up on a cold morning. Tsuyu smiled a little. She seems a lot like me, Kiro. Except for coloration. Denki added. Aizawa raised an eye. Tsuyu, is there something you haven't told the class? No, Kiro. Is there something you'd rather tell Izuku in private first? Nemurai asked. Yes, Kiro. Aizawa shrugged. Fair enough. So, how much of the rest of that is like you? Setsuna leaned onto her. Kiro. A wicked grin formed on her face. Ooh. Mina giggled. Those three together must be a blast. Tsuyu sighed. Wish I could wear most lingerie, though, Kiro. Most doesn't agree with my skin mucus. She hemmed. Gonna have to check out Three Stooges at some point, Kiro. Luckily, this chapter answers a few possible questions any of you might have. Cinema said. Supplemental entry. I hadn't planned on this entry at first, but Carolina raised some valid concerns should anyone else read this journal. Hopefully this will prevent any potential jumping to conclusions. Has anyone done that in regards to the girls? Gyro asked. Maybe, haven't seen enough of this world yet. 1. Not all the girls call me 𝐼𝐶, though I still wish they wouldn't sometimes. Frankly, out of the group of 56, 11 of them see me as more of an older brother. Kiro. Tsuyu looked up. They were the majority of the pecs, lips and or cheek. Makes sense, Kiro. So just to clarify, the ones who see him as a big brother aren't going to develop romantic feelings for him as they get older? Mineta asked. Or just haven't yet? Cinema grimaced slightly. Not enough is in sync yet to tell, so I wish you hadn't asked. From my 9th birthday. Nikki's handwriting. For reference, I'll provide a profile of one. Yukidama, Yuki for short, white tigress. Very pale, almost white-blue fur with black stripes. Spiked blue-gray hair and yellow eyes. Petite, somewhat slender build. A head shorter than Pee-Pee. Was 7 when freed, 12 as of this entry. Oh my gosh, she's adorable. Mina squealed. Kitty! Dark Shadow yelled. Was released from a white ribbon she wears as a bow on her left wrist. Apparently she'd been tricked into it by a mage of ill repute, most likely to sell her off. Himiko bared her teeth, letting out an angry, aggressive hiss that sent Koda and Nezu scrambling for shelter. Himiko. Izuku looked at her. You okay? They. The kitten. They dare. She growled. He quickly gripped the back of her neck and started rubbing. She tensed briefly, then relaxed. Sorry. Dunno what. She looked down. It's okay, baby kitty. Eri petted her on the head. You just wanted to protect the baby kitty. Himiko slowly descended into purrs. Koda and Nezu carefully peeked out from their respective shelters. Surprisingly enough, she knows Robin, or Senpai as she calls her. The poor innocent. Ibara shook her head. As far as she was concerned, since I'd freed her senpai, that mean I was a nice guy, and was now officially though now that she's older, she calls me a Nikki 𝐂𝐿𝐴. So, from cutesy big brother to bro the boss. Pony smiled. She feels safe then. Wears only the ribbon on her wrist. How does she get away with that? Nemurai huffed, a little jealous. According to her, she has fur so clothing is redundant. There actually are stipulations in quirk law to allow those who have full fur coats from their quirks to go without clothing. Nezu explained, brushing himself off as he straightened up. However, their coats must be a certain minimum thickness to maintain modesty, and they must have proper identifying credentials on them at all times. My money is still on it being Robin. Heh, she knows what she wants. Setsuna whooped. Personality, bouncy, affectionate, will turn into jelly from an ear scratch. Likes, shrimp, sunbeams, curling up in the first lap she can find. Lots of squeeze and coos were heard in response. Eri glanced back and forth, then moved to curl up in the lap pile in the middle of the cuddle pile, earning even more squeeze and coos. Dislikes, terrified she'll sink, so she refuses to be in the tub alone. Satsuki used to be like that, Kiro. Your little sister? Izuku asked. She nodded. He was quiet for a second. That's adorable. Kiro. She kissed him on the cheek. Having to wait more than half an hour for anything, muo. Mina yelled. Candy that gets stuck in her teeth. Kamakiri snorted. God, that's a headache. 2. The house is originally a 2-bedroom. After the 10th girl followed me home, it was getting understandably crowded. Though that problem quickly became moot when I learned that magic is a real-life cheat code. So, expansion spells. Awais said. In hindsight, though, I probably should have suggested the girls wait until Mom got home from the store before starting the first of their renovations. Inko rolled her eyes slightly. That would have been considerate, yes. Izuku. Yeah, Mom. Izuku jogged into the living room. You need help with? You okay? Inko was standing in the doorway and looking far more than slightly puzzled. She looked around, then stepped back outside, looking around, then back in, a look around. Back out looking around. You put your right foot in. You put your right foot out 𝐴𝐶𝐾. Denki covered his head. Okay. I can hardly be blamed for being confused. Inko put the newspaper down. You remember that? That kind of imitation crab I had for a snack last night? Yeah. Jigo checked the date. I think I'm hallucinating. Or that. Nezu cackled. Needless to say, it was still in date. That's a relief. She said. Can't blame her for finding it a little bewildering. Momo snickered slightly. Understatement. Inko's jaw slackened. The living room. More like a living hall, it was almost 4 times as big as it used to be, and twice as high. The ceiling light had been replaced by a pair of 3-tier ring lamps. Looks a little like home. But less fancy. Momo shook her head. No, not quite the term. Looks like someone took a modest lifestyle home and stretched it over the interior of a mansion. Setsuna's head nearly floated off her neck. And even the sofa had somehow been stretched out and was doubled its length, complete with a bend. Does look comfy, though, Mina said. Would you believe a few of the girl have quirks that let them mess with time and space? Was magic not explained to me yet? To be fair, with that many girls having joined, and the implied variety of available powers, would they be able to prove magic and not quirks? Toshinori asked. Fair enough. Izuku scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, I should warn you about the kitchen before you go in there. Why? What happened? Hey, Mrs. M, you're back. Daisy waved from the entrance to the kitchen, which was somehow stretching outward. Say, is it okay if we turn the table into an island? Depends. Does she mean furniture or geography? Cinema raised a hand, then lowered it. I'm not sure how to react to the fact that's a legitimate question in this case. When she came to after her fainting spell, wonder who caught her. Toshinori mused. We all managed to apologize for freaking her out, understandably so. Inko sighed, then eased her into a tour. That does sound fun. It was mostly just enlarging some of the rooms, though they did get a tiny bit overboard with the bathroom. The bathtub mainly. What, did they make their own private ocean? Denki asked facetiously. Tub. Inko's voice went up a few octaves. This is a lake. Lagoon, to be exact. Nikki replied. The cavern look gives it an exotic atmosphere. I'm just not allowed to be facetious anymore, am I? Denki asked in a whimpering tone. How big is this thing? Well, we let 𝐒𝐿 pick out the dimensions since she biggest swimmer out of all of us. Carolina chimed in. Koda nodded. Good call, but be careful with depth. If she's fully amphibious, she might have gills, Kiro. Right now it's just over 300 feet, and 170 at its widest. That's more than double both length and width of Olympic swimming pools. Momo squawked. We all agreed 30 feet was the maximum safe spot for the deepest areas. So, their own private ocean. Denki muttered. That way you can at least see the bottom. Gyro snickered. Pretty much. Denki groaned with a double facepalm. It was probably a good idea that we gave her a while to process it before showing her bedroom. Wonder what they did with that. She seemed to enjoy the skylight window. Does it still show the actual sky outside, or did they play games with that too? No clue. Cinema cackled. He doesn't say. Denki groaned louder before head-esking. All right. This next part is a little different. It's gonna show another. Well, I guess player in this world. They aren't enemies, but how about I just show you? Cinema said. 5 years prior, sir. A pair of caterpillar-like eyebrows raised up as their owner glanced to the other person. So, who are these people? Izuku asked. Just keep watching, it should make sense soon. You remember how the stipend fund reactivated? Stipend fund? Mina tilted her head. Momo perked up. Oh, this must be the magical government or something similar. After all, if magical girls can bond with anyone with magical potential. Well, if keeping magic at least somewhat hidden is important, then making sure anyone who bonds with a magical girl can afford to take care of her would be a priority. Inko chuckled. You know, I was beginning to wonder how I was able to take care of more than 50 additional mouths to feed without warning. I'd thought the answer was magic. Yes. It's unexpected, but I'm not complaining. A chuckle made the brows shake a little. It's been God knows how long since it's been put to use. Seems like these people, at least, just want to keep things running smoothly to a certain extent. Itsuka said with a bit of relief. Setsuna crossed her arms. Given this is probably the same body that let those other girls get such awful bonding situations however long ago, and apparently paid to support them, I'm gonna reserve judgment. She huffed. Well, it's been registering again. Repeatedly. 56 times in the last 5 months. Okay. That's unusual, but nothing to worry about. Maybe they're finally dash. Finally. Himiko mewed. Finally what? Returning, perhaps. Shoto replied. With so much of magic vanishing and being sealed in response to quirks becoming prominent, maybe they've been waiting, up till now, possibly in vain, for magic to start returning. Sen frowned. That's honestly kinda depressing. It means if not for Izuku, it's entirely possible those girls would have been sealed away, immobile and at least partially aware of the world around them, leaving them behind. Forever. Dead silence reigned. Bad fridge. Bonked Aizawa's minifridge again, no horror. 1A chuckled softly, while 1B's laughter was more startled. Minoma looked over. She did that before, I take it. Momo smirked. I'm working on saving it to a button push device, just in case we need it when she's not here. They're all in Musutafu City. In the same district. The brows went even higher. I'm sorry. They what? All the accounts have been activating within a 20-mile area. Mina looked confused. Why are they acting like that's unexpected? Assuming magic is balance, too many bondings may normally be bad for the prospective Magi. Leiko said. Dark Shadow gulped. Are we gonna have to be worried about Izuku's sanity? You mean more than usual? Okiko. Izuku squawked indignantly. Okiko grinned and gave him a playful peck on the cheek, making the class chuckle at his surprised silence. There was a harsh scape of a chair being pushed out. Tell me this isn't another siphoning scheme, I thought we fixed that. Definitely something to be careful of. Momo frowned, recalling an attempted embezzlement one of her father's employees tried a while back. That's just it, the accounts have been confirmed. Of all the... Seriously. The guys in accounting checked them all. 4 times as minimum. And they're all legit. There was a stressed exhale. 56 magical girls have been freed and bonded. So word's getting around the authorities. Setsuna noted. And all in the same area. But Musutafu has some of the highest. Highest what? Manga asked. Izuku shrugged. Boss. Another came skidding in beside the first. One of our field operatives is on the horn. She says it's important, really important. So now we get to see how they react to Izuku being bonded to so many, then, Kero. Okay. Just calm down and start from the beginning. The number crunchers asked me to follow up on where all the accounts were going to be sure things were kosher. The staticky voice responded through the receiver. Momo nodded. A good approach, so let's see what happens. I managed to spot a few girls and shadowed them to wherever it was they hung out at. There was a grunt of pain. All of them led to one place. Made the mistake of using Arcana Sight. Okiko blinked. What's that? Sounds like an ability to let them see magic in some way, shape, or form. Izuku responded. And with the sheer amount from them all living together. Several winces of sympathy could be heard. Did they spot you? No, the place was like turning an industrial flashlight on in my face. Denki hissed. OF. That's definitely not pleasant. You know that from experience? Gyro asked in a teasing manner. I only did it once. He huffed indignantly. And I was zapped out at the time. It's been a couple of hours and I'm still seeing spots. The amount of magical saturation in that place is ridiculous. Mineta groaned. And it's only gonna get more so, isn't it? Cinema simply cackled. There was a pause. Hang on, some magic girls are arriving. A dozen or so it seems, and they look like. They all have groceries. Wow, you can just hear the disbelief in her voice just from talking about a dozen magical girls going to the same place, regardless of reason. Minoma shook his head. Part of the 56 living there apparently. So, we're home. Could be heard from one of them. Setsuna leaned against Izuku. How come they're running errands for you, Izuku? Based on how they've talked and my own attitude about things, probably because a dozen or so of the others mobbed me for cuddle time or some other activity to distract me from them going on the errands enough times that I stopped complaining about it. Okay, yeah, that tracks. She and Pony cuddled closer. Doubt we'd want you out of cuddle range, anyway. Well, that shows they're definitely bonded. But only one said it, and the reactions from the others is saying she was speaking for the group. That would mean, no, that's not a good sign. What? They have a magical girl limit or something? Rumi snarked. Sir. Bonding with multiple magical girls puts a heavy strain on you, mental and psychological. Even 2 or 3 is pushing safe limits. Qiu looked up. Say what? After that, the individual starts exhibiting conditions akin to senility, incoherent rambling, absent-minded behaviors. It's not violent, but you stop being all there. The chief's voice was laced with concern. If they have all bonded with one person, I fear for their mental state. Why the hell didn't those girls warn him? Maybe they didn't know. Vlad said. Or they knew something they didn't want to say. Aizawa replied. I get the feeling even for a magic user breaking a ceiling usually involves more than just touching the sealed object. Remind me again, why did I let you talk me into coming here? Because you're just as concerned about the mental state of whoever's managed to bond with this many magic girls as the boss, and if anyone's gonna have a headache like me, it may as well be my twin brother. She smirked unashamedly. Tsuyu chuckled. I like their dynamic, Kiro. Monoma looked contemplative. Well, so far the magicals we've seen are on the good side of things. There was a sigh of exasperation. Fine. Let's get a quick look in first. You got your mana counter on. Magitech. Intriguing. Qiu said. Yeah, just hurry and peek in before we get spotted. Mina rolled her eyes. And I just remembered they're basically stalking you. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely been some spatial modification done in there. Understatement. Inko mumbled. This is a 1-floor house, and that living room alone is almost twice as big. At least, I'd say. Momo added DMN. Think they dash know. Phut. Setsuna snorted. Himiko chuckled. That feels familiar. Party pooper. See anyone that might be the bonder. Whoever it is. They sure aren't picky. I saw a deer, skunk, panda, frog. Freaking ONI triplets. And what I could swear is a tanuki. Ibara looked offended. Why does she speak of picky in such a way? What is that meant to imply? Well, they just got done saying that most magic users can only sustain 1 or 2 bonds before they start suffering some really bad strain side effects. Izuku said. Taking notes. I'd assume there's benefit to bonding in both directions for magic user and magical, and it doesn't strike me as the sort of commitment to take lightly. Gyro hymned. So if you're gonna be stuck with someone for possibly most of your life, make sure it's someone you'll enjoy being stuck with. Denki scratched his head. Does that mean most magic users pick bonds like Pokemon gym leaders or theme trainers as opposed to player characters? I don't know what's worse. Mineta groaned. That comparison makes sense, or that it's entirely possible some of these magic users see the girls they are bonding with in that way too. No wait, there's a woman. Seems normal. No, she's. Yeah, got a quirk it seems. Minor telekinesis. Rules her out then. The husband. Maybe hold up. Someone else just showed. Gotta be them, the meter's going apes hit. That's impossible, it can't be this person. Why not? That's a good question. Momo looked on. Why is the idea of it being someone Izuku's age so hard to believe? I'm sorry. I think my age is starting to get to me. Did you just say they've bonded with a boy? Yes, sir. A 9-year-old boy, to be precise. A perfectly sane 9-year-old boy. Not sure, but the way they're acting says something about it is concerning. Setsuna said. There was silence for a second, before they both heard the clunk of a bottle being set on the desk. Enough to set boss to drink. Pony asked in surprise. Aizawa shook his head. I dunno, just the normal antics of you lot has been enough to almost push me that far. Again, the toaster was not my fault. Denki protested. Continue. Well, a few regard him as more of a big brother. So, does that mean there will be some who see him as Papa? A asked. Quite possibly. Cinema replied. Bracing my ovaries, Kiro, Naya. Rumi, Tsuyu, and Himiko exhaled in unison. And the others? Oh my! Dare I even ask? They heard the pop of a cork being pulled. Actually, once you get a good look, he is kinda cute. And the speaker is way too old for him. Inko frowned. Rumi looked at her. And I'm not. She's too old because she's an adult taking interest when I don't care if her 18th birthday was yesterday, she's not coming anywhere near him. So you don't have a problem with me because I didn't take an interest until he was already 14. That and I know your gran. Rumi shuddered. I'll be good. They then heard the clink of a glass getting tossed aside. Followed by chugging. Mood. Aizawa muttered. Should we mention that he's not even batting an eye to one of the Oni triplets, and a dear girl, cuddling with him naked? Chugging intensifies. Mood. Fifth entry, the months leading into the end of the school year were, oddly enough, rather quiet. Bakugo seemed to have finally learned that leaving me alone meant he got to leave with clean underwear. So this me can learn, here. Katsuki said, rolling his eyes a little at the laughter. The rest of the school, though. That teacher should have known better about having tentacle porn on his computer during class. If. Toshinori winced. Straight to nuclear with that guy, here. Mom was still confused about the increased bank account, though the bank assured her it was all legit. Setsuna crossed her arms. So, nobody told them why it's happening. If I had to guess, it's a left hand doesn't know what the right is doing situation. Momo said. How so? Minoma asked. Because the people running the stipend assume those receiving it know what it's for and so don't bother telling them, and those who actually know what's going on assume the stipend people are doing their jobs properly. Gyro asked. Including informing them. Momo nodded. In essence, it does seem to be a rather large and secret organization, after all. At least it helped with grocery shopping. They probably need the help, with an extra 50 mouse dash Mina began. Tally reached 72. She stared. Just how high is it gonna get? Cinema cackled. No clue, but it sure is entertaining. It was also kind of a milestone. The majority of girls I've run across were classed as anthros and musume, but I found that there were other versions as well. Himiko looked interested. Oh, like elves, dwarfs, demons, angels, vampires. Oh, am I a magical girl in this one and get to bond with Izuku? Spoilers. Oh. That and, well, it seems living and being bonded with so many magical girls has had an unexpected side effect on me. It's not one of the bad medical ones the Watchers were worried about, is it? Momo asked nervously. Funnily enough, I learned what it was when White Day rolled around. Mineta winced. His poor allowance. 70 plus I treasure you white gifts. Awase lowered his head. A moment of silence for his poor wallet. Denki made a taps noise despite a lack of trumpet. Gyro glanced over. Here. Not bad. Izuku racked his brain as he tried to work out what do. White Day was coming up this weekend and he was at a loss at what to do. While white chocolate was traditional, Rosemary, Sage, and Gretchen were allergic, and Hannah didn't really like sweet stuff much in general. So, he was hunting for something they'd all enjoy. Completely overlooked that part, too. Zero said. I dunno. Maybe just get the others chocolate and get them something else. Mineta winced again. That's a bad idea. It would give the impression you didn't give the others as much thought as you gave the ones who wouldn't like it. You are surprisingly good at relationship advice. Awase noted. Mineta shrugged helplessly. And I have no idea how that happened. He asked, glancing to his left shoulder. Or, the figure sitting on his shoulder to be exact. There, snuggled up against the crook of his neck was a petite, fairy-winged girl with pink pigtails and bright bronze-colored eyes. Not again. Rio cried, holding his ears from Mina's high-pitched squeal. So cute. Toru squeed. Dressed in a silvery slinkini with matching thigh-highs and bridal gauntlets, whoa. Denki whistled. Faye dressed. To slay. She was just shy of being 12 inches tall. Not that much bigger than the doll he'd unexpectedly freed her from less than an hour ago. Izuku exhaled. So, that's just his life now. Goes out shopping, picks up something random, and suddenly there's a new girl snuggled to him. Should we take you shopping, then? Himiko grinned. We do need to get you some more clothes to wear. The only things you have are that shirt from my closet and the pair of panties Zu lent you last night. Pony frowned. Why so little? Kinda hard to bring clothes while shape changed, they don't change with me. But, don't you have more clothes? Wherever you were staying? Setsuna asked. I had the uniform from my old school I ran away in, but I left that back at the League hideout. And I don't really want to go back there. She curled up against Izuku. I'm happy here. I'll arrange to let them know you're okay and happy. He whispered. Especially Twice and Spinner. Ee. She quickly nuzzled him, a happy smile on her face. After delivering a surprisingly powerful glomp for her size in joy, Denki chuckled. Think she managed to take him off his feet? I'd have loved to see that. Mina cackled. She introduced herself as Tana. Ah, even her name is adorable. Toru cooed. It was here I learned that magical girls all had classifications, probably because someone wanted a bit of organization to distinguish them. Makes sense. Chio nodded. Let's see what the distinctions are. Apparently Nikki and Para, being a Kitsune and Nico, were anthros, while Pipi and the triplets fell into the Musume group. Makes sense. Mineta said. Tana was a fairy, so she part of the Fae classification. Zero shrugged. Nothing new so far. There were a few others, but she couldn't remember them offhand. So, no new info, then. Denki muttered. Either way, I still had that one problem. Until Tana directed my attention to something. MSTR, what about there? Tana squeaked, pointing to something across the street. You know, you don't have to call me. He started, hoping one would agree. Anyone else get the feeling they refuse as much to wind him up as anything else at this point? Toru snickered, but was interrupted by her forcefully running his head towards a brightly, almost to obnoxious levels, decorated store. A flashing neon sign read Happy Fun Funvillery squeaked and hid her face. That place looks scary. Aizawa's quirk activated. I will burn it to the ground. Vlad stared. That's not responsible parenting. Don't care. Izuku winced a little. He'd heard of that place. People said it was a decent place for snacks and the occasional party supplies, but the atmosphere was. He felt his eyes burn the moment he stepped inside. The place looked like someone ran over a rainbow and smeared the remains on the walls. The employees were dressed up like clowns. Colorblind clowns. Some were doing a bizarre dance and making others join in if they got too close. Shoji cringed. Anyone else getting Mellow Mart vibes? Don't remind me. Katsuki shuddered. Can honestly say I'd march up to Gang Orca himself and call him Fishboy before I ever joined in that horror. Aizawa shivered. Agreed. He darted into the nearest aisle before one of them spotted him. This place is weird. Tana tried to blink away the awful color scheme. It only gets worse. Ryo winced. Yeah. Come on, the sooner we find what I need, the sooner we can get out of here. Thankfully, the aisle had sections of stuff that reminded him of those meat and cheese boxes normally seen during Christmas. Given the diet some of the girls probably have, that's not a bad choice, I don't think. Mineta commented. Nemurai nodded. Not as classically romantic, but a tasty treat is a tasty treat. The little fairy inhaled deeply. Sugwa. She squeed. I'm getting hungry already. The gift boxes were loaded with things like cookies, pretzels, nuts, the usual chocolate SND candy, even jerky, popcorn, and bags of snacking ramen. Okay, I might have to actually shop there at some point. That's a good selection. Same. Let's hurry. I'll search one side, you check the other. The two began scouring either side. The search proved to be a bit trickier than he expected. Fish jerky. Madison and Madeline love fish, but dunno about jerky. Sake-flavored candy. Aizawa shook his head. Not old enough. He descended in a mutter storm for a moment, until a giggle from Tana came from behind him. "Kitty!" She laughed, right before he felt a headband of sorts being stuck on his head. Several coos and doors her heard over Izuku in cat ears being an adorable image. Eri waved her Kitizuku plush happily, giggling. Reaching up, he felt a pair of semi-realistic cat ears. Then a brief flash of light. Toshinori raised a finger. So, does he still have to pay for the cat ears? Everyone descended into quiet thinking. And he was forced to suddenly catch something. Whoa. EP. Or someone in this case. Good practice for hero work. Aizawa said. What do you mean there's nothing? There's nothing to indicate why he's not exhibiting any destabilizing. The readings are ridiculously normal. Well, that's a relief, if confusing. Chio sighed. But how? It shouldn't be possible for a 9-year-old boy to resist that much strain on his mind. Toshi blinked. Wait, it's because it strains the mind. This is Izuku we're talking about, though. So, what? Rumi said. His mind already works at a level so far above normal and beyond what his body can keep up with that the strain of the bonds isn't affecting him. Banjo chuckled. He manages Black Whip and Danger Sense without problems, even being able to use them to take notes without looking. Setsuna grinned. I'd buy it. Also, we are so having cuddle study sessions in the near future. Well, we completely in the dark. For all we know he might be Momo narrowed her eyes. That sounded like a title. No. We don't talk about that. It's impossible. Monoma snorted. So, what? There's some sort of prophecy about a magic user who can handle an unlimited number of bonds, something that his arrival says will herald the coming of, and some great destiny that awaits him. Denki stared. Dude. If it's about breaking seals and bonding, does that mean he's the keymaster? Rumi snorted. Then who's the gatekeeper? Cinema laughed a little. Wrong franchise, I'm afraid. Sir. The monitoring team is calling. Please tell me you two have something that makes sense. Fat chance, it's Midoriya. Aizawa scoffed. Oi. Well, there's not a whole lot new. The girls seem to be getting along surprisingly well for such a motley group. Himiko frowned. Do different types of magical girls normally not get along? Denki shrugged. Guess that's another reason why magic users might be picky. The stipends are making their way to them. Anything else? We did another tally, and a few more have been added. It's Subtos Eventino. They really don't want to have to give that report. Nemurai cackled. Okay, well I'm sorry, what now? We had to ret-ally after the 2 kobolds Tokoyami perked up. Reptilian or furry variant. Seeing this Izuku's luck, possibly one of each. Vlad replied. And the Midoriya house now accommodates 70 magical girls. Amused laughter was heard from a few people. All of them bonded to Izuku Midoriya. The laughter quickly grew. Boss. I'm afraid the chief has abandoned communications to find the. Never mind. He can't find any tequila, so he's resorting to chugging the margarita mix straight. Aizawa sighed. Mood. Okay, wasn't expecting that. Izuku commented, looking down at the figure in his arms. He'd carried the girls enough, sometimes 2 or more at a time if they could balance, so he wasn't surprised to be holding another one. Surprisingly blasé at this point. Izuku said. Though, he admittedly wasn't expecting one who was neither anthro or a museum. Oh. Denki sat up. Instead she looked. Well, human. She was around his height, with a willowy frame, slight curves, pale skin and snow-white hair in a pixie style. Mina squeed. DMN, she's adorable. She looked like she was asleep. With 2 long pointed ears. Holy CRP. Dark Shadow squawked. An honest-to-goodness elf. Verily. Ooh, I haven't seen an elf in a long time. Tana chirped, buzzing around them. So that's rare, then. Mineta tilted his head curiously. They're part of the Fey class too, MSTR. She sighed slightly before opening her eyes, red meeting green. The two stared at each other for a second. Hi. He said, welcome back to the world. Not a bad greeting, but should probably be a bit more certain of yourself. Nemuri commented. Her eyes widened and both hands went to her mouth with a squeak. Too cute. Toru bounced in her seat. Something 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐿. F. Several people yelped. I really wasn't expecting something like that day, and after the surprise settled. Izuku paused and held up a finger. He couldn't help smirking at the small fireball that materialized on the tip. Well, I wasn't one then. Everyone yelled.